He was a modern-day guy from the 4.0 era who followed a master to learn the Tao and cultivate, but he was more of a troublemaker than a student spending all day glued to his screen watching TikTok idols. The kind with big assets shaking their hips. His master scolded him many times, but when it's your passion, you could beat him for it and he'd still keep scrolling. He even sarcastically asked his master why he hadn't ascended yet. How infuriating is that? It wasn't that he'd never read his master's book, but when he tried to perform a ritual, he was transported to another world. No golden finger system, no ancient bloodline. He had absolutely nothing. For 12 years, all he'd done was toil like an animal just to survive day by day. He couldn't even be bothered to complain. Great Wei Year, 1452, Tran Long Prefecture, Kowloon County blacksmith's shop. Leoyan was still selling his soul to the man for 30 coins a month. The work was grueling, but at least he could fill his stomach first. Only then could he worry about cultivation. Today was the day he got paid. He went to the foreman to collect his wages and ask for 2 days off. Leoyan strolled out looking completely free and at ease. He had been transported here for over a month, and today he could finally leave this suffocating forge. He leisurely walked down the street he hadn't seen in a long time. His eyes couldn't hide his excitement mixed with curiosity, but while wandering through the bustling market, Leoyan's mind was still preoccupied with the talisman receiving ritual. As recorded in half of an ancient Taoist scripture, the ritual required the meat of 5 animals, but that was too expensive. So he decided to use the blood of 5 animals instead. That probably wouldn't be a problem. After all, in ancient times, many sacrificial ceremonies used blood offerings. He was also careful to obey the imperial court's decree: oxen were not to be touched. The court had a clear regulation: killing an ox would result in 100 lashes, a year and a half in prison, and exile for 1,000 miles. So Leoyan recalled other animals, including deer, elk, wolf, and rabbit. He decided to use a rabbit in place of the ox as long as it still corresponded with the 5 elements. After half a day of relentless searching, he finally managed to get pig's blood and goat's blood, chicken's blood and rabbit's blood, half a caddy of each. After deducting 26 coins for the ingredients, he was left with a meager 4 coins. Leoyan walked step by step down the street, sighing wearily. Why is blood so expensive? If this doesn't work, I'll be starving next month. He walked to a small dark alley. Based on the original owner's memories, he just needed to go inside to get home. Just as Leoyan knocked twice, a loud voice called out from outside, "Third brother, you're back." A cheerful man came over and pulled him inside by the arm. Leoyan was a little surprised and blurted out, "Second brother," while Lelam pulled him through the gate he was opening. "Come on, let's talk inside." He bent over slightly, rolled up his sleeves, and asked caringly, "Have you eaten yet? Go rest in your room first. I'll make you something to eat. Your sister-in-law is out working. She won't be back for a little while." Leoyan watched Lelam's retreating figure. He was secretly relieved that his brother didn't pull him aside to reminisce about old times. Now, alone in the small courtyard, Leoyan looked around to assess the situation. This is the place. After making sure no one was around, he began to pour the tubes of animal blood onto the ground in a predetermined pattern, muttering, 4 directions, 5 beasts. After a moment, a complete yin-yang formation drawn in blood was at his feet. He had recently memorized the structure of the formation countless times, so drawing it was quite easy. Can't delay any longer. Let's do this now. Leoyan solemnly clasped his hands and began to pray. The disciple Leoyan, after reading the Thongba Kin and thoroughly understanding how to enlighten the minds of all realms, with the aspiration to save the people and help the world, vowing to spread the classics like the sages of old, he chanted with utmost sincerity, "The disciple Leoyan beseeches the heavens to bestow a talisman," but no matter how many times he repeated it, and nothing changed. Leoyan was so tired that his face was covered in sweat with droplets rolling down. It's not working. Could it be that the ancestral masters know I haven't fully understood the Thongbak Kin? Or maybe. He had expected this all along, so it wasn't much of a surprise. As I thought, there's no such thing as receiving a talisman and ascending to immortality. In his mind, Leoyan was completely crushed. My money. Suddenly, a strange ear-piercing sound rang out, enveloping the entire space around him. The sound was so loud and dizzying that Leoyan felt he couldn't bear it. He was forced to his knees. From within the hazy mist behind him, he could feel a pair of blood-red eyes staring intently at him, filled with danger and death. Leoyan hugged his arms tightly and mumbled in pain. I can't hear clearly. I really can't hear. Surrounding him now were floating magical chains, and behind him a pitch-black shadow was closing in. Liuyan looked like his soul had been drained. His eyes rolled back white. His entire body was enveloped by an invisible pressure, unable to move or resist. Soon after, he could no longer take it and collapsed to the ground, completely losing consciousness. It wasn't until a faint, hazy light startled him that Liuyan slowly opened his eyes again. The sound of crashing waves echoed in his ears as ethereal waves surged before his eyes. Liuyan was lifted into the air by those waves. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his surroundings. He tilted his head to look, and his pupils instantly constricted in utter shock. The waves from before had transformed into an ancient calligraphy scroll. Liuyan quickly recognized it as the talisman he had been desperately seeking. Countless streaks of black ink hovered and flew towards him. They surrounded him as he floated in mid-air. Simultaneously, they rushed towards Liuyan, as if trying to invade deep into his body. But the very next second, Liuyan suddenly fell into an endless black pit. Bottomless. In the middle of the blood-splattered yin-yang formation, his body seemed to have every joint broken, almost completely twisted into an unrecognizable shape. A transparent system panel unexpectedly appeared before his eyes, displaying the words, "First, talisman bestowal in progress." The scene abruptly shifted to the courtyard of Lalam's home. A terrifyingly silent atmosphere fell as he realized Liuyan was lying motionless on the ground, without a single sign of life. An overwhelming fear washed over him, causing the chopsticks in Lalam's hand to clatter to the stone floor. Overcome with panic, he rushed forward, his heart pounding in his chest. He hurriedly lifted Liuyan and shook him, calling out in a trembling voice, Third brother, what's wrong with you? Wake up." At the same time, Lalam's wife also ran out in a panic, her eyes filled with worry. "What's wrong with third brother?" Just as the two of them were plunged into absolute bewilderment, Liuyan slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the worried expressions on his brother and sister-in-law's faces, he immediately reassured them. "Brother, sister-in-law, your little brother's fine." The confirmation that Liuyan was still safe made Lalam breathe a sigh of relief. A weight had just been lifted. As long as he's okay, that's what matters. "You scared me to death." Suddenly a thought flashed through Liuyan's mind. He quickly announced his decision. "I need to go back to the forge." Seeing how exhausted he looked, Lalam advised him in a concerned tone. "Go home and rest for a few days. You must be exhausted." But Liuyan remained firm. "I'm fine." And just then, a sudden notification from the system appeared before his eyes, capturing all his attention. "What is this?" On the screen, unfamiliar lines of information appeared. First enchantment, Weapon Master 6. Rank 1. Weapon Master Liuyan. Wielded weapons 1. This sight startled him, his eyes widening in surprise. The Ancestor system. It really is ahead of its time. In the moment Liuyan was still trying to process it, he was transported to another vast space. Countless pieces of information suddenly flooded his mind like knowledge that had been deeply embedded in his subconscious for a long time. An unprecedented intense urge suddenly arose, compelling him to swing a saber to wield a sword. The system continued to display a notification. Rank 1. Weapon Master. Offering 1,000 catties, 100 taels of silver iron, 1 tael of gold. And you can ascend to Rank 2 Weapon Master. This made Liuyan ponder thoughtfully. All right. The Ancestor sure knows how to make a profit, huh? Can't waste any more time. He quickly walked out. "You two just carry on with your work. I'll be back in a few days." Although he still felt incredibly tired, he told himself, "I've got to make some money." Lalam continued to watch him with a perpetually worried gaze. "Are you really okay?" But Liuyan seemed unconcerned with his own physical condition as he continued to stride outside. "It's nothing, really. A few days ago, Guard Tan taught me a new technique, so I might have overdone it with the practice. No need to see me out. I'm fine now." In his mind, a plan had already formed. Before I spend any money, I have to see what the Ancestor's hack can actually do. The scene quickly shifted to the central courtyard. Looking at the iron hammers lying silently on the ground, Liuyan couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to himself, "An iron hammer is still iron, right?" From behind, a clamor arose, drawing his attention. He noticed all the students were gathering there. Liuyan guessed that another class was about to begin. At that very moment, Tan Hung stood at the front, loudly and clearly reciting each word of the lesson. The White Ape's ceiling peak stance has only 2 parts, inner and outer. The inner is the core, the outer is the form. The inner has 3 harmonies, and the outer has 3 harmonies. If all 6 harmonies, both inner and outer, are connected, that is grand mastery. His movements were incredibly swift. He could move nimbly from one side to the other. With just a single touch from him, Ngu Kui cried out in pain. Witnessing the boy's weakness, Tan Hung lectured sternly, "If your stance is unstable, your strikes will be weak." With that, he continued to correct. Various stances for the student. The White Ape's ceiling peak stance is the fundamental martial art that has been passed down in our forge for over 200 years. The technique is divided into 4 levels: Initiate Proficient, Minor Mastery, and Grand Mastery. If you want to enter the inner court, you must master this martial art to the Initiate level before the end of the year. Although Ngu Kui looked like he was about to cry from the pain, Liuyan, witnessing this scene, also had to shudder. "Man, that looks painful," Tan Hung's powerful voice continued to echo. "Raise your hammers and hold your stance." Unfortunately, at that moment, Liuyan accidentally bumped into another student. Suddenly, a system notification appeared right before his eyes. Practice Hammer 8. Caddies, not yet initiated. This is the practice weapon of the martial apprentices. For practicing the White Ape's ceiling peak stance at the forge, it is soaked in the blood and tears of hundreds of apprentices. Mastery of wielding required none. After mastering the weapon, it will disappear. Following the system's guidance, a satisfied smile finally appeared on the corner of Liuyan's mouth. No wonder the old man was so obsessed with enchanting. "I haven't even really held a weapon yet, and I can already feel the difference." He calmed himself. "Easy now, with this many people around. One missing hammer won't be a big deal, right?" But on the other side, Tan Hung continued to demonstrate his masterful skill for the students to admire. Power originates from the ground, rooted in the feet, channeled through the waist, passes through the shoulders and arms and forms in the wrist. The White Ape's arm. White Ape. It's just like the Xingyi Quan from my previous world. After finishing his demonstration, he strictly admonished them. Holding a stance seems simple, but reaching the initiate level is very difficult. Remember what you learned today. It will be enough for you. Some people have good aptitude, but it's a pity their foundation is too weak, so they can't practice it. At the same time, Fatty, with a fawning and despicable expression, walked over holding a cup of tea. "Brother Tan, who were you saying has good aptitude?" Tan Hung just replied coldly, "A few of the kids who've fallen on hard times." Hearing this, Fatty cheerfully offered Brother Tan, "Let me see you out." Then he turned and relentlessly bellowed at the students below. "You all train hard for me. Don't you dare be lazy. If you dare slack off, I won't be so polite." Only when he saw Tan Hung nod in satisfaction did a goofy smile spread across Fatty's face. Witnessing Fatty's recent actions, Liuyan couldn't help but feel contempt, thinking to himself, "There's something wrong with the way that old Fatty looks at things." A long time passed. Liuyan was exhausted to his limits. He thought to himself, "I can't stand anymore." After a long day of practice, he and the other students were all unsteady on their feet. It seemed simple, but it consumed an incredible amount of stamina. This small body of mine, its foundation is still too weak. Liuyan stood there. He tried to stretch and sighed as he watched the other trainees whose stances were still better, and for the most part still holding up. In the central courtyard, only that guy Ngu Kui was left at the same time. On the other side, Ngu Kui also secretly glanced over at Liuyan. That punk has run out of steam too. In the end, he became even more smug as he looked at himself. In the central courtyard, "I'm still number 1. Time gradually passed into the dead of night. Liuyan entered the storeroom. He looked at the iron hammers and pondered. There are dozens of hammers. If one goes missing, probably no one will notice, right? The system's gray notification means it's ungraded. Isn't that right? His face became extremely pensive. He secretly selected from the various weapons stored here. All 43 training hammers are low-grade weapons, but there are still differences between them. Most training hammers after being used are only beginner grade. Only about 10 of them have an enchantment that makes them proficient grade. But it seemed he truly cherished the weapon in his hand. This one is the darkest. Even though they're all proficient grade, this might just be the best one of the lot. This is the one. After choosing his weapon, Liuyan rushed outside. He held the hammer, threw it straight ahead, and spoke, "Palm control." Seeing the golden light emitting from the hammer, his face immediately turned dumbfounded. That huge hammer just vanished into thin air. Amazing. When Liuyan opened his eyes again, he was in a vast, wide-open space. This platform is way too small. At most, it can only fit a few things. Without any hesitation, he quickly raised the hammer forward. This place seemed to have changed distinctly because of his previous action. Suddenly, a sharp headache hit him. It startled Lei Yuyan. Not again? The scene shifted deep into his mind. Different sounds echoed continuously. Train, 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 fail. So you can do it like this too. He calmly looked at the moves that were clearly displayed in his mind. Lower stance, coccyx arms, ears, eyes. So this technique has this many details. Some time passed until the next morning. The rooster's crow rang out, breaking the darkness. Ngu Kui wearily got up, opened the door, and stepped outside. I overdid it with training yesterday. Even though I slept all night, my back hurts even more. Seeing Li Yuyan suddenly appear in this place, he became extremely confused. Ngu Kui's expression changed. He immediately shouted, "When did you wake up, huh? This punk. Don't tell me he snuck out here in the middle of the night to train." Seeing his harsh reaction, Li Yuyan laughed and explained clearly, "I just woke up." Ngu Kui quickly moved closer to Li Yuyan, questioning him further. "Just woke up, huh?" The more he thought, the more it felt wrong. This kid is full of energy. He doesn't look like someone who stayed up all night training. I knew it. This skinny monkey wouldn't dare to train in secret. Li Yuyan stood right beside him, flashing a bright smile and nodding in agreement. "Trying to sound me out in your dreams." Time passed quickly and the sky turned to midday. The warm sunlight shone down everywhere. Li Yuyan and the others were still working diligently, but as usual he quickly stacked the firewood in the warehouse and then continued his daily work. Although he had exhausted his energy all night, controlling his internal power was no longer as difficult as before. Feeling the stability in his body, Li Yuyan continuously flexed his wrist. A clear flow of power circulated, exciting him. His eyes shone with hope as he noticed his body gradually improving. This is true martial arts. I need to get into the inner courtyard quickly. That's the real place for cultivation. Just then Dai Lo walked over, his voice echoing, "Today we will learn the flying wind hammer. Everyone pick up your hammers, get into a horse stance, and hold them for 2 hours." A sigh was heard. "Horse stance again, I haven't even eaten my fill." Despite their exhaustion, everyone had to nod in agreement. "Yes, sir." Li Yuyan slowly picked up the iron hammer. His face lit up as he looked at this weapon. "It's just a normal iron hammer, but why? Do I feel like I have a blood connection to it? This feeling is amazing." Dai Lo continued his instruction. The principles of the stance technique combined with hard work. "Yo, do you all think I have nothing better to do?" While he was engrossed in his lecture, Ngu Kui suddenly asked, "Brother Lo, how long does it take to reach the beginner level for this technique?" Dai Lo patiently explained, "For someone with average aptitude, if you train hard for over half a year, you can reach the beginner level. The person who reached the beginner level a few years ago was personally taught by Master Tan. The flying wind has only 18 forms. Today I will teach you the first form. Ngu Kui, you come here. You'll be the first." Li Yuyan listened from a distance, understanding everything. So that's how it is. Dai Lo continued to instruct Ngu Kui. "The force generates from the ground, travels through your legs, passes your waist, and goes to your wrist. Remember, the power should be like an endless wind." Ngu Kui nodded in understanding. "I'll remember." The people around them started whispering, "Has that little Ngu already reached the beginner level?" After a moment of thought, Li Yuyan raised his hammer high. "Let me give it a try." As he brought it down, a strong gust of wind blew past, making everyone freeze. Dai Lo and Ngu Kui turned around in shock. The scene changes to a large grand hall. Fatty's voice rang out, "Come on, Brother Tan, drink up." Tan Hung shook his head, refusing. "No more. I'm going to go watch those little brats train." Fatty nodded in agreement. "Yes." He then asked, "Oh, right, Brother Tan, I heard. Next year we're opening a new shop in Zhelong Manor. The treasurer will be permanently stationed in the city from now on, right?" Qin Xiong said, annoyed. "Who told you that?" Fatty gave a faint smile and said, "Just a rumor. As long as Qiulong is alive, how would Treasurer Tao dare to leave Gaoliu City for so long? That man is a powerful outsider from the Divine Weapon Valley." He looked at Qin Xiong with a cold gaze. "Senior Brother Qin is right. It's just a rumor. If there are any changes in the shop, Brother Qin, don't forget your little brother. Okay?" Qin Xiong nodded in agreement. His eyes grew serious as he looked outside. "That kid?" Fatty asked. "What's wrong?" Qin Xiong said. Li Lin's younger brother Fatty scratched his head and confirmed, "That's right." Qin Xiong remarked, "He can already execute 3 forms. Though his power is still lacking, his movements are as fluid as flowing water and drifting clouds. He's just started learning the art, yet he's more graceful than I was back then. This kid's talent is much higher than Niugui's." He'll be a great blacksmith in the future? Fatty became confused, pondered for a moment, then looked towards Li Yuan. Did this kid get on Qin Xiong's bad side? Time skipped to the evening. Li Yuan sat in his room looking at the awls on the table when he suddenly noticed an old, worn-out saber underneath. It's so dark I forgot about this firewood saber. Picking up the saber, he examined it closely. Lowest of the low grade, completely unranked. The system notification appeared, broken mouth firewood saber, unranked, no usage requirements, no effects. Basic firewood saber technique. His stomach rumbled. Li Yuan muttered to himself, "Hungry again? All I do all day is work and train. This small body really can't take it without some meat and oil. I need to make some money. Time to go out and get some meat. The money my two big brothers gave me for food won't last long. I need to figure out a way to earn some cash." Unable to sit still, Li Yuan decided to go to the market to find something to eat. After buying his things, the vendor handed him the bag. Li Yuan's attention was drawn to the knife stuck in the side of the hired hand. "Can I see your meat cleaver?" The vendor quickly handed him the knife to inspect. The system displayed the information butcher's meat cleaver, unranked. The bone-chopping knife that a butcher has used for many years to cut meat. It has been severely worn down. Effect basic cleaver arts. Usage condition none. Basic cleaver arts. A look of anticipation flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. "Can you sell me this cleaver?" the butcher asked in surprise. "You want it?" Li Yuan nodded firmly. 1 coin. On the way back, Li Yuan casually swung the knife, alarming the people around him. He thought to himself, well, I guess this counts as another weapon. Stepping into the mystical space, Li Yuan stared at the knife before him with indescribable excitement. The bone-slicing cleaver has replaced the training technique and has been placed into the palm of arms 6. However, a strange sensation crept into his heart, making him wonder, why do I feel like someone is stripping me bare? Without thinking further, he quickly grabbed the knife and rushed forward. Luckily, I still remember the chasing technique and the stance arts, but my proficiency in the chasing technique is gone. The feeling of having tempered it for 15 hours was gone. In its place was the familiar feeling of using a meat cleaver for years. Thinking of this, he sighed wearily. It seems that changing weapons doesn't affect me too much, but I can't just change them whenever I want. It takes 2 days to be able to switch weapons once. With so many things to worry about, Li Yuan felt helpless. He grabbed his head and cried out. Although the pedestal of Palm of Arms 6 can still hold a few weapons, if he wants to control more, he needs to upgrade to Palm of Arms 6. The upgrade conditions are too harsh, and I, a Taoist, am too poor after being reincarnated. Time gradually turned to late night. At this moment, Fatty was still relaxing in the hot tub. Noticing Li Yuan was still outside, he called out loudly, "Come over here and add more hot water for me." Although he didn't want to, Li Yuan could only nod and agree. "Yes, sir." After adding the hot water, Fatty smiled and praised, "I heard your finger technique isn't bad. What a pity. Such a pity." Hearing this, Li Yuan became curious. "Chef son, what's a pity?" Fatty took a long breath and explained, "There's something I just found out. That Qin Xiong guy is good at martial arts and he enjoys his wine and meat, but what he's best at is women." Hearing this, Li Yuan seemed to understand something. "He's telling me this means..." Fatty's voice became full of insinuation. "I heard he's keeping a girl with the surname Niu in the Chayu district. She has a slender figure and is very beautiful." But Li Yuan's face was full of suspicion. "Surname Niu. The more I think about it, the more it feels wrong. Is she related to Niu Gui?" While he was still pondering, Fatty leaned back and sighed. "My damn forge has a renowned 200-year-old process for cultivating apprentices, but logically, it shouldn't be Qin Xiong who's teaching you all martial arts." Li Yuan nodded in understanding, picking up the bucket of hot water. "So that's how it is." Fatty's voice came from inside the room. "This time, each department only has one spot for the inner courtyard, so Niu Gui entered the middle courtyard over a month ago. Do you understand now?" Li Yuan had somewhat grasped what he was saying. "Thank you for your guidance, elder son." Seeing him so obedient, he burst out laughing and shared more of his experience. "Aren't you disappointed? You clearly had the most outstanding performance yet. You didn't get into the inner courtyard. Don't you feel any resentment in your heart?" Li Yuan replied, "I'm a little disappointed, but not much. As for resentment, this opportunity was never mine to begin with, so why should I be resentful? At least I learned some martial arts. It's also been somewhat interesting. But you're still wrong. Although the White Ape's wind-riding finger technique isn't the best martial art in the forge, how could I have easily passed it on to you guys?" These words made him freeze for a moment. Not pass it on. Fatty sighed and continued. The techniques, of course, were all passed on, but just the stance arts alone. Even with the highest grade root bone, it would take at least 3 years to master the basics. But while Li Yuan was distracted, Fatty quickly turned and splashed hot water on him. He hurriedly wiped the water from his face, still not understanding what had happened when Fatty gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Your root bone is of the medium-low type. His yang energy is a bit weak. Understanding his meaning, Liuyan bowed his head. Esteemed elder, this disciple wishes to learn your cooking skills. Inside, he was incredibly surprised, never expecting this fat man to be so skilled in martial arts. To think he's skilled enough to be the head chef at the forge? Truly unbelievable. Seeing his obedience, Fatty burst out laughing and added, You kid, you really know how to aim high. Figured that meals are hard to come by in the central courtyard, so you want to get a little something from my place, huh? Liuyan's eyes lit up and he admitted openly, You are absolutely right, sir. I know how to cook and my blade skills are quite good. Please take me in. This made the fat man find the situation more and more interesting. For real, or are you just faking it? Liuyan nodded firmly. To demonstrate for Fatty, Liuyan took a meat cleaver, went to the garden, and pulled up a handful of scallions. His movements were swift, showcasing his practiced skill. Fatty watched in admiration. Not bad. Kid, how many years have you been practicing your blade skills? Liuyan answered sheepishly. Reporting to the elder, I've been practicing for a few years. Though he was silently thinking, in my past life I served an old man, so blade work and cooking were never an issue for me. Now, with the addition of a butcher's bone chopping skills, my techniques are even more proficient. After his demonstration, Liuyan bowed his head. This disciple only asks for food. For everything else, I await the elder's command. Finding him amusing, the man chuckled with satisfaction. Suddenly, he picked up the mace from the corner of the room. He looked at him and said cryptically, You haven't wasted the silver from your 2 brothers and you've put in the effort yourself. Fine. I do happen to need an assistant. Liuyan was still confused. 2 brothers? My brothers gave this fatty money. Well. If I hadn't taken the initiative, I bet that money would have been completely wasted. Fatty turned, walked away, and tossed the mace to him. Catch this. Raise it and get into a horse stance. Those 18 mace techniques you learned aren't fake. You're just missing a few things. Today I'll teach you the white ape breathing method. I'll demonstrate it for you once. Hearing this, Liuyan's eyes lit up. He eagerly ran after him, saying, Thank you, elder. Several months passed. The weather grew colder. The scene shifts to a bustling city street. Liuyan walked along the road carrying a bag. It was clear he had improved a great deal over time. Ever since Fatty Ton taught me the white ape breathing method, not only has the food gotten better, but I've also managed to maintain the breathing technique while holding the hammer in a horse stance. At this rate, I should master the basics in just a few more days. It was all going according to his plan. Because he had accidentally revealed his knack for calculations earlier, all of the purchasing for the central courtyard had fallen to him. On his way back, Liuyan suddenly noticed an item. Hey, there's even a shoe here. A single shoe sat on the table. He was confused. Boss, you can actually sell a single torn shoe like this. The owner sighed and explained, It belonged to Baldy Lou from the back street. I don't know where he found it, but he was dead set on selling it to me. And there's only one. You tell me what kind of nonsense is that? Liuyan picked up the shoe to examine it. Let me have a look. Looking at the information displayed on the system, he was stunned. A Tier 1 shoe. Since I started in the kitchen, I've been out 7 or 8 times visiting places like the Prosperous District and the Fish Market. I've found plenty of unranked weapons, but this is the first time I've ever seen a tiered item. Seeing his interest in the shoe, the seller's face lit up. It's a good shoe, but there's only one, and it's torn up like this. Only that dog Baldy Liu would have the nerve to ask for a silver coin for it. If you want it, you can take it for 1 silver coin. Liuyan sighed and tossed the shoe aside. 1 silver coin for a single shoe, isn't that a bit steep? Seeing this, the seller quickly lowered the price. 1 silver coin is for anyone else, but for you, Brother LaForty, cash will do. Of course, he still feigned disinterest and began to walk away. At that price, you might as well keep it for yourself. The customer started to leave. The man quickly called out, Wait, we can negotiate. After a moment of thought, Liuyan looked around and said, How about this? Master Ton sent me to buy some spices. I was originally planning to head to the Prosperous District, but the spices at your stall seem decent enough. The seller proposed, Brother Lee, you have a keen eye. The spices at my stall are top grade. How about this? You buy your spices from me and I'll throw in the shoe for free. With a reluctant expression, Liuyan replied, Fine, I guess. But inwardly, he was indescribably overjoyed. Sometime later, snow had covered the rooftops. Liuyan held the newly acquired shoe and hurried onward. He lifted it up, his eyes sparkling with joy, and quickly used his familiar skill. He activated his skill, admiring the item he'd collected. He couldn't hide his excitement. My first Tier 1 item today's trip was an incredible success. This shoe seems really powerful, but there's only one. I wonder what effect that will have. He decided to test it right then and there. Feeling his speed increase, Liuyan stopped for a moment. Never mind, I'll test it properly when I get home. For now, time to fly. His eyes shone. He realized this was a true treasure. Tier 1 is on a whole other level. This won't do, I have to level up immediately. A rank 6. First tier armament master can only control one weapon at a time. To switch, I'd have to wait 2 days. I need to advance my tier. I need to make money, but to level up, I need 1,000 caddies of fine iron, 100 taels of white silver, and 100 grams of gold. Even if I became a robber, I could never get that much money. Just then a shout came from up ahead. Tuatoya's here! Liuyan's interest was piqued. Driven by curiosity, he hurried forward. Don't tell me Tuatui caught another spirit fish. When he arrived, he saw a crowd of villagers surrounding Atui, buzzing with excitement. I heard Tuatui's parents died when he was young, but he somehow managed to master an incredible skill. Master-level fishing. After catching 3 spirit fish in a row, he didn't just repair his house, and he was even accepted into the Lai Hop Martial Arts Hall, one of the 3 most famous martial arts halls in the inner city. He slowly approached to observe the situation, looking at the man before him. He smiled and offered a red-browed spirit fish. My luck isn't bad. How much for this fish? I'll buy them all. Liuyan, standing nearby, sighed. A spirit fish. We could never afford that. Only wealthy people like Qin Xiong could afford such a luxury. It's a shame I don't have a specialized weapon for catching fish. I guess I'll have to pass. He looked up ahead and thought to himself, it's still early. I'll head home for a bit. The snow was falling thicker and thicker. Lilam was still diligently shoveling snow when he saw Liuyan's familiar figure appear. He called out joyfully, Ah, Uyen, you're back. Liuyan presented the food he had just bought and announced, Brother, I picked up these 2 carp on the way and got them for you. Lilam praised him happily. You've done well, kid. Your strength. You look healthier and sturdier than before. Let me cook these 2 carp for you. Perfect timing, your sister-in-law bought 2 caddies of fatty meat yesterday. Liuyan smiled and replied, I've already eaten. How could a kitchen helper go hungry? He seriously instructed, The snow came early this year. The winter clothes are newly made. I left them right by your bed. Try them on to see if they fit okay, Liuyan asked in surprise. Brother, where did you get the money to make winter clothes? He silently calculated. A set of clothes like this wasn't cheap. Even with the worst fabric plus cotton padding, the cost would be over a tael of silver, enough to feed an ordinary family for half a year. Lilam quickly explained, The price of charcoal was pretty good before winter, so I earned a good bit these last few months. Add in your sister-in-law's wages and sewing a padded coat for you is nothing to worry about. Liuyan shook his head. I can't take this coat. The Gen Workshop will issue a padded coat after winter arrives. You should alter this one for sister-in-law to wear. She works so hard washing clothes for other families. Lilam didn't listen and still draped the coat over Liuyan's shoulders. Since when do apprentices get issued clothes? It's for you, so just wear it. Lilam ruffled his hair. Such a kid. You get a little taller every month. Good thing your sister-in-law made it 1 size bigger for you. Otherwise, it would be too tight. These actions made Liuyan fall silent. Suddenly he asked, Brother, tell me the truth. Did you borrow money from someone? Lilam turned back in surprise. Who told you, was it fatty? He sighed. I borrowed it from Qian Bao on the street. Borrow 9, return 13. A normal interest rate. Besides, he said I can pay it back before next winter. Our family may be poor, but we've managed to save a little something for you. Liuyan sighed helplessly. Brother, you didn't have to go and borrow money for my sake. Seeing Lilam's wife appear, he started. Sister-in-law. She nodded, understanding. It was freezing. Lilam's wife shivered, rubbing her hands together for a little warmth. As she warmed them, she reminded him, Since you're here, then take the cotton coat with you. It'll save your brother from making another trip. And who knows what kind of bad luck he might run into. Liuyan was moved. Thank you, sister-in-law, he said, though his heart ached a little. Your hands are frozen solid, sister-in-law. Lilam quickly poured hot water into a basin. I'll pour some hot water into the pan so you can soak your hands. She nodded in agreement. Realizing he couldn't stay any longer, Le Yuyen turned to leave. Sister-in-law, I've already eaten lunch today. I'll be going now. Have my brother cook those 2 carp for you, sister-in-law. Le Lam was confused. At least stay and eat before you go. Seeing he was already gone, he sighed. That little brat. He sure runs fast. Outside, the snow fell even thicker. Le Yuyen walked through the street, his mind lost in a sea of thoughts. He thought about Qian Bao, a minor leader in the fisherman's gang who lived on the next street over. The phrase, borrow 9, return 13, still echoed in his memory. But could that really be considered fair? His brother, though simple and kind, was no ordinary man. He had survived the fall of their clan and the disappearance of their eldest brother, shouldering the responsibility of raising him all by himself. Le Yuyen had grown up, but his brother surely couldn't repay that kind of money. Le Yuyen wondered if among that crowd of loan sharks, there could possibly be a good person. He just hoped everything would be all right. Speaking of which, I could borrow money from the loan sharks and quickly level up to a 6th-rank squad leader. Why didn't I think of such a reliable method sooner? He looked at his clenched palm, determined. First, I have to master the entry level of the White Ape Gale Finger technique. Then I'll be able to earn more money. Time passed slowly. The night grew late, with the moon shining brightly overhead. Amidst the cold of the night, Le Yuyen was still training diligently. Fatty Sun taught me the White Ape breathing method from the book, completely replacing my old way of breathing. The White Ape Gale Finger has reached mastery, but Fatty Sun's breathing method, still exhausts me. He looked at the system notification and decided to switch from the 6 harmonies shoes to the thread training technique. After pulling out a large needle, Le Yuyen held it high in front of him. The hours of tireless practice had made him stronger, but they had also unintentionally disturbed Fatty's sleep. He walked out irritably, grumbling, "What's all that noise? It's the middle of the night. Are you trying to keep people from sleeping or what?" But when he saw the scene before him, Fatty froze. Le Yuyen stood in the middle of the courtyard, still lost in thought. My senses have become incredibly sharp. I can even hear the blood flowing through my veins. A look of shock mixed with disbelief crossed his face. I did it! Finally, a smile he hadn't worn in a long time appeared on his face. The book says that when your blood energy has developed to the point where it can fortify your palms, you've reached the level of proficiency. When it's infused into one arm, that's initial mastery. But when you reach full mastery, it flows through all 4 limbs. The flow of my chi and blood, it feels incredible. Now I really want to find someone to test it on. This is what true martial arts feel like. At that moment, Fatty suddenly suggested, "You and my boy come to my room for a late-night snack." His words made Le Yuyen jump and turn back to his superior, but Fatty kept urging him on. "What are you standing there for?" Le Yuyen felt that something was not right. "Yuyen, my boy." Did I hear him right? After they entered the room, Fatty quickly poured some wine and said, "Now that you've achieved the first stage of chi and blood, you must have a drink of this wine of mine." Le Yuyen looked at the 8 cups of wine before him, his heart full of suspicion. "Sir, this is," Fatty said decisively, "just drink." After Le Yuyen finished drinking, Fatty's eyes were filled with anticipation. "Your innate talent is only average at best, and yet it didn't take you long to reach the entry level. Besides the training manuals, I bet your 2 brothers gave you plenty of supplements, didn't they?" Le Yuyen nodded. "My brothers are very good to me." Although he was still thinking to himself, if I hadn't revealed my talent for the hammer technique from the start, this sudden entry-level mastery would definitely make this old Fatty suspicious. Fatty continued to praise him. "Such enviable brotherly love. It wasn't a waste for your 2 brothers to spend all that money. To be honest, that spot to enter the inner court from the middle court should have been yours." The more Le Yuyen listened, the more confused he became. "Wasn't that spot already reserved for Niugui?" Fatty looked at him in surprise. "You mean you don't want to enter the inner court? Are you afraid of offending Qin Xiong?" Le Yuyen sighed and quickly replied, "How would I dare to offend Master Chen?" He knew very well that Qin Xiong was not someone to be trifled with. Qin Xiong had achieved full mastery of the Flying Phoenix hammers several years ago. He was a man of terrifying internal energy, not someone a normal guard could compare to. I heard the workshop has already decided he will be the head of the guards, a position second only to the 3 shopkeepers. All he needs now is to break through to the next level of his internal force. While Le Yuyen was lost in thought, Fatty continued, "So what if you offend him? Our forge has been around for over 200 years. Of course we have our rules. Even if he becomes the head guard, he can't just do whatever he wants." His sudden change in attitude left Le Yuyen speechless. He muttered to himself, Weren't you the one who was rushing to suck up to Qin Xiong before? While Le Yuan was still thinking, the man's eyes glanced at him again as if he were sizing him up. You're a literate man, so you should understand. Some things, even if they're meant to be yours, will never be in your hands if you don't fight for them. They say literature is for the poor and martial arts for the rich. With your background, who do you have to support you? Even if you reach the entry level, how far do you think you can go? You're right, sir, Le Yuan said, a bit flustered. As if understanding his mood, Fatty continued to pour wine into his cup. Whether you fight for it or not is up to you. I just see a bit of talent in you, so I'm just speaking my mind. If you don't want to, that's fine too. Le Yuan understood his meaning. He was trying to give him a reminder. Yes, thank you for your guidance, Supervisor. Time passed. A few hours later, Fatty was fast asleep, oblivious to the bone-chilling cold. Le Yuan slowly opened the door and stepped outside. After drinking a few more cups of wine, he had decided to step out. I've reached the entry level today. I've reached it. After drinking the medicinal wine, I have to strike while the iron is hot. His spirits high, he continued his training tonight. Holding the hammer in his hands, he focused intently as a stream of qi and blood circulated throughout his body. It felt like soaking in warm water, bringing an unusual sense of relaxation to his body. He even supplemented his health by taking a nap. After a few hours, he woke up naturally. He was full of vigor with no sense of fatigue, and his mind was crystal clear. Le Yuan had practiced diligently according to the book. The sign of proficiency was stacking 8 hammers, but he had already reached 11. The next morning, Niu Gui opened his door and saw Le Yuan training intensely. He couldn't help but be surprised. Le Yuan is up this early again. He tricked me before by saying he wasn't training, but in reality he practices every single day. That little brat is so deceitful. I can't take it anymore, Niu Gui shouted. Le Yuan. While Le Yuan was still confused, the other boy walked up and offered, I want to spar with you. Although Niu Gui wondered why he felt so nervous, Le Yuan couldn't be bothered. Not interested. This enraged Niu Gui. You. Just then Fatty called out, Someone's here to see you. Le Yuan slowly walked over. From behind, Niu Gui sneered, So he refuses me. He must be scared. That has to be it. Le Yuan asked Fatty, Are my brothers here again? The old man shook his head. Not your brothers. It's the constables. You haven't done anything wrong, have you, kid? Le Yuan was confused. Constables. A man stepped forward and announced, My name is Q Da. I am here under orders to investigate a murder and have some questions for you. These words made Le Yuan freeze. A murder. He thought to himself, Could something have happened to my brothers? Q Da continued. Answer what I ask. You are not to hide anything. Reluctantly, Le Yuan nodded. Yes, sir. Qiu Da questioned him around noon the day before yesterday. When you went to the Chayu district to buy goods, there was a spice vendor named Liu San. Do you remember him? Le Yuan felt puzzled. Liu San, yes. But inwardly he was relieved. Thank goodness it's not about my brothers. He quickly reported, Sir, I did indeed buy some spices from his stall that day. Qiu Da was suspicious. Just spices. Le Yuan nodded. That's right. Though his inner thoughts were different. Nonsense. The 6 Harmony shoes were a gift. I didn't buy them. If I tell the truth, what happens then? Qiu Da's gaze was judgmental as he looked at Le Yuan. Is that so? Seeing the difficult situation, Fatty stepped forward to explain. I told him to go shopping. I have a record of everything he spent and all the prices. Even if he had the heart of a lion, he wouldn't be foolish enough to try and trick me. Hearing this, Qiu Da turned to leave. All right, I'm done with my questions. You guys carry on. I'll go check one more house. As the two left, Lo Yan and Ban Tu bowed and said, Take care, sir. Tan Hung watched the scene in surprise. For Fatty Ton to actually speak up for Lo Yan. After the two of them left, Ban Tu sighed. This cow dot guy is both stubborn and stinks. He's good at martial arts, but he's just a patrolman. But his granduncle Cao Long is a powerful figure. I'm just telling you the truth. If you get mixed up in a murder case, it has nothing to do with me. Le Yuyen was moved. Chief, this has absolutely nothing to do with me. Ban Tu nodded. Good then. But in his heart, Liu Yen had his own plans. The Dai Van dynasty was founded on martial prowess, so its martial arts culture is extremely aggressive. As a result, the punishments are also incredibly harsh. When a murderer is caught, they aren't held until autumn of next year but are executed immediately. Meanwhile, Ban Tu was still muttering to himself. Liu Jito's family of 6, along with 5 of his neighbors, were all killed, and the culprit was the same person. I suspect the one who killed Liu Jito is Sua Shui. But why would he also kill the street vendor? Hearing that number, he turned around, startled. More than 10 people killed. Is this a serial murder case? But Sua Shui doesn't seem like the kind of person who could do something like that. Bantu continued to recount what he knew. Aside from the usual gang fights, Gaoliu County hadn't seen such a brutal massacre of civilians in years. You don't go out so you don't know, but the inner city is under curfew. You shouldn't come to the shop for a while either. This goddamn animal must have gone insane. He even killed an unrelated vendor. Hearing this information, Lei Yuyan froze for a moment. Could it be because of the 6 Harmony boot Liu Jito sold that boot to the vendor? Could it really be such a coincidence? He tried to connect the dots. Killing 10 people over a tattered boot. Is it worth it? This won't do. I have to find someone to send a message to my 2 brothers. I'm not coming home until the killer is caught. I also have to tell my 2 brothers and my 2 sisters-in-law to lock the doors and windows tightly. While Lei Yuyan was deep in thought, Bantu suddenly spoke up. Hey, what are you still standing there for? Get to work. He hurriedly ran back towards Bantu. Over here. On the other side, Cao Dot had also discovered something. That kid is hiding something. Hearing this, Tan Hung suggested, if you're suspicious, Brother Cao, why not just arrest him and take him to the county yamen? Kodat sighed in response. Without evidence, we can't just arrest people indiscriminately. A person beside them hurriedly flattered him. Brother Cao, you are so righteous. By the way, are you heading to the Li Hop Martial Arts School next? Wang Luan is not an easy person to deal with, Cao Dot said as he walked. So what if it's the Li Hop Martial Arts School? No matter how good Wang Luan is, how does he compare to my granduncle? The Dai Van dynasty was founded on martial prowess. If the imperial court couldn't suppress these lawbreakers, the world would have fallen into chaos long ago. This information surprised the other man. Really? I heard Sua Shui is extremely talented. In less than half a year, he's already achieved minor mastery in the Li Hop free-fighting style. Wang Luan is apparently preparing to send him to Divine Weapon Valley. If you want to catch him, Brother Cao, you'd better get there early. Cao Dot was taken aback. Divine Weapon Valley, huh? Behind them, Tan Hung chuckled. The Dai Van dynasty was founded on martial prowess. That's true enough, but there's another line that follows it. With that, he turned and went back to his post. They rule the world alongside the martial sects. Meanwhile, the men from the Yamen were still relentlessly searching for Sua Shui. He was thinking angrily, a tiger on the plains gets bullied by dogs. Looking at the man before him, a Shui grew even more furious. That bastard stripped my clothes and I could let that slide. But he even took my shoes. Unable to bear it any longer, he attacked directly. Although the man in front of him was beaten to a pulp, a Shui showed no mercy. Still, I can't kill you right now. If you die, then I'll have no more food. Cao Long Wang Luan Cao Yan Wu Zhen Lin Jing. His eyes filled with utter contempt. Wait until I've recovered. I'll make you all wish you were dead. Just then, the door slowly opened, catching a Shui's attention. He turned his head to look into the distance, growing angrier the more he thought. You dare take my things. Time passed into the dead of night. Le Uyen sat huddled in a corner, thinking quietly. This boot. Could it be hiding some kind of secret? He looked at the boot in his hand. It didn't seem like there was anything special about it. But as he touched it, the sole came loose, startling him. When he pulled the sole open, Lei Yuyan's eyes widened in surprise when he saw something inside. He quickly brought the boot up to examine it. Bin Dao Do Sat Tui. It's a secret martial arts manual. After reading it carefully, Lei Yuyan realized the gravity of the situation. Did someone really hide a secret martial arts manual in the sole of a boot? The Way of the Soldier. Water-killing arts. Let me see. It's not one of those that requires self-castration, is it? A secret martial art from the Divine Weapon Valley, ranked 18th on the Japlong Manor's list of supreme martial arts. He quickly memorized the information written on the sole. The supreme martial art, White Ape's Flying Mantle. Is that considered only a mid-grade or low-grade art? So it seems Liu Juto's group was killed because of this 6 Harmony boot. The more Lei Yuyan thought about it, the more he felt things were getting out of hand. The killer must know the boot is in my hands. He's probably already watching me. Damn it! Good luck and bad luck have both come knocking at my door. This is a high-stakes game, right now. The system displayed the information before Lei Yuyan's eyes. After reading those lines, he couldn't help but get a headache. No way of the weapon, no killing arts. Only 1/3 remains. Although it's a bit of a shame this is just a single volume. At most, it's only half the pages and is nothing but striking techniques. Of the 72 paths, you must master at least one transmission art path to be considered initiated. But this particular transmission art path has 81 different variations. He sat tiredly in the corner of the room and sighed. Why is it a transmission art again? But then again, it is ranked first among the 5 great secret arts of Divine Weapon Valley. Even so, Lei Yuyan refused to give up. He stood up determined. I'm being watched. This Taoist has no other choice. I have to master it even if it kills me. He recalled what he knew about this place. The curfew in Galyu County only lasts until 2 months before the new year, whether the county magistrate Lu Yongqing wants it or not. He'll have to lift the curfew and switch to conducting searches in secret. Outside, the snow fell thicker and thicker. Ashui held out his blood-stained hands, growing angrier the more he thought. He stood up and cursed, "How can a small county like this have so many internal energy masters? How? Divine Weapon Valley truly lives up to its name as the #1 sect. Trap Dragon 5, Jade, Poison Blade, Bamboo Blade, Master Vu Tran." He mumbled, memorizing the wounds on his body. "This blade strike nearly killed me. I have to get out of here." Ashui reached his hand toward the skeleton lying quietly in the corner of the house. He decisively took the clothes, leaving the skeleton there. Outside, the ceaseless explosion of fireworks made Ashui sigh. In a small house, a man was complaining, "The snow is too heavy. I really don't want to go out." A cold gust of wind blew past, making him shiver. He hugged himself tightly, thinking about having to wake up early in this weather. He felt exhausted. He never stops training even when it's freezing cold. Truly admirable. Niugui was still training relentlessly in the yard. After a while, he slowly put the mace on the ground. His eyes were full of anticipation. "I'm initiated." These words caused everyone around to start talking. "Brother Niu, you've been initiated. Brother Niu is amazing. When will I ever get initiated? I'm so jealous." Praises were constantly heaped upon Niugui. Niugui will definitely enter the inner sect by then. Don't forget about us. Of course not. Niugui is not someone that type of person can compare to. Despite the praise, he wasn't very happy. He's been living out here for over 2 months now. Don't tell me he's been initiated too. Probably not. Even if he's smart, my brother-in-law didn't teach him the breathing techniques. Besides, his family is poor. The snow fell thicker and thicker. Remembering something, Niugui reminded everyone. "Get back to work, you guys. Master Sun is about to wake up." He thought to himself, "I should associate less with these people in the future. They're definitely low class. They have nothing to do with me." Remembering the good news, Niugui slowly walked away. "I have to report my initiation to my brother-in-law quickly." He unconsciously passed by Le Wuyen's house and suddenly stopped. "Le Wuyen's probably just doing chores, right? I'll go take a look." Out of curiosity, he quickly approached. The door wasn't shut tight. The sight before him made Niugui freeze. The figure of a snowman holding a mace struck his eyes. Worried, Niugui hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed in. No? Did Le Wuyen freeze to death? While he was still confused, a golden light suddenly appeared. Le Wuyen's power had now become incredibly formidable. He was training non-stop. A cold wind blew past, causing Niugui to freeze for a moment. Thinking about Le Wuyen's current strength, he couldn't believe it. What is going on? The person in front of him seemed to have completely transformed into a different Le Wuyen. Sensing the time was right, Le Wuyen raised the mace. The more Niugui thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Has Le Wuyen already mastered the White Ape's Flying Phoenix mace technique? Impossible, I can't let this be. He hurriedly dashed outside. I have to report this to my brother-in-law immediately. Meanwhile, Le Wuyen was silently calculating, if I just practice with one mace, I'm afraid I won't be able to progress. But if I stack 2 of them, wouldn't I be just as good as someone at the minor success stage? Fatty burst out from the house and shouted, "You brat, you still owe me silver!" Seeing the situation was not good, he quickly turned and said respectfully, "Elder, please allow this junior to borrow a little." Before he could finish, a cold voice snapped, "Get lost." Le Wuyen looked at him with hopeful eyes and declared, "This junior swears to repay it in full." Seeing that he had taken the initiative to ask, Fatty smiled and decided, "If it weren't for your lightning-fast progress, I wouldn't lend you a single coin. Go on, how much is it this time?" His face showed clear anticipation as he held out his hand. 13 taels. After hearing that he was so angry, he was speechless. You really know how to ask for an inch and take a mile. Then he suddenly remembered something. Le Wuyen quickly picked up a cup of hot water and walked towards Fatty. "Oh, right, Elder. Have you heard any news about the commotion in town these past few days? Rumor has it there was a big brawl." Fatty then recounted what he knew. The night before last, the head steward held a banquet for Wang Luan, the master of the Lihe Martial Arts Hall. When the wine had taken effect, someone suddenly burst in from the shop and frantically attacked innkeeper Wang, nearly killing him. The head steward was furious, captured the assailant, and threw him into the great prison. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan was startled and asked, "The head steward has already caught the culprit." Fatty nodded and added, "Luckily the head steward acted in time, so innkeeper Wang is fine. But unfortunately, his disciple was seriously injured." As the two were talking, Qin Xiong walked in and ordered, "Li Yuan, follow me for a moment." "Yes," Li Yuan replied obediently. He immediately nodded in agreement. Observing Qin Xiong's demeanor, he thought to himself, Qin Xiong looks much more muscular than he did 3 months ago. It's as if he's grown to be 2 meters tall. After the two met in the private space, Qin Xiong spoke up. "Do you know why I called you here? You must have guessed already, haven't you?" Li Yuan nodded. This disciple understands. Qin Xiong praised him endlessly. "Your white ape-holding arm posture is perfect, and your qi and blood circulate throughout your entire body. Your innate talent is truly impressive." Li Yuan quickly replied, "It is thanks to Master Qin's excellent teaching." This statement surprised Qin Xiong slightly. "Excellent teaching. Although your aptitude isn't as good as Niu Gui's, you are extremely well suited for the white ape's flying mantle hold. At this rate, the slot for the central courtyard is definitely yours. But I have promised someone else that this time Niu Gui must be the one to enter the inner courtyard. Do you have any objections?" Li Yuan quickly bowed his head. This disciple wouldn't dare. Qin Xiong looked at him with a judgmental gaze. "Wouldn't dare, but that doesn't mean you have no objections." After a moment of silence, he continued, "In the past, the entrance examination for the inner courtyard was held only once every 3 years, but now it has been changed to once a year. At your pace, you will surely be able to enter the central courtyard next year. Go." After hearing this, Li Yuan could only obey yes. Stepping outside, Li Yuan thought wearily, "Next year I have connections this year, but who knows what will happen next year." In another corner, Niu Gui said sadly, "Brother-in-law, I'll wait another year to enter the inner." Li Yuan, he's stronger than me. Qin Xiong glanced at him. "Wait another year. You came to the central courtyard from the servants' courtyard in the front courtyard, and there's the rear courtyard. People are scrambling for spots in all the other courtyards. Do you know why? It's because you must enter the inner courtyard this year. If you wait another year, it will be too late." Niu Gui still didn't quite understand. Qin Xiong continued to explain, "Next spring, the Divine Weapon Valley will open its immortal gate. The shop has spent a great deal of money to secure this opportunity. At the latest by this time next year, the inner disciples will have to set out for Coiling Dragon Mansion. If you wait another year, the immortal gate of the Divine Weapon Valley will close." His face grew serious as he took an object from his robes. When the Divine Weapon Valley recruits disciples, the most important thing is aptitude. Li Yuan's aptitude is only mid to low tier. He wouldn't even pass the first hurdle. Your talent is mid to high tier and you progress quickly. If you can join the Divine Weapon Valley, it will be the greatest opportunity of your life. After speaking, Qin Xiong tossed the item he was holding to Niu Gui. Niu Gui asked, trembling, "The Divine Weapon Valley? Can I really get in?" Qin Xiong reminded him, "Train diligently. Do not disappoint my expectations." Niu Gui hurriedly nodded, "Yes, yes, yes." After leaving the house, Li Yuan walked along, muttering his thoughts. Perhaps Qin Xiong has had a breakthrough with his inner strength. If that's the case, he will surely become the next leader of the guard team. I wonder if Fatty Sun can handle that. Looking at the bag in his hand, he told himself, "Fatty Sun has treated me well. I absolutely cannot let him down. I'll go for a walk around the city today and see if I can find any graded weapons." Seeing the contestants carrying all sorts of weapons, he couldn't help but marvel. No wonder the annual Gaoliu Assembly attracts so many graded weapons. It's just a shame that none of them are mine. Suddenly, Li Yuan noticed a vendor sitting by the roadside. He approached and asked, "Old man, how much are you selling this sickle for?" Looking closely at the item, he thought, "The blade is over 30 centimeters long. It doesn't look like a farming tool at all." The vendor looked at the weapon in his own hands and shook his head. "You want to buy this sickle? It's a memento of mine. It's been with me my whole life. I can't bear to sell it." A young boy standing beside him whispered, "Grandpa, why keep such a tattered old sickle?" Curious, Li Yuan reached his hand forward. "Old man, may I hold it for a moment?" The vendor nodded and handed him the sickle. "Be careful. This sickle may be old, but it's still very sharp." As he held the sickle, Li Yuan immediately realized, it really is a graded weapon. The system displayed detailed information. Sickle 3. UN. Genesis. Gene Superior Dark. Iron tempered through 18 flames. Its previous owner used it to drink the blood of enemies and harvest crops for 100 years. The sickle is worn, but it has developed a spiritual property. Requirement: mastery of any stance training technique. Effect: mastery of the horse-saving saber sickle art, proficiency in long weapons. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. This is so much better than the Six Harmonies shoes. Not only does it have the mastery level saber sickle art, but also, while he was marveling, the system continued its notification. Proficiency in long weapons. The long-handled saber sickle is extremely difficult to learn. Even with talent, it is not easy. It was only through the original owner's effort and dedication that the spiritual property was born. Li Yuan couldn't hide his joy. "I've struck it rich." He quickly made an offer. "I want to buy this sickle. I'll pay 3 taels." The vendor was surprised. 3 taels? That's so much. Li Yuan nodded. "That's right. It caught my eye." After buying the sickle, Li Yuan went into a small alley. He held up the sickle and said, "Use." Looking at the items he had collected, he calculated. "I've already mastered the flying mantle finger, so just practicing the technique won't have a great effect anymore. This sickle is the perfect replacement." He raised the sickle high and bolts of lightning struck the ground. The sight was an eye-opener for Li Yuan. However, when he returned to reality, he suddenly collapsed, his nose bleeding uncontrollably. Looking at the item, he thought, "This thing is insane. I've really hit the jackpot." The 13 forms of the horse-saving scythe blade technique. To master it from nothing is truly the absolute peak. Clenching his fist, Li Yuan's eyes filled with determination. Flying Phoenix finger proficiency level. Mastery level of the scythe blade technique, a part of the way of the weapon. Plus proficiency with long weapons. I wonder if I can defeat Tan Hung. Inside the fatty's spacious home, endless arguing could be heard. "I'm breaking my back earning money to pay off your debts, and yet you go and borrow even more. Sooner or later, you two brothers are going to be thrown into Jade Water Lake to feed the turtles. I just don't understand why." Tin Bao is demanding payment right now, but it's clearly not due yet. Le Uyen stepped outside, a staff in his hand. After checking its hardness, he nodded. "This will do." Not wasting any time, he continued his training. "Tian Bao, right? So this is what proficiency with long weapons feels like. If those thugs dare to make a move first, I won't hesitate to strike back." A triumphant smile finally appeared on the corner of Lei Uyen's mouth. After a moment of observation, he quickly climbed onto the roof of a large building and removed a tile to scout the situation below. Seeing that everything was clear, he slowly sat down to listen. Inside, 3 men were deep in drunken conversation. "She's just old Chao Huang's woman. I don't get what the boss is thinking. If he wants her, he should just tie her up and have some fun. You think that coward Le Lam would dare report it to the authorities? You don't know the story. Before the boss struck it rich, his whole family were servants for the Li family. Back then, all he could do was watch her marry someone else. Enough of that. That woman, even though she's feisty, is still quite a beauty. Why would Tian Bao, a hired hand for my family, dares to lay his eyes on my sister-in-law? It was so hard for me, the young master, to finally get leave to come home. And you had to go and ruin everything. Tell me, don't you deserve to die?" After eating and drinking their fill, they hastily stood up, preparing to handle their important business. "No, I can't hold it anymore. I have to go outside and take care of this. I'll go with you." Despite the freezing weather, both of them unbuttoned their clothes, ready for action. Seeing this sight, Le Uyen could only shake his head. How disgusting. An eyesore. Without hesitating, he grabbed his staff and charged straight at the 2 men. With a single blow, both of them collapsed. Thinking about what they'd done, Le Uyen felt nauseous. He pinched his nose. "These 2 scumbags took a hit from my staff. They've definitely got a serious concussion." Another man rushed out from the house. "Old Ninth Wang Yao, where are you 2? Did you fall into the cesspit?" Le Uyen didn't hesitate, swinging his staff and knocking the man down. "Go eat shit." Hearing the noise outside, the remaining men rushed out. "Who's there? What's going on?" Seeing the scene before them, they fell silent. They drew their weapons and faced Le Uyen. "You dare come here looking for trouble?" He wasn't afraid of this group. With just a few basic moves, all of them were down. Looking at the weaklings sprawled on the cold ground, Le Uyen scoffed. "I haven't even taken out my key yet, and you're already down after 1 hit from a staff. With such pathetic skills, you dare to be gangsters." The leader, furious, grit his teeth and turned to curse at him. Who are you to dare ambush me? Seeing him still conscious, Lei Yuyen raised his staff high and without hesitation struck him hard. The man cried out in pain and finally collapsed to the ground. Damn it! The more Lei Yuyen thought about it, the more irritated he became. He repeatedly struck the man's body. You bastard, your big fat greasy ass is disgusting. Just die. Feeling that wasn't enough, he even kicked the man, sending him flying. He lay there pitifully, as if his soul had left his body. Recalling the kick, Lei Yuyen felt a sense of pride. My leg strength isn't half bad, but now is not the time to be smug. I have to get to the main task. He quickly rushed inside, searching every nook and cranny. After a while, he discovered the hiding spot and exclaimed with joy, "Found it!" Opening the chest, he looked at the IOU notes. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore them into 100 pieces. So, you like giving out high-interest loans, do you? Immediately after, a gleeful Lei Yuyen stuffed all the gold, silver, and jewels into his own bag. He told himself, "Isn't this just the ill-gotten wealth of evil men? I am simply carrying out heaven's will." Reluctantly accepting it, of course. Without any hesitation, he quickly stashed the valuables away. Then he walked out casually. As he recalled what just happened, his expression grew pensive. I didn't say a word and my face was covered. I certainly didn't leave any traces. But my actions were merely in self-defense. It's their own fault for provoking me. He turned his head to look at the group, his voice cold. I'm warning you. The only reason I'm not killing you this time is because I still have a conscience. Don't let me see you ever again. The leader lay motionless, trembling in fear. He had lost all his assets and been beaten to a pulp. Lei Yuyen smiled. For the next 6 months at least, this damn fatty won't dare to cause any more trouble. It feels so damn good to be a good person. Suddenly a snowflake fell and touched his nose. Lei Yuyen looked up at the sky, a gentle smile gracing the corners of his mouth. He believed that good things were on their way. Heavy snow predicts a bountiful harvest. It seems this Taoist master is about to ascend. He returned to his residence and once again Lei Yuyen trained tirelessly. He thought to himself, martial arts are easy to learn but difficult to master. It's not just about techniques but also about qi and blood originate from one's physical constitution. Without the aid of medicinal herbs, it would take at least 5 years of hard training. But with medicinal resources and my current aptitude, I only need 1 year. This is the true meaning of the poor study literature while the rich practice martial arts. He focused. Suddenly, the fatty tossed him a strange bag. All right, stop training, he ordered. Take this. I've already gotten you the medicinal ingredients you need. This is my money, kid. Don't disappoint me. Lei Yuyen, filled with hope, replied, Sir, your money. I'll definitely pay it back very soon. The fatty sighed. Bullshit. Going from proficient to lesser mastery and then achieving a superior grade foundation even with medicinal aid would take at least a year. You won't make it in time. Before he could finish, Lei Yuyen declared resolutely, I will definitely be faster. Hearing that, the fatty felt somewhat reassured. He turned to go back inside, but didn't forget to add a threat. The new year is coming up and you have 2 days off, but you'd best stay here at the shop. I heard Chai-Nu district is in chaos. A group of thugs got seriously beaten by someone. If you must go home, remember to be back by the morning of the 2nd day of the new year. If you miss the inner court exam, that money of mine, I'm afraid I'll have to sell you to get it back. Lei Yuyen smiled enthusiastically and nodded. Right, I've got it. Sorry about that. He thought to himself, I was the one who beat them. But when he returned to Lalam, Lei Yuyen asked his older brother, did our parents get us this job through some old connection? His brother shook his head and explained, no, it was Qin Xiong. He has a good relationship with our family. He was the one who told me the weapon forge was recruiting apprentices. Lei Yuyen was surprised. Qin Xiong, he quickly put a piece of food in his mouth. So he's the one targeting my big brother and sister-in-law. In that case, this inner court exam is something I absolutely cannot miss. Too many things had happened, leaving him exhausted. He drained the cup of wine in his hand and slammed it down on the table. This inner court. I've got it in the bag. Upon entering the mysterious space and looking at the items he had collected, Lei Yuyen thought to himself, 58 more transformations until I master the soldier's path battle slaughter mace technique. Now that I have money, I have to find a way to get refined iron and gold to upgrade to a level 6 long weapon. By then, controlling 2 weapons to kill Qin Xiong will no longer be a problem. Qin Xiong stood stunned by the scene before him, his heart filled with astonishment. Niu Gui hurried over to report everything. Brother-in-law Constable Q said they're still investigating the culprit. Also, rumor has it that after a few days of recovery, Su Ah Shui has left the Li He Martial Arts Hall. The more Qin Xiong thought about it, the more something felt wrong. No one has seen him for days and his wounds haven't healed yet. Could he be the culprit who Bi Shui was frozen solid, and he was injured and alone? How could he have recovered properly? To suddenly disappear. What did he go fishing? I can't believe this. Remembering something more important. Qin Xiong turned and reminded Niu Gui. 2 months ago I taught you several of the inner court examination tests. I hope you won't disappoint me. Niu Gui's voice trembled. Brother-in-law, I definitely won't let you down. The next morning, Dongjin village was bustling with people. Liuyan was surprised to see the lavishly dressed man in front of him. Could it be Wang Gong, the third son of the third shopkeeper, is also here for the test? The fatty beside him placed a hand on his shoulder and reminded him, Wang Gong Xiaoming, the youngest daughter of Chief Zhao, and a few others will temporarily join the inner-city families. They won't take your spots, so rest assured. Liuyan was startled. Special treatment, huh? The fatty continued. What you need to worry about is the third event of this year's inner court examination. It has become a difficult challenge. Knowing the road ahead for Liuyan would be very hard. The fatty grew even more worried. In previous years, the 3 events were horse stance pursuit techniques and physical strength. But this year, it's been changed to foundation. And your foundation is a bit troublesome. Liuyan was lost in thought. Could it be that Qin Xiong has already pulled some strings? But while he was still pondering, the fatty smiled with his arms crossed. In any case, just do your best. Don't hold back in the competition or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I'm not afraid of you not paying back the money. Liuyan nodded. Understood, sir. I will definitely not disappoint you. Time passed and all the candidates had gathered. From above, the masters observed in a hushed silence. Among them were the 3 examiners Cao Yan, the chief shopkeeper of the East Street Forge, the second shopkeeper, and Wang Ding, the third shopkeeper. After a moment of silence, Cao Yan spoke. Qin Xiong, you announce the rules. Qin Xiong nodded. Understood. He stepped out before the candidates and declared, Our forge has been passed down for 237 years. To carry on the family business, we established the inner court. We select apprentices with outstanding talent. Every month you will receive a sum of silver, be exempt from chores, and have the opportunity to learn martial arts from the masters. Each court will select at least 1 person, and all candidates will receive 1 month's salary. Remember the grace of the family head. The candidates nodded in unison. Understood. Qin Xiong's voice rang out clearly. Anyone with the white ape's soaring phoenix mace step forward. When he saw Liuyan step forward, Qin Xiong was slightly startled. I made it clear to him, so how does he still dare to show up? Having no other choice, he continued. You're not qualified yet. First, we test your foundation. Only those with a good foundation may proceed. Since you've stepped out, you must be tested. If your foundation is poor, you will not be allowed to enter. Immediately, heavy iron blocks were brought out. Young men with bulging muscles set them on the ground. Qin Xiong announced, 1 for each of you. Use the mace to strike the iron block to demonstrate your skills for the shopkeepers. Liuyan silently picked up the mace. He readied himself. Liuyan raised the mace in his hand high into the air. Without any hesitation, he used all his strength to slam the weapon down. That powerful strike left Qin Xiong and the examiners momentarily stunned. They couldn't help but exclaim, Could it be? His white ape's soaring phoenix mace has already reached the realm of lesser insight. Cao Yan's face showed clear satisfaction with Liuyan's outstanding performance. After the demonstration was complete, the East Street shopkeeper couldn't sit still, jumping to his feet and slamming his hand on the table. His face filled with astonishment, he asked, Lesser mastery? Cao Yan, sitting beside him, added, It's not just lesser mastery. Even though his chi and blood are insufficient, his technique has already reached that realm. Furthermore, he has comprehended the 3 external harmonies. Seeing Qin Xiong blocking his view, Wang Ding shouted loudly, Qin Xiong, get out of the way! Don't stand there blocking the view! Hearing this, Qin Xiong was startled and reluctantly shuffled to the side, trembling, thinking to himself, Impossible! I checked his bones before. They were below average. To reach lesser mastery in just 4 months. Even someone with a superior grade foundation would find that difficult. Meanwhile, Liuyan continued his performance for all to see, filled with pride. The fatty exclaimed, Excellent! Liuyan looked smugly at the mace in his hand, thinking to himself, just a little more practice. My white ape's flying mace technique will definitely reach initial mastery. And right at that moment, the mace in his hand suddenly slipped from his control, flying straight towards Ngu Kui. Liuyan cried out in alarm, This is bad! In that critical instant, Tan Hung lunged forward as fast as lightning, decisively grabbing the mace handle just in time to prevent the accident. Everyone was left in awe by Tan Hung's incredible display of power. Le Huyen smiled smugly, looking at Tan Hung and thinking to himself, "You didn't expect this, did you, Tan Hung? I, a master of the Tao, am not to be trifled with." As he observed the entire situation from above, Duongdong stepped forward and asked, "After more than 4 months of martial arts training, you've not only grasped the outer 3 harmonies, but have nearly mastered the breathing technique. Very good. What's your name, kid?" Before Le Huyen could answer, Fatty quickly jumped in. "Le Huyen. His name is Le Huyen. I'm the one who taught him that breathing method." After a moment of thought, he continued his praise. "Head manager, this boy's talent is exceptional, and his foundation is not bad either. He might just be the best in this round of assessments." Curious about the praise, Tao Diem asked, "What do the 3 managers think?" After a moment of silence, Wang Din spoke up. "Indeed, his talent is astonishing, but the inner court is crowded and it's hard for the 2 managers to split their attention. Guard Tan, you will be in charge of his training." Hearing this, Tan Hung quickly replied, "I will obey the manager's orders. That old man is no good." Le Huyen thought, his heart filled with unease. To be with Tan Hung right from the start? I don't understand the relationship between them. While he was hesitating, Tao Diem asked directly, "And what about you? Do you want to become Guard Tan's disciple? Or enter the inner court?" Le Huyen hurriedly bowed his head and replied, "I wish to enter the inner court, sir." After some deliberation, Duongdong made his decision. "I will have senior brother Nak bring the cultivation manual to your residence. 7 days from now, I will personally test you." Le Huyen bowed his head obediently. "Thank you, master." Realizing they were short on time, Duongdong quickly turned and ordered, "All right, this won't do. The rest of you continue the assessment. Le Huyen, you go and have your aptitude tested first." Standing behind Le Huyen nodded and replied, "Understood." As Duongdong left, Tan Hung slowly raised his head, a strange look in his eyes as he watched his departing figure. Time passed and evening fell. In the forge, muscular blacksmiths were still hard at work forging weapons. After examining Le Huyen's hands, the elder smiled and praised, "Not bad." Below average, Le Huyen thought to himself. This old man's strength is truly impressive. Hearing the praise about Le Huyen's ability, Ngu Kui breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, it's just lower mid-tier." Curious, Le Huyen asked, "Sir, how is this aptitude assessed? What's considered good and what's considered bad?" The elder picked up his teacup and explained slowly, "A person's constitution, much like a horse's build, is judged based on our ancestors' experience and observation." After a moment of thought, the elder proposed, "Kid, do you want to join our forge? The white ape gallops, the phoenix soars, you'll only improve quickly by striking the iron." Le Huyen chuckled and replied, "I'd like to visit the warehouse first before I decide if that's all right." He thought to himself, "Soldier Head 6 is ringing. The warehouse must have something good. If I join the forge, buying materials will also be cheaper." Hearing Le Huyen's refusal, the elder sighed. "If you've already decided, then I suppose I can let you have a look. Come, I'll help you pick out a good mace." But when he saw the elder and Le Huyen leaving, Ngu Kui trembled with anger. "So what if you're number 1? Your aptitude is still no match for mine. As long as I train hard, I will definitely surpass you." The elder walked up to the guards, who were surprised. "Old Zhang," he ordered, "take this kid to pick a good mace. Register him under the name Le Huyen." His subordinates nodded. "Understood." The massive doors slowly swung open to welcome the two. Le Huyen was surprised by the guard's attitude. The reaction from Soldier Head 6 is so strong. "Follow me," old Zhang reminded him. Le Huyen hurriedly followed. "Yes, sir." Stepping into the vast space, old Zhang explained, "Those are the azure water saber and the blue steel sword, the 2 most famous weapons from our forge here in Hidden Dragon Mansion." Le Huyen smiled. This place must have graded weapons, and not just one, he thought, as the old man gently explained. "This jade saber was forged by the old master himself back in the day. There are only a few left. This blade is incredibly sharp. If you're not careful, you'll lose a finger." Then he pulled a strange sword from a large cabinet. Before he could understand what was happening, old Zhang ran his fingertip along the blade. A few drops of blood fell. "A fine blade." While Le Huyen was still stunned, old Zhang smiled and explained, "Do you understand what makes a fine blade? The best weapon handlers in this world are not swordsmen or saber masters, but blacksmiths like us. I forged every single inch of the pattern on this blade." A new system notification appeared. Jade Saber, Tier 1. created by a determined blacksmith who used 100 refined mixed steel and cold iron just to forge a weapon so sharp it can slice a falling hair and kill without leaving a trace of blood. It is considered a formidable weapon. Requirement for use: an experienced blacksmith who has reached minor mastery in any type of saber technique. 4 effects when used. Saber mastery emits sharp streams of energy and enhances beginner blacksmithing skills. Liuyan stared at the sword in front of him. His heart was filled with astonishment. A first-tier white-grade sword with 3 different effects. It really makes me want to use it right now. After putting the sword away, old Zhang turned to look at him, his voice full of confidence. With your talent, if you study under me, you'll soon be forging sharp weapons just like this one, Liuyan asked in surprise. Old Zhang, where is that mace you mentioned? As if suddenly remembering something, old Zhang pointed ahead. It's over there. The more Liuyan thought about it, the more confused he felt. Did you lead me all around the warehouse just to show off that jade saber to me? Old Zhang then urged him to go and pick one. While Liuyan was staring intently at the giant hammers, old Zhang said, as if both casually and deliberately, some of these hammers were recently forged, while others were left behind by former apprentices. Among them, one belongs to me. If you happen to choose it, I'll give it to you. Liuyan picked up a hammer and immediately realized this is the one. What luck! A Tier 2 hammer with 4 different effects. The system also displayed the details. Tier 2 Grandmaster's hammer tempered by fire for many years has struck 10,000 types of iron. It was originally just ordinary iron, but it gradually developed a spiritual nature. Requirement for use: minor mastery in the forging technique. It has 4 effects when using the White Ape's Flying Phoenix hammer technique at the perfection level. Proficient with 100 types of weapons, forging technique at the grand perfection level, and a natural affinity for weapons. But while Liuyan was celebrating, old Zhang's gaze grew suspicious. How did you manage to choose that one? Liuyan, flustered, explained. I just felt that it suited me. After weighing it, it felt right in my hand, so I picked it. Could it be? This is really your hammer, sir? What a coincidence. Old Zhang burst out laughing. Yes, what a coincidence. Perhaps there's some fate between us. Out of so many hammers, you picked this exact one. Our fateful connection must not be a shallow one. Seizing the opportunity, Liuyan quickly bowed. If we are so fated. If you wouldn't mind, sir, this young man is willing to learn the art of forging from you. Old Zhang looked pleased. You're a smart kid. So what do you plan on calling me from now on? Liuyan's eyes lit up. You agree, sir? Old Zhang was also having his own thoughts. Looking at this hammer, one could see that old Zhang's craftsmanship was likely the best in this smithy. Becoming his disciple will help me advance quickly. Old Zhang turned to leave, not forgetting to add, since we are so fated, teaching you a thing or two is nothing. This old man has lived for many years. It would be a waste not to pass on my skills. The more he thought about it, the more old Zhang felt that Liuyan was a potential student with good talent and a quick mind. To meet a good seed like you at my age is truly fortunate. Liuyan nodded, his heart filled with joy. Thank you for your high praise, sir. Old Zhang gently helped Liuyan up, smiling warmly as he said, Rise, my excellent disciple. After following his master into the armory, Liuyan kept his head bowed respectfully and replied, Yes, master. The two continued their tour of the armory. Old Zhang walked ahead, explaining as he went, Starting this year, the smithy will be expanded. Liuyan asked in surprise. Expanded? Old Zhang then asked, Do you know of Divine Weapon Valley? Liuyan's eyes widened as he replied, Yes, I have heard of it. He thought to himself, Not only have I heard of it, I even learned the Great Army-Crushing Hammer, one of their 5 great secret arts. Old Zhang slowly explained, Divine Weapon Valley is the great sect of Zhejiang Prefecture with a heritage of over 1,000 years. Here they are, literally, the sky. Liuyan couldn't help but be astonished. Doesn't the imperial court manage them? Old Zhang replied. The generals of more than 10 counties in Zhejiang Prefecture all come from Divine Weapon Valley. Even the imperial court cannot control them. All of the shop's recent activities are related to Divine Weapon Valley. Liuyan's jaw dropped. He wondered to himself, is this even a sect anymore? Even emperors and marquises can't be this domineering. Old Zhang paused for a moment, turned around, and continued. Next spring, Divine Weapon Valley will open its mountain gates to welcome everyone regardless of their background. Do you understand what I'm saying, my boy? It wasn't until late at night that Liuyan left the armory, lost in thought as he walked. Tan Xiong must have known about this long ago, which is why he brought Niu Gui into the inner court. If I had delayed entering the inner court back then, I might have missed this opportunity. Therefore, before the mountain gates open, I must upgrade my level 6 weapon mastery. Just then he ran into Fatty Sun. With a wild boar's head in one hand and a large rooster in the other, he said loudly, "Little Uyen, you're back! Tonight I'll show you my skills." Le Uyen bowed slightly with a bright smile and replied, "Thank you for your generosity, head chef." He felt happy inside. This was the first time the head chef had been so kind to him. Fatty Sun sighed, looked at Le Uyen with a squinty smile and said, "Don't call me head chef anymore, call me Sun Hao. If you're willing, just call me Brother Sun." Le Uyen immediately ran after him enthusiastically, saying, "Okay, Brother Sun, let me give you a hand." While they were cooking, Fatty Sun was butchering the chicken and chatting. "Have you heard about Divine Weapon Valley yet, brother? If you can join Divine Weapon Valley, that would be like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. In the future, if you need any help, just say the word. I, Sun, will absolutely not refuse." Le Uyen deftly chopped some green onions. He hesitated and said, "Well then, could you help me get the golden sword and the living iron? I have the money right here." Fatty Sun turned back in shock and asked, "Where did you get the money to buy gold?" Le Uyen calmly replied, "I earned it one way or another. You just need to tell me if you'll help or not." A determined look flashed in Fatty Sun's eyes. He nodded in agreement. "Of course I'll help." A few days later, the snow had stopped falling and the weather was gradually warming up. Tan Xiong met with Chu Da at a tavern and asked impatiently, "Brother Q, it's been several days. Is there still no clue about that thief?" Kyodat sipped his wine and replied, "Nianjiu still hasn't been caught. The yamen is severely understaffed, so we can't expect much for the time being. I hope you can understand, Brother Tan." Then he slammed his wine cup down on the table. "I've had 2 of my brothers staking out this place for 10 days straight. Magistrate Luo is getting impatient over this and has ordered them to go back and arrest Nianjiu." Tan Xiong questioned, "Why not investigate Le Uyen? He also had financial dealings with Qian Bao, and his martial arts are good enough. He's a suspect too, isn't he?" Chiodat crossed his arms and explained, "Although Zhang Bi hasn't achieved internal energy, he's built up quite a network over his years as a blacksmith. Even you don't want to provoke him, so how would I dare? Don't forget my uncle's dragon-following saber troop has their weapons repaired by Zhang Bi." Just then, one of Q.'s guards ran up reporting, "A brother said that 2 days ago someone came to pawn some clothes. Wanger, that fool from the street ahead, pawned a silver note worth 100 liang for 93 liang, but he's dead now." Tan Xiong's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What?" Chu-Dot gave a faint, cynical smile. "This criminal is quite meticulous, isn't he? He even hired a fool. This lead died right along with him. Now that the lead is gone, my hands are tied. I've already reassigned those brothers. My condolences, Brother Tan." Tan Xiong glanced at the person behind him. "And what about you? Have you found anything yet?" The man hesitated. "Brother-in-law, that Li Yuyen fellow stays in the forge all day. He does nothing but forge iron. He probably doesn't have the guts to do something like that, right?" After hearing this, Tan Xiong had no reason to stay any longer. He and his subordinate bowed to Chiodot and prepared to leave. "In that case, I won't trouble you any further today, Brother Q." As the 2 men stepped over the threshold, Chiodot muttered softly, "Strong on the outside but weak on the inside. If that thuggish nature of his doesn't change, even if he masters internal energy, he'll still be nothing more than a thug." After seeing his guests off, he sat down and poured himself a drink. Suddenly, a guard rushed in with a panicked look on his face. "Head Constable Q, the chopping saber Wu Zhen is here again. He's standing in front of the yamen today saying he wishes to request an audience with you, sir." Q-Dat tilted his head back, drained his cup, and wondered in a hoarse voice, "Wu Zhen? Nianju? Could he still be in the city?" In an instant, he slammed the cup down on the table, his face turning grim. "Let's go." Meanwhile, at the forge, Li Yuyen was secretly up to something. He snuck into the forge, looked at the pile of scrap iron on the ground, and thought to himself, "Brother Sun is truly a capable person. He's my rock. I can't delay this any longer." Wasting no more time, Li Yuyen immediately channeled his spiritual power. A stone platform with a yin-yang symbol appeared, and in the center were the weapons he had painstakingly selected. Tier 2 Weapons Master Li Yuyen. Number of controllable weapons 2. A golden ray of light shot up, illuminating the surrounding space as Li Yuyen cheered with excitement. Tier 2, finally. Now I can control a master tier weapon. Looking at the mace, he was a bit puzzled. Is this the hidden attribute of a Tier 2 upgrade? It looks much more convenient. Li Yuyen smiled, his heart filled with hope. Who knows, there might be other good things in store. Then he picked up the two maces, one in his hand. The other he slung over his shoulder, using both at the same time. When he realized he could indeed handle the two maces proficiently, his eyes shone like stars, his heart filled with joy. Success, he thought smugly to himself. It feels like I've been forging for 15 years. No wonder the difference between tiers is so huge. A moment later, Fatty Sun's voice came from outside. Uyenzi, I just came back from the inner courtyard. Brother-in-law is very pleased with you. Didn't I teach you a striking technique before? Luoyan hurriedly ran out. Master Brother Q gave me a secret manual for a striking technique. But Fatty Sun was trembling, clutching his chest, struggling to speak. Judging by your expression, don't tell me you haven't started practicing yet, and I just praised you as a rare talent. Don't you dare. Lei Yen scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I've studied it. I have, he said earnestly to Fatty Sun. Watch this, brother. Seeing him just starting to read the book and practice his breathing, Fatty Sun smacked him hard on the head, groaning with a grimace. A striking technique is a method of channeling chi and blood. It's much harder than breathing techniques. How will you ever be ready in time if you're only starting now? Fatty Sun slung a mace over his shoulder, stomped his foot repeatedly on the stone floor, and said loudly, No forging today, I'll teach you myself. Luoyan stood to one side, calmly flipping through the pages of the book. He replied calmly, Don't rush, brother. Let me take a look first. This doesn't seem too difficult. Hearing this, Fatty Sun looked at him with suspicion. Not difficult. Do you have any idea how long I practiced this striking technique? I trained for so long on that one, only 3 days. Before he could finish, Luoyan forcefully kicked the mace up from the ground. He moved with fluid grace, his swings with the mace so decisive and masterful it was as if he were dancing with it. Fatty Sun stood frozen like a statue, his eyes wide and his jaw dropped, unable to believe what he was witnessing. How could he have learned this striking technique? It took me 3 whole years back then. His hand went limp, and his mace fell to the ground with a loud clang, while he himself just stared dumbly as Luoyan performed the technique. Fatty Sun was completely rigid, sweat pouring down his face. He couldn't help but praise Luoyan in his heart. I've met many disciples with good aptitude and high talent, but this kid's talent is just too exceptional. At this thought, he felt a wave of inferiority and mumbled, My 35 years of hard training can't even compare to a few of your months. You and I both have below-average aptitude. So why is the gap in our talent so vast? Luoyan walked over to his side, patted him lightly on the shoulder, and said in a cheerful voice, Although I've mastered the outer 3 harmonies, I still need the master's guidance for the inner 3 harmonies. Hearing this, Fatty Sun looked annoyed, moved closer, and asked, You've already reached the inner 3 harmonies. A freak is a freak. Luoyan quickly avoided his scrutinizing gaze, covering his mouth and whispering, I think I might have said too much. At that very moment, Tan Hung suddenly spoke up, his voice cold. Luoyan, come here for a moment. Hearing that tone, Luoyan knew immediately that something was wrong. Fatty Tan saw him still standing there and urged, Go on, go. Luoyan could only pout and answer yes before following Tan Hung. The two of them walked deeper into the courtyard. As soon as he entered the yard, Luoyan saw a group of men holding heavy weapons. They were struggling to hold their stances, each of them panting and trembling. He glanced over to a corner where 2 men, one standing respectfully and the other sitting on a wooden chair, were talking. Seeing the unfamiliar figure, Luoyan couldn't help but wonder, who's that talking to the 2 foremen? The white-haired man standing respectfully was the Skull Reaper Vu Chan. Tan Hung walked up and bowed reverently. The 2 foremen beside him did the same, but their expressions were a little displeased. This old geezer never shows his face in the inner courtyard. Why did we have to run into him today? Duongdong turned to look at Vu Chan, unable to hold back. He asked, Shouldn't the Skull Reaper be out catching criminals for the court? What are you doing at my forge? The 2 across from him heard this title. They both flinched. The Skull Reaper. The legendary bounty hunter. Vu Chan gave a small, honest smile and replied, I came here only to ask this young brother a few questions. Luoyan glanced over, guessing to himself, Looking for me? Then this must be about the 6 union shoes. Duongdong's face was expressionless, but his words carried a clear tone of reproach that made Tan Hung jump. The Skull Reaper is not an official of the court, yet you barge in here? Like this. Do you have any respect for our forge at all? The north wind blew across the snow-covered courtyard roof. Wuchan looked at Lei Uyen, a meaningful smile still lingering on his lips. He clasped his hands in a formal bow, his attitude now more solemn. "Brother Duong, you misunderstand. I had no such intention. I merely ran into Guard Tan at the gate, and it was only at his suggestion that I had him lead me here." Tan Hung, standing beside him, also bowed slightly and added, "Brother Vu is here tracking a murderer. Since my weapon forge is in this city, we should all help each other out. I hope old Master Duong will not blame us." After hearing this, Duongdong flatly uttered one sentence, "So that's how it is." He turned to Le Uyen and asked, "Did you hear that clearly?" Le Uyen answered politely, "I understand." Le Uyen then turned, clasped his hands respectfully, and asked, "May I ask what the great hero wishes to inquire about?" Wuchan smiled lightly and stated his purpose directly. "I dare not accept the title of Great Hero. Half a year ago, I posted a notice in Trap Dragon Prefecture for the capture of the lone bandit Nianju. After chasing him to Gaoliu, I lost his trail. For the 3 months before the new year, I scoured all the neighboring towns and villages, so I'm certain he is still hiding in Gaoliu County. If he didn't flee to Fachiel Mountain or Jade Water Lake after the murder, he should still be in the city now." When he mentioned the man's name, Wuchan's voice became cold and menacing. "Nianju was born in the Heavenly Army Grotto, a heretic. He is now wandering around here. He has even put the Masters of Divine Weapon Valley on alert. If we don't capture him, I fear he will cause even more disasters. Young brother, from what I know..." "You were the last person to see Nianju's victim. Did you buy anything from his stall?" Li Yuyan recalled the person Wu Chan mentioned and answered honestly without hiding anything. "Liu San reporting to the young hero the day before Liu San was killed, I did indeed buy spices from his stall. But it was only spices." Seeing Le Uyen bow with every other word, Wu Chan quickly reached out to stop him. "Young brother, there's no need to be so polite." As Wu Chan touched him, Le Uyen suddenly felt dizzy. His whole body swayed unsteadily. "This is hypnosis!" At that moment, Le Uyen's face became vacant, but inside his mind was screaming, "This man looks kind, but his heart is dark." I'm afraid he made his move before even asking the first question. "How dangerous?" Wu Chan began his interrogation. "Is that so? You only bought spices?" Le Uyen scratched his head and answered honestly, I also bought half a catty of pork." Seeing this, Duong Dong immediately frowned in anger and shouted, "Wu Chan!" Wu Chan instantly stopped the hypnosis. Li Yuyan came to his senses and asked in a daze, "Huh? What just happened to me?" Duong Dong suddenly charged at Wu Chan with his spear. Wu Chan quickly retreated to dodge the blow, then swung his blade in a counterattack. A ear-piercing clash of metal rang out. Wu Chan was pushed back. He had to pour strength into his legs to keep his balance. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Wu Chan clasped his fist and bowed his head in defeat. "What a fine spear, what fine technique." Le Uyen looked toward him wondering. "Is that internal energy?" Wu Chan looked up and exclaimed in admiration, "The green snake spear is truly magnificent." Duong Dong calmly replied, "The 5 venoms. Jade Blade lives up to its name. I was truly rude. I apologize. Capturing the murderer is a matter of great importance. Please forgive me, brother Duong." After that, he turned and left. Tan Hung took a step forward, about to say something, "Old Master Duong," but Duong Dong didn't give him the chance. He turned back towards the residence, instructing as he walked, "Bring Lei Yuyan inside. The rest of you are dismissed." Whispers erupted behind him. 5 venoms Jade Blade. Yeah, right. He couldn't even block a single strike. The green snake spear is the real deal. Master is so powerful, and that guy is the Skull Reaper. What a joke of a great hero. He spat and walked into the residence. Yun Tan asked worriedly, "Master, are you all right?" Tang Dong looked at his trembling hand, sighed, and replied, "The 5 poison jade saber. Ahem, to be more precise, it's the 5 poison human worm. My entire body is poisoned. I nearly died. The poison cleansing pill, combined with my internal energy, can expel the toxin, but it will take 2 to 3 months to fully recover. The poison is now manifesting as visible veins. They were green on the palm of his hand, looking like they were about to burst." Suddenly, Tang Dong clenched his fist, shattering the crystalline layer of poison. Yun Tan was puzzled. Wu Zhen had already decided to leave. Why did you have to do that? As drops of the poison fell, Tang Dong's eyes burned red with hatred. If that bastard had just left like that, this old man, even in death, would have been too ashamed to face your grandmaster in the afterlife. In this Jianghu, sometimes you must run, sometimes you must walk, and sometimes you have no choice but to retreat. Remember what happened today. You will face this yourself in the future. Le Yuan nodded solemnly. This disciple will remember. He thought to himself, if I hadn't held firm just now and revealed anything about the Du Sha Chui Forget Wu Zhen, even the Divine Weapon Valley would have killed me. Yun Tan then asked his master again, what was that martial art Wu Zhen was using? It looked so bizarre. Tang Dong sighed. That was the soul bewitching art. Calling it a martial art is a stretch. It's actually a specially crafted hallucinogen, colorless, odorless, and very hard to defend against. However, if your mind is firm, you won't be affected by it. He glanced at Le Yuan, who became flustered. With your background, having known so much suffering, why is your mind still so weak? You disappoint me. After saying that, he sat down to meditate and ordered, that's all. You two can go rest now. At the forge, old Zhang picked up the sword Le Yuan had made to inspect it. Not bad at all. It's got 30% of the edge of a spirit weapon. The only difference is the material. He chuckled to himself. It was worth it sending Tan Heng away. Meanwhile, Le Yuan and Sun Banzi were training with hammers. Le Yuan said in surprise, Tan Heng was reassigned to the punishment mountain. Sun Banzi laughed. Yep, the head manager returned yesterday and heard about what happened with Wu Zhen. He gave Tan Heng a huge lecture and then sent him packing. He hefted his hammer, hopping around. If it had been anyone else he'd chased off, he wouldn't have gotten away with just a reassignment. Le Yuan changed the subject. Brother, are you going to the Gaoliu temple tomorrow? Panting, Sun Banzi leaned on the handle of his hammer. Nope. I've got to train. You're improving so fast that my brother-in-law chewed me out for it. Le Yuan laughed and waved his hand. All right, then, you keep at it. I'm heading back to clean up and wash. Back in his room, Le Yuan shut the door firmly and quickly took out a brightly gleaming sword. The system displayed its information. Jade Saber, first stage. A sharp, long saber. First forged by Weapon Master 1. Control condition none. Control effect cannot cut through water. Le Yuan stroked the blade and sighed. It's nothing compared to the Jade Saber's master left behind. The gap in forging skill is just too wide. Sitting on his bed, he thought, I still have so much to learn. My forging technique has to get better, and I can't neglect the Du Sha Chui either. Top-tier martial arts are truly hard to master. The final two forms of the Du Sha Chui are incredibly difficult. He pressed his lips together, feeling frustrated. But I've at least grasped the first killing move, Bingji. I wonder if I could challenge Tan Heng now. I really want to give it a try. Night fell, and the streets glowed with lanterns bustling with crowds. Le Yuan merged with the throng of people, walking with excitement as his sixth weapon mastery vibrated intensely. There are so many good weapons on these streets that I'd love to own. Just then, a group of brawny men carrying a large cloth-draped statue made their way through. People quickly cleared a path on both sides. Standing at the back of the crowd, Le Yuan looked up. What a big procession, he thought. If I could just get the treasure from that divine altar and feed it to my sixth weapon mastery, that would be amazing. People on either side of the road were kneeling and bowing in prayer. Please, Bodhisattva, protect our Gaoliu County, grant us favorable weather and an abundant harvest. The devout men and women bowed reverently, pushing and shoving to stuff coins into a wooden coffer, which was being carried by the man leading the procession. Le Yuan mumbled to himself, I wonder which bodhisattva that is. A gust of wind blew the covering cloth away. A dazzling light from the statue blinded him for a moment. The bodhisattva was carved with innumerable eyes, making Le Yuan shudder. No wonder they call it the thousand-hand bodhisattva. I think I have trypophobia. The system chimed in, stone statue of the thousand-eye bodhisattva. Second stage. Forged from azure essence stone and spirit still clay. It is slowly gaining life through the worship of the people. The spirit clay under the statue's eyes can form blood pills. Usage condition requires the first level of the divine worship technique. Control effect, God-worshipping art, first introductory level. Effectiveness induces mental disorder? Le Yuan was stunned. Second stage. A divine statue counts as a weapon that's kind of heretical. He grimaced and turned away. It's certainly eye-catching, but this whole thing is probably more trouble than it's worth. Better to stay away. Le Yuan strolled past the weapon stalls, his gaze sweeping over every item. Whether it was the wares on display or the weapons carried by people passing by, everything was utterly unremarkable. All first stage, but I guess that's to be expected. Second stage weapons are incredibly expensive. There's no way a normal person could afford one. He stopped in front of a newly posted bulletin. A clear portrait of Nianju was on it, part of a wanted poster. The bounty on him has gone up that much again, he mused to himself. A moment later, Lei Yuan joined a crowd of people heading toward a temple. He looked forward, his lips silently forming the words, the Kangshan Temple. Just then, a procession carrying another divine statue passed by. Lei Yuan wondered, could this statue be a weapon too? The system immediately brought up its information, Xitigarbha God. As statue, second stage, created by a master craftsman from Kang Hong Stone and Chibi Sand. After years of worship, the statue has slowly developed a strange spiritual essence. The Kang Hong Stone can be used to forge weapons, and the Chibi Sand can be used in alchemy. Usage condition: missing a hand, effect: enchants the hearts of people, calms the mind and spirit. Xitigarbha Heart Sutra. First level. Lei Yuan stood motionless, his eyes following the procession as it went by. He thought to himself, another long one, when a sudden suspicion flashed in his mind. Could it be that all the other statues are like this as well? Is someone raising them? A normal wealthy family certainly wouldn't have the means. It could only be the extremely rich or the imperial court. Just then, an old man with a white beard and hair, who was blindfolded, bumped right into him and asked, "Young friend, would you like to have your fortune told?" Liuyan smiled, thinking to himself, a fellow practitioner. He clasped his hands together and replied, "Taoist master, is your next sentence going to be that I'm about to face a bloody disaster? The work of you reapers is quite varied, huh?" "As expected of a talent from the blacksmith shop, my judgment is spot on," he said. "You've been following me for a while, haven't you?" Immediately, the old man's companions came over and surrounded him. The blind old man bowed his head in greeting and introduced himself. "I am Trong Fong Vian, a reaper of Dragonfall Manor. And so are these people. It's not exactly following. We just wanted to gather some information. For more than half a year, my brothers and I have pursued him for thousands of miles. It truly hasn't been easy. I hope you can understand, young brother." Liuyan put on an innocent act and replied, "About that Nianju fellow. What exactly does he look like? I don't know either. If you're looking to me for information, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong person." One of the men spoke up. "Young brother, we want to know what exactly Chu Da and Wu Zhen asked you when they were looking for him." He answered honestly, "Nianju has only appeared twice in the city. One time was to kill Liu Jili, his neighbor, and a muscular owner of a small spice stall next door was an impatient man, couldn't take it anymore." "Boss, why are you wasting words on him? I say we rough him up a bit. This punk will only talk after he's shed some blood." The blind man just said calmly, "Wu Zhen did ask him. There's no mistake. It's just that you said one thing right, young brother." They then turned and left immediately. Before leaving, the blind old man reminded him, "A bloody disaster is definitely coming. You should be careful." They gradually receded, disappearing into the crowd, leaving him standing there. Liuyan thought to himself, is it about that torn shoe? That night during a heavy rain, he stealthily stuffed a rock into the torn shoe he had found. Then he threw it directly into the yamen. A guard's voice cried out, "Who the hell dares to throw rocks at me?" But right after, they discovered it was just a torn shoe, while Liuyan had already made a quick getaway. As he ran, he calculated to himself, "Nianju is a hidden threat. I can't just hope he dies in the manhunt. First, I need to reach the grand completion stage. Then master the solar union technique to forge internal energy. If I can persevere until I join Divine Weapon Valley, all these hidden dangers will be no problem." His heart filled with determination. "I have to get stronger." Inside the yamen, someone brought the torn shoe and reported, "Head Constable Q. This is a top-grade 6-layered shoe. Judging by the style, it's from Dragonfall Manor. What's more, there's something under the sole." They slowly checked under the shoe and found a note. It said that this torn shoe was all that was needed to lure out Nianju. This greatly surprised Head Constable Q. But damn, who wrote this? The handwriting is terrible. The thief's technique was very precise, to hit me on the back of the neck from outside the wall through a curtain of rain. He must be no ordinary person. How could a single shoe possibly lure out Nianju unless... He quickly flipped over the sole, but there was nothing there. He then speculated, 6-layered shoes are known for being very durable. All 6 layers are sewn into one. Not a single one can be missing. It's possible there was originally a piece of paper under the sole, but the thief already took it. Another constable guessed. Could it be that Nianju hasn't left because of this thing? The thief threw the shoe and hit your head, sir. Could he be trying to use us to get rid of a menace? However, once we catch Nianju, Do you think we'll have any trouble finding out who this thief is? I'm gonna personally bash his head in to avenge this humiliation. The next day in the bustling market, people were whispering amongst themselves. Did that thief break into the yamen last night to steal something? I heard from Xiaoju, who works as a runner there, that the thief didn't steal any valuables or money. He came to deliver evidence. They say it was a tattered 6-layered shoe that Head Constable Q had found somewhere. As soon as Nianju heard this, his eyes filled with killing intent. His target was Chioda. At the same time, at the blacksmith shop, the elder had brought Head Constable Q over. He announced to the apprentices, "Today, Head Constable Q has come to borrow some men to search for the heavily injured Nianju, who is willing to go. Regardless of whether you catch him or not, you will receive 1 tael of silver. If you catch him, each person will receive 3 taels. The Imperial Court will provide half, and the shop will provide the other half." Some of the men sighed to themselves. Only 3 taels of silver to risk our lives. That's not even enough for funeral expenses. Head Constable Kyo spoke up. "The county magistrate has ordered that each establishment must send at least 10 men. The elder immediately gave the order, "Vantan, you will lead Ngo Min Liu Than and Dien Din." He turned to Liu Yin. "You go as well. What's the point of staying cooped up for months without going out?" Liu shouted, "Yes, sir!" His hands were itching for a fight anyway. After finishing his business, Head Constable Q clasped his hands to bid farewell to the 3 managers. "I still have to go to other establishments to borrow men, so I'll take my leave." At that moment, the 3 managers sitting below were completely silent, which made him shout loudly, "What's wrong? None of you want to go model?" Vantan clasped his hands and spoke up. "Master, the rest of us will be fine, but junior brother Lei has only been learning martial arts for 7 to 8 months. Isn't it a bit too early for him to go out and gain real-world experience?" The elder's face darkened as he drilled it into them. "What's early? What's late? Later, when you're roaming the martial world, will your enemies spare your life just because you're new? Practicing martial arts has never been about just training hard in isolation. You can't master combat just by fighting wooden dummies. To practice martial arts, you need guts." He suddenly roared, startling everyone. "That madman Nianju failed his ambush on Kyoda. Kyoda pierced his heart and lungs with a single blow. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he's nothing more than a dying tiger. Plus, we'll be here to back you up. What are you all afraid of?" Then he carefully reminded Tanvan to look after their junior brother. "Liu Yan has only just started training. You all take good care of him." After that, they went to the armory to choose their weapons. He picked up a weapon that felt right in his hand, a long-handled golden mace. Forged from golden crow and winter copper alloy, it was large and heavy. Usage requirement, elementary mastery of the mace and axe technique. Effects when used. Roots to the ground, large and heavy. Breaks body hardening and armor. He thought to himself, "This feels very different from a forging hammer, but it suits the combat style of the mace and axe technique." After choosing their weapons, they were ready to set off. At Fahu Mountain, Tanvan took the lead, reminding everyone, "Don't be reckless, don't stray too far, and remember to be out of here before dark." Leaving one person behind to watch the master's horses, the group split up to search. But they found no sign of Nianju. They had to scour these small mountains before nightfall. Suddenly, the loud sounds of a fight erupted ahead. He thought to himself, "Did they find him that quickly?" By this point, Nianju had already killed many people, their corpses scattered about. But he too was severely injured. One of his arms had been slashed, and he collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, having broken through the encirclement. He didn't forget to curse, "Wuchan Qiolong and that damned constable. I'll kill you all." Just as he finished speaking, several more people rushed in to hunt him down, yelling, "He's over here! There's a big reward for whoever catches him!" But then all they heard were terrified screams. Liu Yan's group began to panic. Tanvan commanded, "Everyone spread out and find cover, protect yourselves." The moment he finished speaking, it was every man for himself as they scattered. He quickly hid behind a large tree. Immediately after, he heard more agonizing screams and the sickening sounds of impact. Obviously, more people had died. He thought to himself, knowing Nianju's methods, "These guys still had time to send a signal. It seems he really is seriously injured. Maybe. But still, it's best to be cautious." Liu Yan carefully crept into a dense bush. Right in front of him was a corpse. He suddenly dropped to the ground face down when he noticed someone approaching. It turned out to be a guy taking the opportunity to loot money from the body. But before the looter could do anything, a fat old man rushed in and punched him square in the face. He immediately recognized him. "Isn't that Taoist Juo the guy I met a few days ago?" After collecting his loot, the old man was delighted. Not a bad haul this time. Suddenly he charged straight towards him as if he'd sensed him there only to get a mace straight to the face from Liu Yin, sending him crashing to the ground to eat dirt. He quickly snatched the man's money pouch, stomped a foot hard on his head, and then dashed away. Before the guy could even realize who his opponent was, the man could only clutch his head and scream in pain. That was so thrilling, he thought. I reckon that's more than 20 taels of silver. Getting money this way is so fast, why would I suffer as a blacksmith? This young master even used talismans. With the power of the great elephant hammer and the scythe blade, I was confident I could take him down even in a head-on fight if the first strike didn't work. If that didn't work, then there's no justice in this world. Last time you threatened me with your blade. Today, this young master considers it revenge? He quickly put the money pouch away. Now it's time to deal with Nianju. By now, his whole body was covered in wounds, but he was still talking tough. I won't accept this. I'll definitely kill you all. A leader directed his henchmen, quick hunt him down in that direction. As they ran off, only one person was left behind. The young man didn't know danger was approaching. Nianju, his eyes blood red, lunged down from a tree. In the blink of an eye, the man's life was gone. Surprisingly, a masked man nearby showed no concern at all. He spoke up. The body-hardening technique of the Urkian cavern is truly impressive. To be injured this badly, and still have the strength to struggle. He approached, mocking him. It's a shame. Your body hardening is good, but you're a piece of trash. If I hadn't covered for you from Qulong, he would have killed you long ago, Nianqiu replied, annoyed. So you were the one who lured Qulong's group away earlier. You're wearing a mask? Do we know each other? Or are you from Gaoliu County? So there's a mole in the magistrate's office, too. The man mysteriously reminded him, I'm helping you this time. You'll have to repay me later. Remember that. He moved like lightning and departed. You should go. I'll take care of Qulong. As he spoke, he also tossed Nianju a vial of healing elixir, leaving him confused. How exactly do you want me to repay this debt? The man's figure had already vanished, leaving only a single sentence behind, I'll find you again later. Nianqiu speculated. In Gaoliu County, there are quite a few martial artists with inner energy, but only 2 with inner fortitude. Chaoyan. Or could it be that Taoist Zhuo from out of town? When he opened the vial of elixir, he found it was a high-grade origin replenishing pill. At that moment, killing intent surged within him. He no longer wanted to leave. He wanted to kill everyone who had hunted him. A moment later, the anguished cries of a group of people being sent flying could be heard. He's here! Even the blind Taoist Zhuo was sent flying into a tree trunk, spitting up fresh blood as he lay sprawled on the ground. Nianju slowly approached. You thought you could catch me with a bunch of trash like you. From a distance, he secretly watched, wondering how he could still be so strong despite being so badly injured. He saw him pull a dagger from his chest, and the wound healed with ease. This alarmed him a little. This guy's technique is terrifying. Ninju seemed to have spotted him and yelled, You little rat from the blacksmith shop! Get out here now! At this point, Le Yuyan had no choice but to act. He swung his mace straight at him but couldn't land a hit. Nianjiu recognized it with alarm. The white ape mace. Great mastery of the mace technique. He sneered and shouted, You haven't even mastered your internal energy yet. You dare to face me. You're asking to die. He unleashed countless strikes, but they were all blocked. With a grunt, the man threw a punch straight at his mace. But the man's hand was instantly broken. He quickly pounced on him, trying to pin him down, but in a flash, Liu Yuyan escaped and appeared behind him. The large mace was recalled, and with one direct hit, sent the man to his grave. And here I thought you were something. Even a chicken like you dared to crow at me. Standing over the corpse, sprawled in the deep forest, Liu Yuyan told himself that troublesome people would no longer come after him. He quickly retrieved the heavy weapon into his storage space. Then he began to loot the body. Seeing the pair of 6 harmony shoes, Liu Yuyan was pleased that he had finally collected a full pair as promised. He then moved on to another unconscious person. He nonchalantly took a few more items, considering it a life-saving fee he deserved. After finishing up, Liu Yuyan immediately ran through the forest to regroup with his companions. As soon as he saw his comrades in the distance, he called out loudly, Senior brother Nak, I'm back. It's a relief that you're alive, brother. Hearing the call, Senior brother Nak turned around in shock. He then rushed over and hugged him tightly, tears streaming down his face, unable to hide his joy at seeing his junior brother still alive. When Liu Yuyan asked about the whereabouts of the others, Senior brother Nak could only choke back his tears and try to reassure him. They probably just got lost, he said. They'll be back soon. However, the absence of junior brother Tian and junior brother Lai made senior brother Nhak extremely worried, fearing that something terrible had happened to them. Liuyan fell into deep thought. He understood that. If they ran into people from the Nian Geo sect, their chances of survival were slim. He started to feel that something was wrong for such a large formation to be mobilized, just to capture a single crippled man. Moreover, the whereabouts of the captain and the city guards had also strangely vanished. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a group of soldiers was asking their lord for permission to act directly, as they didn't trust the people they were with. But the commander replied coldly, "If that group is truly useless, it just saves us the trouble of dealing with them later." He then ordered the entire squad to move out. Commander Cao stood imposingly on a rock ledge. He had long since realized someone was tailing them and called out, demanding that this person reveal themselves. The hidden figure stepped out, praising the commander's meticulous mind. Commander Cao asserted that a master thief couldn't possibly hide for so long in Kowloon County without a powerful backer. He arrogantly drew his following Dragon Blade, confident that his opponent couldn't possibly defeat him alone. However, the person just let out a loud, defiant laugh. Instantly, numerous figures in black cloaks appeared from the tree branches tightly surrounding Commander Cao. "You really dare to ambush me?" Kolung roared in horror as he realized he had fallen into a trap. But the leader of the black-cloaked figures replied coldly, "The one who kills Kowloon of Kowloon County is Nianju of the Heaven's Hook Grotto." The rain began to fall harder, and a mournful atmosphere enveloped the survivors, the blacksmith shop's group of 12 apprentices. It was now reduced to just 8 people huddling under an eave to shelter from the rain. Senior brother Nhak was restless with worry. "It's already dark. Why haven't Master and the others come down from the mountain yet? Is that bastard Nianju really that powerful? Didn't Big Boss Cao say his injuries were severe?" Another person clicked his tongue sarcastically, suggesting that Nianju had been dead for a long time, and the seniors were just using it as an excuse to leave the city and make some money. In contrast to everyone's chatter, Liuyan stood silently observing the night. He could clearly feel that a much bigger storm was truly approaching. By the flickering fire, he thoughtfully analyzed his own strength. Although his blood chi realm was very strong without top-grade weapons and supreme fighting techniques, he would find it difficult to stand against true masters. Liuyan told himself he had to find a way to learn martial arts from Chief Gongquan to be able to turn the tide in future life-or-death battles when he was on his own. Only then did Liuyan begin to take inventory of the loot he had collected from the fallen. He had over 60 hectograms of silver fragments, a 100-tael banknote, and 2 vials of precious medicinal pills, taken from Nianju's corpse. He couldn't help but get excited because this haul was a real jackpot. A particular weapon named the Cold Iron Throwing Dagger caught his full attention. This was a first-grade throwing dagger forged 1,000 times in fire. It not only enhanced damage but also improved the user's vision, allowing them to see farther. But that wasn't all. Liuyan also discovered a carefully hidden secret manual, something Nianju would rather die than part with. The book recorded the stake art cultivation method and its unpredictable killing moves. Although he regretted the lack of a corresponding breathing method with 81 powerful types of stake arts, he believed his cultivation progress would advance by leaps and bounds. Liuyan looked out the window. He thought to himself with satisfaction, this was a huge score, totally worth all the trouble. As soon as he saw Liuyan return, Fatty Sun ran over in a panic to ask about the situation with his brother-in-law, head manager Qin Xiong, after hearing the news that Kowloon had been killed. Liuyan calmly reassured him that the 2 managers were still in the mountains and would surely be safe, adding that the others were only seriously injured. Hearing this, Fatty Sun finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he still didn't forget to ask if Liuyan had actually encountered Nianju. On the surface, Liuyan denied it, saying, "If I'd really run into him, I probably wouldn't be sitting here right now." But in his heart, he was certain that he had been the one to finish him off before leaving. Fatty Sun didn't forget to remind Liuyan about the upcoming initiation day for Divine Weapon Valley and asked about the medicine he had asked him to buy. Feeling his throat was parched after the long journey, Liuyan walked quickly into the kitchen, scooped up a large ladle of water, and drank it all down to quench his thirst. He then confirmed that he would deliver the medicine to his brother later. Night fell under the dim, hazy moonlight. Liuyan went alone to the base of a large ancient tree and took out the precious medicinal pill to use it. He could clearly feel the medicinal power taking effect extremely quickly. Although it was expensive and put him deeper in debt, the results were completely worth it. In a steady stake art stance, a stream of azure energy began to envelop his body, filling Liuyan with hope for a breakthrough in his cultivation realm that very night. Just as he was at his peak concentration, frantic knocking on the door and the panicked shouts of a senior brother startled him. The person announced that Master had returned but was in a very critical condition and wanted to see him and Fatty Sun immediately. Without a moment's thought, Liuyan rushed off into the night. Entering the room, he was stunned to see Elder Tang slumped in a chair, his face pale, his clothes soaked with dark stains. "He's severely injured." Fatty Sun burst into the room in a panic, his face a mask of shock as he saw his master's condition. "Brother-in-law, Master, this wound, what happened to you?" Van Ton also dropped to his knees, pleading urgently, "Master, please, you must get your wound treated immediately." But Master Tang only whispered weakly, "I nearly lost my life. It's too late to save me now." He tremblingly opened his robe, revealing a ghastly deep slash. Witnessing the horrifying sight, Liuyan couldn't help but shudder in astonishment. He thought to himself, even Tier 2 inner armor? I couldn't block that fatal strike. Fatty Sun gritted his teeth and asked, "Brother-in-law, who on earth did this to you?" Master Tang's answer stunned them all. "It was Ko Long." The three of them exclaimed in unison, utterly bewildered. "Kulong, but isn't he dead?" Master Tang waved his hand wearily. "Who did it doesn't matter anymore. The three of you listen to me. Among the inner court disciples, many have achieved mastery of blood chi with the axe arts, but very few have any real hope of an internal strength breakthrough." He looked directly at Liuyan and instructed him. "Liuyan, you're good. You're a bit weak, but your talent is exceptional. You have a chance to achieve an internal strength breakthrough and join the Divine Weapon Valley." Seeing his master still forcing himself to speak, Liuyan said with anguish, "Master, don't say any more. You need to treat your wounds first." Ignoring the advice, Master Tang shakily pulled out an old goatskin scroll on which were drawn a white ape and a green snake. The moment Van Ton saw it, he exclaimed, "This is the foundational diagram." Liuyan immediately recognized it as the treasure that recorded the white ape strength and the green snake strength. He suddenly understood. This goatskin scroll was also considered a type of weapon, for it contained the ultimate killing essence of the white ape soaring axe arts. Master Tang explained, "This is the foundational diagram of internal strength, a treasure that only a martial artist who has cultivated to the great perfection stage can create. Without it, unless you spend 200 years cultivating, don't even dream of breaking through to internal strength." Liuyan analyzed this internally, realizing this was the method they had always used, to control the students in the inner court. He suppressed his pain, telling himself that even though Van Ton and Liuyan weren't quite ready or hadn't passed the trial, in this dire situation, he had no choice but to show them the internal strength diagram. Master Tang slumped in his chair, his breathing ragged. Blood had soaked through his robes and was dripping onto the floor. He used his last bit of strength to instruct his disciples, "Focus on the diagram. Burn as much as you can into your minds." Liuyan stared at this goatskin scroll, silently amazed that the drawing of the white ape was so vivid, it looked like it would leap off the page. Meanwhile, Master Tang suppressed his pain, feeling the icy chill from the wound slowly seeping deep into his bones. Seeing his master struggle to get up, Fatty Sun asked with alarm, but he only replied coldly, "I'm fine." Then he silently left to meet the stewards in the main courtyard. Chief Steward Qin Xiang couldn't help but wince at the sight of Master Tang's grievous wound. Master Tang admitted bitterly that strike was too vicious. "Half of my martial arts are crippled." Before the cold water hook of the Divine Weapon Valley came for him, he had decided to leave Galliu County, but he requested the steward's promise to keep the examination slots. And for his three disciples, Yue Wentan Liuyan and Wu Ming for next year. Though some hesitated since the smithy only had 6 slots, Qin Xiang, out of respect for Master Tang, having sacrificed himself to save his life, agreed and advised him to set off for Dexiang Prefecture that very night to avoid any unexpected trouble. Amid a gut-wrenching cough, Master Tang nodded in agreement, ready to leave immediately. Qin Xiang handed him a vial of high-grade origin replenishing pills from the Four Seasons Herb Hall to soothe his injuries on the journey. At the same time, he reminded him not to tarnish the smithy's legacy of over 200 years. Master Tang took the spirit pills, offered his thanks, then quietly turned and walked away. His lonely figure disappeared behind a screen. Watching him go, Qin Xiang mused on their ancestral legacy and how Ko Long's pressure had forced them into a position where they had to fight back to survive. The elder standing beside him worried that the cold water hook would trace them through the distinctive wound from the dragon-following saber on Master Tang. But Tan Hung insisted that Blade Strike was meant for him, and that Elder Duong was only repaying a lifelong debt to the Chow family. He believed that once they reached the territory of the Eastern Mountain Sect into county, the people from Divine Weapon Valley would never be able to find any clues. Enough. My decision is final. No more discussion. Tan Hung brushed aside all objections with absolute resolve. Although the elder beside him still expressed apprehension about Vu Chan's true intentions, the chief steward affirmed his principle, when you use a person, you don't doubt them. He trusted Vu Chan's caution. He would not allow any mistakes. Qin Xiong even emphasized that if everything went smoothly, this elder would become the new chief steward next year, so there was no need to be impatient. After finalizing the plan for his brother-in-law to coordinate the people in the front courtyard, darkness began to envelop the smithy. At that moment, Lei Yuyan was still quietly studying the diagram in his hands, preparing for his own plans. Suddenly, Master Tang's voice shattered the silent atmosphere. He coldly ordered all the disciples to get out immediately, leaving only Sun Hao Lei Yuyan and Yue Wentan. Though they had many questions, they could only bow their heads in obedience and withdraw. In the dark room, Master Tang looked at his brother-in-law and gave a decisive order. Pack your things. We're leaving for Dexiang Prefecture tonight. Fatty Sun was stunned, his face etched with reluctance. Are we really leaving? You mean we have to run right now? Master Tang snapped. What else you want to stay here? As he spoke, he shakily took out the spirit pill and used it, trying to fight against his worsening injuries. Seeing Fatty Sun still dawdling, Master Tang repeatedly rushed him, Hurry up and pack. Fatty Sun hesitantly suggested, How about we take Li Yuyan with us? We can order him around. He seems like a decent guy. But he was immediately silenced by Master Tang's sharp rebuke. He was still worried about their financial situation. Just then, Lei Yuyan pushed the door open, forcing Fatty Sun to quickly explain his and his brother-in-law's sudden long journey. Without a moment's hesitation, Lei Yuyan took out a heavy coin pouch and handed it to his brother. Here's your 56 taels. Consider the rest a small gift for good luck. Fatty Sun was astounded, never expecting he could have earned so much money in such a short time. Although Fatty Sun only wanted to take back his initial investment, Lei Yuyan firmly insisted he take the full 73 taels, both principal and interest, for protection on the road. Moved by his brother's righteousness, Fatty Sun pulled Lei Yuyan into a tight hug, sobbing uncontrollably, promising that when they met again he would definitely have become a true master so as not to disappoint his hopes. Fatty Sun patted his shoulder, telling Lei Yuyan to take care of himself and promising he wouldn't slack off either so he could keep up with him. Lei Yuyan smiled reassuringly. All right, I'll be waiting. Go on, go. Watching Fatty Sun shoulder his luggage and walk through the door, Lei Yuyan stood silently in the fading afternoon sun. With eyes full of contemplation, he clasped his hands and quietly uttered a final farewell. Brother Tun, until we meet again. Fatty Sun walked away with reluctance, his figure gradually disappearing down the corridor, leaving Lei Yuyan standing alone in the deserted courtyard. As he swung his hammer, Lei Yuyan thought grimly, for the two managers to leave in the middle of the night like this, it feels like they're fleeing for their lives. In that case, that foundational diagram, they must have taken it with them, right? If it were me, I'd be suspicious too. He understood that Manager Wang's decision at this time wouldn't bring him any good, but he couldn't blame the two managers for breaking the rules to let them see the foundational diagram. A loud clang from the hammer echoed throughout the room. Sparks flew with each decisive strike from Lei Yuyan. Just then, his forging master walked in with a grumpy look on his face. So what if Tan Hao isn't here? Does that mean this old man isn't here either? It's just a courtyard for you to live in, what's the big deal? Lei Yuyan hurriedly scratched his head and tried to explain. Master, I'm not angry, please calm down. He explained that he had his eye on a spacious little courtyard on the second floor of the second pavilion for a long time. He had only hesitated because he couldn't bear to leave Fatty Sun's kitchen. Now that he was gone, moving there was a good thing. Sitting over a cup of tea, the forging master sighed, remarking on Nin Nine's murder. If it weren't for the wounds they inflicted, Elder Tang would have had a hard time solving the case. He reassured Lei Yuyan that he had a blessed destiny, so he would surely be safe under the protection of the two managers. Hearing the mention of the Divine Weapon Valley assessment next spring, Lei Yuyan still couldn't help but worry, but his master firmly asserted that he would be fine. Lei Yuyan respectfully offered tea. Thank you, master. The old master laughed heartily, admitting that it took him 25 years to reach the level of forging that Lei Yuyan had now. He promised that it wouldn't be long before he could forge top-grade blades, and for each one he made he would be rewarded with 7 taels of silver. Luoyan's eyes widened in astonishment. 7 taels! His eyes instantly lit up like lanterns. Seeing his disciple's reaction, the master snapped gently. You think that's too little? 7 taels is a lot. The forge is investing in you. You want even more. Finally, he allowed him to go to the warehouse and pick one item as a reward for achieving mastery in his forging technique. Liu Yan cheered excitedly. Oh, that's more than enough. Thank you, master. I'm off to claim my prize. In the distance, Gong Kani watched Liu Yan's departing figure with a cold gaze, scoffing internally that great talent was useless when one's innate constitution was only mid to low level. A red-haired woman approached and asked if they should invite him to the young Mrs. party in a few days, but he flatly refused. He reasoned that without Elder Tang's backing, Liu Yan might not even keep his position in the Divine Weapon Valley, so there was no need to bother with him. At that moment, Liu Yan was with Wang Hu, the warehouse manager, heading towards the armory. Wang Hu kindly reminded him not to take the sabers his master left behind years ago, as they would easily attract attention and trouble. Liu Yan nodded gratefully. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Hu. With a clicking sound, the heavy warehouse door swung open, causing Liu Yan to gasp in amazement at the sight. The grandeur within was overwhelming. Before him were rows upon rows of second-grade weapons, all radiating powerful spiritual energy from the refined steel wind tiger halberd and 100-forged, wind-breaking polearm to the cold light jade, saber, and the whispering azure serene silver sword. Wang Hu explained, there are 293 items in here. It's enough to make your head spin. 48 of them are first grade and the rest are swords, sabers, and polearms. He emphasized that only the 3 managers and the master had the authority to enter this place. The fact that Liu Yan was given the special privilege to choose an item made even Wang Hu feel a little envious. Liu Yan held a heavy polearm in his hand, marveling to himself that it was truly a masterpiece from his master. It was just a shame that it was too heavy for an ordinary person. His gaze was suddenly drawn to a set of armor that emanated a chilling aura named the Dark Silver Iron God Soft Armor. This was an extremely rare second-grade armor, not only flexible, but also capable of resisting internal energy and the most vicious stabs and slashes. The moment he saw Liu Yan about to touch the armor, Wang Hu cried out in alarm, Junior brother, that armor is incredibly expensive. If you touch it, it'll break our master's wallet. Liu Yan laughed and waved his hand, reassuring him that he was just looking. He had no intention of taking such a pricey item. He decisively made his final choice. Brother Hu, please help me register this. I want the Azure Star Pike. Walking down the street with a string of fresh fish in his hand, Liu Yan suddenly stopped in his tracks when he saw a familiar figure approaching him. Oh, Qin Xiong. He was secretly surprised that right after the 2 managers left, his so-called brother-in-law, Qin Xiong, had been immediately transferred back to take over. It was a perfect example of out with the old, in with the new. Faced with a hateful glare and a cold, contemptuous snort, Liu Yan remained calm and walked past him as if he were a stranger. That night, under the bright, clear moonlight by the window, Liu Yan focused all his spirit to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation technique. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, shining brightly. I've done it. He could clearly feel the power in his body gathering at a single point before erupting violently, as if a solid inner membrane had formed under his skin. His defensive power had taken a great leap forward. Now he was just a single step away from the realm of internal energy. Liu Yan clenched his fists, a fierce spark of hope igniting in his heart. He might finally be able to face Qin Xiong directly. Returning home, he saw his older brother happily carrying 2 large fish and preparing to cook. Liu Yan asked curiously, Brother, what's got you so happy? His brother beamed and announced a piece of wonderful news. Next year, the family would welcome a new member. Liu Yan was stunned for a moment, then cheered with excitement. Oh my gosh, sister-in-law is pregnant. His sister-in-law, standing nearby, blushed shyly and gently chided her husband for not being able to keep a secret. Liu Yan burst into laughter filled with overwhelming happiness. He told himself that from now on he had to work hard and earn a lot of money. To save up for his soon-to-be-born nephew, the older brother didn't forget to give some parting advice as he walked out the door. Hey, just focus on your training first. We'll talk later. Liu Yan watched him go in silence. Suddenly, the image of Tan Hung, a relative from his sister-in-law's side, popped into his head. He recalled that guy spent most of his time in Xingu Ward. In order to provide for his mistress, Tan Hung was now in the courtyard, walking with the Grand Treasurer, a calculating look on his face. He began to disparage Ngu Kui, saying that even though his foundation was decent, his talent is just too ordinary. He still hasn't become proficient after 8 months, so giving him the assessment slot would be a complete waste. Tan Hung then questioned indignantly, "Why does someone with a mediocre foundation like Liu Yan get that kind of special treatment?" The Grand Treasurer immediately shot back. "His foundation may not be good, but Liu Yan's innate talent is extraordinary. It only took him 4 months to reach the minor accomplishment stage. That's not something just anyone can do." When Tan Hung asked how long it took to achieve that, the Grand Treasurer admitted in a low voice, "It took me a year." He then stated that he would only consider a position for Ngu Kui if Tan Hung could get him to a similar level. The Grand Treasurer reminded Tan Hung that inner strength can only be achieved when one's mind is truly steady, leaving him with no choice but to bow his head and say, "Understood." Just then, a loud call came from the gate announcing great news. The Master Smith strode in, his face beaming with excitement. In his hands was a razor-sharp sword that radiated a powerful spiritual aura. He spared no praise for the weapon, saying it was just a little more refinement away from being a superior-grade weapon. When asked who forged it, the Master Smith proudly declared in front of the Grand Treasurer, "My disciple Liu Yan made this." Witnessing this scene, Tan Hung couldn't hide his resentment. He quickly asked to be excused to get back to work. The Grand Treasurer coldly waved him away. He and the Master Smith then burst into hearty laughter. Inwardly, the Grand Treasurer was stunned, never expecting Liu Yan to possess such incredible talent in forging as well. The Master Smith asserted that with such outstanding talent, if the shop gave him its full support, Liu Yan would surely surpass him in 5 to 6 years and be able to forge true divine weapons on his own. The Grand Treasurer stared deeply at the sword's blade, his eyes showing clear determination as he affirmed, "Of course the shop will go all out to support a talent like him." Meanwhile, in Xiangu Ward, Tan Hung's furious shouts echoed as he personally instructed his disciple. He roared, "Can you even do it or not? How many times have I told you?" Looking at Ngu Kui's clumsy form, he didn't hold back his insults. "This slow? Who can you possibly knock down? Transformation. Circular form. Transformation. What is this garbage you're doing, huh?" As he was cursing him out, calling him useless trash, his mistress saw her lover's fury and quickly approached, cooing sweetly to calm him down. "My lord, don't let this good-for-nothing get you so worked up." Tan Hung was still fuming. He grumbled, "Dumb as a pig. Divine Weapon Valley my ass. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't even get into the intersect." He then began to calculate pensively. He knew there were only 3 ways to enter Divine Weapon Valley. 1, be under 12 years old with a superior-grade foundation and pay a fee of 300 silver taels. 2, become a renowned martial artist and be invited as a guest elder. But that path, he knew he couldn't meet the requirements. So Tan Hung's only hope was the 3rd method, cultivate his inner strength, to be recommended for the Divine Weapon Valley's Divine Guard. He listened as she reported their financial situation. She reported that the ancient power yellow soldiers had just brought some silver, but the total was still less than 100 tiles. Tan Hung clicked his tongue in worry. This amount was nowhere near enough for him to cultivate his inner strength as planned. Just then, a subordinate ran in breathlessly to report, "Master Tan, he's here." The man began to recount every detail of Liu Yan's activities for Tan Hung, explaining that aside from the time he went to save his junior brother, Liu Yan rarely left the shop. He was always forging, practicing martial arts, or reading. He even listed a breakdown of expenses that shocked Tan Hung. Renting the courtyard cost 4 taels. Buying necessities cost 6 or 7 taels, and on top of that he used medicinal herbs for cultivation every day, and took a medicinal bath every 50 days, costing 8 taels over 4 months. And that wasn't all. Liu Yan also splurged on warm blood pills from the 4 seasons, herb hall, and many other miscellaneous items estimated to cost several tens of silver taels. Hearing this, Tan Hung was so enraged he slammed his hand down on his chair. A disastrous misunderstanding formed in his mind. He ground his teeth. "So that's it. You're using my silver to achieve all this." Liu Yan. He was convinced that the money Liu Yan was spending was from the very smithy that he had his eyes on. Meanwhile, back in his own small courtyard, Liu Yan was completely submerged in a crimson medicinal bath. A brilliant diagram of a mind art appeared in his consciousness, featuring the powerful image of a white ape. Liu Yan focused intently, shouting in his mind, "Control! Instantly, a brilliant golden energy surged through him. He swung the massive forge hammer, creating such immense pressure that the entire wooden tub exploded into 100 pieces. A powerful aura enveloped Le Uyen's toned body as a series of status notifications appeared. He had achieved the strength of 1,000 jin, something only those with a superior grade foundation and extraordinary talent could possess. Thanks to years of hammer training, his every movement now carried great momentum and heavy force. Most notably, his armor-breaking horizontal training ability allowed him to shatter any armor and defensive techniques of his opponents. Le Uyen clenched his fists, feeling the absolute peak of his power. Great accomplishment in chi and blood, perfected pursuit technique. Grand mastery in forging, strength of 1,000, jin, great momentum, heavy force, and even armor breaking. There's only one word for it. Powerful. Let's go, boys. This is insane. Le Uyen decided he had to test his new strength immediately. Looking at the giant water vat in front of him, he thought to himself, this vat with the water inside must weigh at least 1,000 jin. A few months ago, I could barely lift one corner, but now... He channeled his energy into his hands, gripped the edge of the vat firmly, and roared, "Up!" The strength of 1,000 jin erupted. The heavy vat began to lift off the ground. But he didn't stop there. Le Uyen continued to pour his strength into it, shouting, "More!" His feet planted firmly on the ground, veins and muscles bulging as he hoisted the entire giant water vat over his head. Le Uyen was stunned, marveling at his own power. Yep, that's 1,000 jin, all right. The hegemon king of Chu lifted a cauldron in the legends, but I bet that cauldron wasn't as heavy as this water vat. I feel like I still have strength to spare, but I'm afraid if I unleash it, I'll strain my muscles. He gently placed the vat back down. Watching the water ripple inside, he made up his mind. Now all I'm missing is a martial arts technique. I must get into Divine Weapon Valley. The next day at the forge, the resounding clang of hammer on anvil filled the air. The master blacksmith stood at a distance watching Le Uyen work with a look of great satisfaction. He thought to himself, this kid, has his forging technique already reached the grand completion stage? He's just like me. He walked closer with a gentle smile and announced some amazing news. My apprentice, would you like to try forging a high-grade weapon? The manager has already said so. If you can make one, he'll give you 8 taels. Hearing the number 8 taels, Le Uyen was stunned, his eyes lighting up with joy. 8 whole taels. Thank you, master. This is an amazing opportunity. The master blacksmith even generously allowed him to use any of the precious materials in the storehouse. However, he didn't forget to remind him about heat control. Your grasp of heat control is still not quite perfect. Practice your heat control for a few more days. If the heat is off by just a little, the price will drop by a factor of 10. I'm not kidding. After a long day of hard work, Le Uyen wiped away his sweat, feeling exhilarated by his remarkable progress. On his way back, a senior brother named Q approached him to chat. Junior brother Le, in 4 days, there's a small gathering in the inner city. Do you want to come along? Le Uyen curiously asked if this was the gathering of Miss Lu's group that his master had once mentioned. Senior Brother Q explained that next year, our academy only has 6 spots for the examination to enter Divine Weapon Valley, a 1,000-year-old great sect that the entire county holds in awe. Since Divine Weapon Valley hasn't opened its gates for many years, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that can't be missed. Le Uyen clasped his hands in gratitude. Many thanks for the invitation, Senior Brother Q. The senior brother smiled and said it was the master's idea. He wanted me to look out for you, Le Uyen. He then quickly left to check on the other junior brothers. At that moment, Le Uyen suddenly noticed 2 disciples standing nearby. They looked extremely awkward and fearful when they saw him, and they hastily turned away. He squinted his eyes, suspicious of those 2. They're definitely up to no good. Standing silently in the hallway, Le Uyen thoughtfully observed his surroundings and mused, it seems Qin Xiong has already set his sights on me. Yeezy Restaurant. The tallest building in the inner city was brightly lit against a night of thunder and lightning. Inside, a lavish banquet was underway, but Le Uyen couldn't care less about the formalities. He was focused only on devouring the chicken leg. As he took a delicious bite, he glanced over at the noble faces like 4th young master Liu Yunwu, 3rd young master Wen Qida, and Miss Wang of the Wang family, and Le Uyen felt a sense of distance. It seems like this inner-city crowd has no intention of associating with outsiders like him. Just then, Lu Bailing walked into a warm welcome from everyone amidst respectful greetings of "Greetings, Miss Lu." Outside, it began to pour. The conversation turned to the peerless, heavenly sword technique, a superior martial art that even in Divine Weapon Valley only the most elite disciples were taught a portion of. People began to discuss how the gates of Divine Weapon Valley would open in March of next year, and a fierce competition was about to begin, and the various powers will need to help each other out. Hearing this, Liu Yan just ate and drank quietly, telling himself, the people they're talking about definitely aren't me. Feeling full, he stood up. I'm full, heading out now. However, right behind him, disdainful whispers arose about his mid to low aptitude. They thought it was unlikely he'd even get a spot to participate, and that senior brother Yue should have brought Niu Gui instead, who had mid to high aptitude, which would be better. Ignoring the gossip, Liu Yan walked straight out into the white sheet of rain. He thought to himself, I've been waiting for a rain like this for a long time. Standing in front of a house that still had its lights on, he wondered if Qin Xiong was inside. Dressed in black with his face covered, Liu Yan quietly observed from the rooftop. Seeing another figure flitting through the night, he mused, on a rainy night like this. There are still so many people working just like me. At the same time, Qin Xiong was also frantically rushing through the rain, his heart filled with surging hatred. He gritted his teeth and thought, 3 generations of the Li family have suppressed 2 generations of mine. Now that they've fallen on hard times, they'd better just stay down. If you ask me, folks, that's just plain evil. Qin Xiong stopped in front of Lei Lin's house, his cold gaze fixed on the building, silent amidst the downpour. Qin Xiong stood in the rain, gritting his teeth in frustration when he couldn't sense any breathing from inside the house. Meanwhile, in a hidden room, his lover was anxiously explaining the competition for Divine Weapon Valley. She emphasized that Liu Yan's talent was truly formidable, having reached the minor completion stage of his axe technique in just 4 months. Hiding on the roof, Liu Yan heard every single word as she mentioned that woman's younger brother-in-law. He immediately realized she was referring to him through his relationship with his 2 sisters-in-law. With a flash of lightning that tore the sky apart, Liu Yan, clad in his black masked outfit, suddenly kicked the door open and charged in. He struck like lightning, taking down anyone in his path with vicious blows. Quick as a flash, he blew out the candle, plunging the room into silent darkness. Then he silently moved deeper inside. Liu Yan entered the study. He froze when he saw portraits of his own 2 sisters-in-law hanging prominently, silently scorning that scoundrel Qin Xiong for daring to covet another man's wives. Discovering a secret compartment behind the painting, he found a treasure box filled with gold and silver, and most importantly, the basic diagrams for the white ape flying dragon axe technique. He couldn't hide his excitement. This haul was a real jackpot. The night's work was definitely not in vain. He quickly gathered all the loot, stuffed it into his bag, and stepped out of the house into the pouring rain. Liu Yan was just wondering if Tan Heng would come looking for him, and just then his figure appeared at the gate. Liu Yan tightened his grip on his heavy axe, ready for a fight, thinking to himself, you came back at the perfect time. Well then, this Taoist will play with you tonight. Opposite him, Tan Heng was also fuming, suspecting a traitor had leaked the information. Seeing the lights in the house were already out, he had a bad feeling. Something's wrong. Where is the thief? Tan Heng roared, kicking the door open and rushing in. On high alert, he searched frantically for the intruder but saw no one in the silent, empty courtyard. At that very moment, from high above, Liu Yan suddenly dove down like a savage beast. You're out of luck tonight, running right into me. A colossal azure aura in the shape of a spirit beast's head erupted behind Liu Yan as he executed his ultimate technique, the 6 Harmonies integration. The extremely powerful collision created a terrifying pressure. It caused the ground to tremble and sent shattered bricks flying. Tan Heng was stunned, astonished by the extraordinary skill of the masked man before him, thinking to himself that today was not a good day to be reckless in battle. He looked for a way to retreat, but Liu Yan gave him no such chance. From above, he plunged down like a whirlwind, delivering a heavy blow that shattered the ground. Feeling the immense rebound force from a master of internal energy, Liu Yan silently marveled, but his hands did not stop. He roared, but I still have a second axe strike, and a third. I won't rest until I've beaten you to a pulp today. With the white ape assault technique, he relentlessly pressed his attack. This left Tan Heng crying out in agony as his hands were severely injured. He wondered in terror who this person before him was and why someone without internal energy possessed such terrifying strength. Strength that so far surpassed his own. Without giving his opponent a moment to breathe, Liu Yan continued to close in and unleashed a thunderous attack, leaving Tan Heng to do nothing but scream in despair. Tan Heng was shocked to realize the protective armor he had spent years training. was like a mere decoration against Lei Wuyen. In his mind, he screamed in defiance as he witnessed his own skeleton shattering piece by piece under the suffocating pressure of Lei Wuyen's weapon. He only wished he could block the attack even for a moment, but reality was utterly cruel. Lei Wuyen stood silently in the dark night and let out a cold snort. Then he looked down coldly at the defeated foe at his feet, who was no longer able to resist. Tan Heng knelt amidst the rain, his breath fading before collapsing completely into a muddy puddle. Standing behind Lei Wuyen watched in silence, unable to help but feel shaken by his own power. He's really dead. In just 8 months, I was able to finish off Tan Heng. His gaze was ice cold beneath the mask. He could clearly feel the tremendous progress after his period of arduous training. Looking at the motionless enemy, Lei Wuyen growled contemptuously, "Who told you to plot against me and even I, my 2 sisters-in-law? You deserve to die. That was a self-destruct combo right there, folks." With that, he turned and walked away without hesitation. He left Tan Heng lying in the gruesome scene which was gradually being washed away by the rain, disappearing into the silent darkness of the house. Inside the room, Nu Kui woke with a start. He scrambled in a panic to the woman lying unconscious on the floor. "Sister." He looked around the chaotic room with signs of being rummaged through. He trembled, wondering if a thief had broken into the house. Nu Kui rushed outside to the courtyard to find help, but the sight before him made him freeze. His face twisted in terror as he let out a blood-curdling scream, a cry that tore through the stormy night. "Brother-in-law, it's a disaster. There's been a murder." The cry for help echoed through the streets, signaling that a shockwave was about to hit Kowloon County. At the same time, Lei Wuyen had already swiftly and silently scaled the wall back to his own house. He closed the window, thinking to himself, so Tan Heng really did come here. Good thing I wasn't home tonight. He had struck him so hard he had no chance to react. Lei Wuyen stood silently, realizing that real combat was the fastest shortcut to advancing his power. In that moment of emotional explosion, his axe strike had broken through the 3 internal and external harmonies to enter the realm of 6 harmonies integration. He looked at his hands, feeling his body gradually adapting to the perfected level of the axe technique. And he thought to himself, only by making it my own can I truly control it, huh? However, the storage space in the 6 harmonies boots was too cramped, making him wish, if only I had a large cauldron. Returning to his room, Lei Wuyen excitedly sat down on the floor to take stock of his dazzling spoils. 200 taels in banknotes, 34 taels of silver fragments, and a host of pearls, agats, and precious gold chains. He had also obtained 3 vials of strange medicinal pills, along with treasures that made him exclaim, a grade 2 tiger head gate severing blade, the basic diagram for the 7-star white ape horizontal tempering. Holding the white ape's flying phoenix diagram in his hand, he silently marveled, this truly is a top-tier grade 1 item, with its mystical ape arms wasp waist technique. Lei Wuyen thoughtfully analyzed the differences between various types of constitutions. He understood that a superior constitution could absorb up to 30% more medicinal power than a medium or low-grade one. He wondered, that white ape energy, could it be internal energy? Looking at the newly acquired grade 2 blade, although he saw his quality wasn't as good as the weapons in his inventory, he still clicked his tongue. Oh well, it's still good enough to use for now. Lei Wuyen smiled with satisfaction. Today's harvest was the greatest yet. His eyes lit up as he opened the manual for the 7-star horizontal body tempering, an incredibly powerful body tempering martial art. The next morning, as soon as he stepped into the forge, Lei Wuyen was greeted with warm welcomes from his senior brothers. Seeing his radiant face and high spirits, everyone couldn't help but be amazed. Junior brother, you're in such good spirits today, it feels like you've grown a bit taller too. Lei Wuyen just chuckled and replied that perhaps it was because he had just had a comfortable day of rest, so he might look a little taller. However, the cheerful atmosphere was quickly broken. A senior brother leaned close to his ear and delivered some grim news. Junior brother Le, yesterday afternoon, Qda came to the shop to report that Tan Heng died in his house. He was hit once by the white ape's flying phoenix hammer technique and was instantly obliterated. This person also revealed that Vu Chan, the new manager of the shop, was a former executioner. He had determined that although the killer didn't use any internal energy, their strength was incredibly terrifying, shattering all the bones in Tan Heng's arm and chest with a single axe blow. This news caused the disciples to buzz with discussion. Another person wondered if it could have been the work of Lian Ju, but that was immediately dismissed because there was no way that criminal could have known. With the sect's hammer technique, even the Grand Treasurer fell under suspicion, but everyone understood he would never cut off his own capable right hand so decisively. Hearing the gossip, Lei Uyen maintained a calm expression, like a master actor thinking to himself, now that Cao Long is dead and Tan Hung is also dead, I'm afraid the forge will be in big trouble when Han Tui Quan arrives. Not wanting to get dragged deeper into the gossip, Lei Uyen waved goodbye to his senior brothers. That's a matter for the big shots, it has nothing to do with us. I'm heading to the warehouse to get some things. When I'm free, I'll chat with you brothers again. Stepping into the materials warehouse, he immediately aimed for the precious obsidian silver stones. Vuong Ho, the warehouse manager, couldn't help but be stunned. Seeing this young disciple about to choose the most difficult material, he said, "Junior brother Li, surely you're not planning to forge inner armor, are you?" Lei Uyen stated firmly. "That's right." Vuong Ho hurriedly tried to dissuade him because in the forge right now only the elders are skilled enough to forge inner armor, and even they can only forge a maximum of 2 pieces a year because it's extremely draining on one's energy. He warned that if the forging failed, Lei Uyen would have to compensate for half of these expensive materials. However, Lei Uyen had already made up his mind. He thought to himself, if Elder Duong had flexible armor for protection, Ko Long's blade strike wouldn't have been able to injure him so severely. And if Tan Hung had reached the horizontal training stage, he wouldn't have been killed by me so easily either. He told himself, with Master watching over me, I should naturally take this opportunity to tackle the most difficult task. I won't get this kind of treatment later. If I fail, I'll just have to work for free for half a year. Let's do it. Lei Uyen enthusiastically began to haul the heavy stones onto a pushcart. Seeing him take so much, Vuong Ho had to cry out in alarm. "Hey, that's enough. Are you planning to take the whole warehouse? If you're missing anything, just come get it or send a message and I'll deliver it to you." Lei Uyen beamed, thanked him, and quickly pushed the cart filled with materials outside. As he was passing through the corridor, he ran into Senior Brother Nak and Senior Brother No, who were hurriedly preparing to leave. Finding it strange, he asked, "Where are you two senior brothers going in such a hurry?" "Senior brother." Nak replied that Miss Lu wanted to go outside the city today, so they would be escorting her. Lei Uyen stood silently watching their retreating figures, realizing that Senior Brother Nak and Senior Brother Ngo had attended gatherings with Miss Lu more than once. He understood that each gathering was actually a rigorous filtering process, and he himself had been eliminated in the very first round. Watching them, he let out a soft sigh. "I wonder how many rounds you two senior brothers can last." Meanwhile, Senior Brother Nak and Senior Brother Ngo were also discussing him with a sense of regret. They believed that if Lei Uyen didn't have a mediocre constitution, with his exceptional talent for smithing, he would surely have an incredibly bright future. One of them clicked his tongue and lamented, forget it. Everyone has their own destiny. Thinking too much about it is just tiring." In a remote mountainous area, 3 figures on horseback had stopped to observe the terrain. Bin Ung concluded that the thief from the Skyhook Grotto must have hidden on this mountain. It was the place where Senior Brother Cao had met his demise. He wondered if the city guard had found any trace of that thief yet. Elder Han turned to ask for Van Tu's opinion. She pondered for a moment, then suggested the group should return to the city first. Hearing this, Elder Han immediately ordered Bin Ung to go into the mountains, ask the city guard, and report back to him. Bin Ung spurred his horse and left as ordered. Only then did Van Tu ask why Elder Han, knowing full well that Senior Brother Cao wasn't killed by Nian 9, still sent Bin Ung to investigate. Elder Han explained that he was just probing further. He wanted to find the person truly behind it while also lamenting his misfortune for having to accept this troublesome position of investigative commissioner. He instructed Van Tu to capture the fatty on the way back and interrogate him about matters related to Cao Long's death, and to ignore everything else. Van Tu acknowledged the order and quickly spurred her horse galloping away. Meanwhile at home, Lei Uyen had just stepped inside when he was shocked to see a chaotic scene. Furniture was overturned and shattered. His sister-in-law was busy cleaning up the debris in the courtyard. After Cao Long's death, the city guard was in a frenzy. They were rummaging through every house looking for clues, causing the entire outskirts of the city to be plunged into tension with hundreds of people injured. A full curfew was imposed. This left the roads desolate and empty. Seeing his sister-in-law struggling, Lei Uyen rushed to lend a hand, but his older brother stopped him. "You've been working all day. Just go and rest." He advised Lei Uyen to go to bed early to preserve his energy for forging tomorrow, as he and his wife would handle everything at home. Returning to his room, Lei Uyen took out the medicinal pills he had obtained from Tan Hung, such as bone-strengthening pills, tendon-changing elixir, and qi and blood pills. He marveled to himself as these medicines were worth over 100 taels and had excellent effects in nourishing one's qi and blood and aiding in martial arts cultivation. He gave a small piece of a pill to the mouse in the cage to test it. In just a moment, its size doubled. This left him utterly astonished. Seeing that the medicine was truly effective, Lei Yuyen also swallowed a pill and began to meditate. A powerful stream of energy started to spread throughout the room as he focused on comprehending the manual in his hand. Lei Yuyen shouted, "Control!" Instantly, a stream of azure spiritual energy erupted. He switched to the azure crystal copper hammer. Feeling its terrifying power made him exclaim in amazement. The image of a giant, majestic spirit ape appeared behind his back. This marked his achievement of the grand completion stage of the Flying Phoenix Hammer technique. Lei Yuyen sat cross-legged, feeling the power surging within his body. Am I about to have a breakthrough? His hands were glowing red and heat spread throughout his limbs. His stomach was getting hot, and he could feel the medicinal power of the pill in his belly being consumed at an extremely rapid rate. His eyes shone brightly as he utilized the ape arm wasp waist technique. Surrounded by streams of azure energy, he continued to swallow more pills with fervent belief. Who knows, maybe this time I'll advance to a superior constitution. He felt the pressure mounting, the speed of his blood and chi circulation getting faster and faster, sweat pouring off him like rain. Lei Yuyen braced himself, enduring the torment from within. Suddenly he shot up, grabbed a club, and rushed out. Lei Yuyen swung the club frantically, creating blasts of green kinetic force that violently tore through the space. It's this powerful. The outburst of power made it impossible for him to control the scorching heat radiating from his skin, forcing him to cry out, "Oh God, it's so hot, I can't take this insane burning heat." He ripped his clothes to shreds and immediately bolted out into the night. Lei Yuyen plunged into the ice-cold water basin, sending white foam splashing everywhere. He let out a sharp breath of relief. Phew. A moment longer and I would have burned to death. Even though his body had cooled, he knew the ordeal wasn't over. The process of remolding his muscles and bones had not yet finished. There are enough pills, but I'm not strong enough to endure it. He told himself, I just have to get through this one step, and I can immediately break through to the inner strength realm. Thinking of how fortune was smiling on him, he covered his face and laughed heartily. My luck has finally come through, ha-ha! The next morning, shouts echoed throughout the blacksmith shop. Fatty Ton is back! Hearing the good news, Lei Yuyen sprinted down the hallway, flung the door open, and called out, Brother Tone! But the man before him wasn't the cheerful Fatty Ton he always knew. Instead, a ragged and haggard man was slumped on the steps. The moment he saw his close friend Fatty Ton, broke down, sobbing, crying out, Yuyen! Fatty Ton whimpered, delivering the terrible news between choked sobs. My brother-in-law. He was captured by the Poison Serpent Gang. His injuries are that severe. What can be done? Lei Yuyen was stunned. He knew the Poison Serpent Gang was a notorious group of thousands of mountain bandits who controlled the region beyond Jadewater Lake. He asked suspiciously, So how did you manage to escape? Lei Yuyen thought to himself, Fatty Ton is definitely hiding something. After all, those bandits had close ties to the city's great families and would never dare to start trouble with the smithy. Wiping away his tears, Fatty Ton explained, Late at night, I knocked out the guard on duty and made a run for it. Seeing Lei Yuyen's cold expression, he insisted, I know you might not believe me, but it's the absolute truth. Lei Yuyen watched him pensively. He was surprised his friend could recount the story so fluently. He pressed on, How many people were in your party? Fatty Ton answered, There were 23 people in our caravan, including men from the Changyuan escort agency. When grilled about how he alone managed to escape, Fatty Ton could only respond blankly, I don't know. Lei Yuyen quietly realized that if the story were true, then it was highly probable the Poison Serpent Gang had let him go on purpose, as part of some larger plot. Seeing how dejected Fatty Ton was, that even he seemed suspicious, Lei Yuyen patted his shoulder. Go on, get some rest. I'll cook something for you. Look at you. You're nothing but skin and bones. After ensuring Fatty Ton was fed and sound asleep, Lei Yuyen went back to his forge. Suddenly, a commanding voice spoke up from right behind him, startling him. Lei Yuyen, I've heard your forging skills have reached mastery. Are you certain you can forge a superior-grade weapon? Lei Yuyen was dumbfounded. He hadn't sensed the Great Elder's approach or even his presence in the slightest. He bowed his head respectfully and answered, Great Elder, this is my first time attempting such a thing, so I am not truly confident. The Great Elder walked over and patted his shoulder reassuringly. He told him not to be afraid, for being young meant he still had many chances. At the same time, he promised that if Lei Yuyen could forge a superior-grade weapon, there would be a special reward just for him. Lei Yuyen watched as the Great Elder's back disappeared from view. Liuyan couldn't help but wonder, did he really come all this way just to tell me that, and not to check on Fatty Ton? He silently gauged the man's strength, concluding that the great elder's martial arts were at least 2 realms higher than Qin Xiong's. Those parting words were full of hidden meaning. The man's words forced him to think. What did he mean, I'll have plenty of opportunities later, huh? The way he said it. It sounds like he doesn't want me to get into Divine Weapon Valley. Putting those worries aside for now, a cheerful Liu Yan headed home carrying a basket brimming with food. The moment his family saw him, they cried out, Uyen, you're back. Second brother, I took the day off to buy some meat and eggs. We need to make sure our sisters-in-law are well nourished. Seeing his little brother spend so freely, his older brother felt a twinge of worry and urged him to be more frugal. But Liu Yan was firm. They are carrying the children of our family brother. We can't treat them poorly. His second brother was touched watching the younger sibling who worked so hard all day long, yet still worried so much about the family. He mentioned that his disciple had bought so much food they couldn't possibly finish it all and told him to get some rest. Liu Yan smiled and turned to his sister-in-law. You should be enjoying yourself too, sister. The money I spent is just a small thing. Wait until my nephew is born, I'm going to buy him the very best of everything. Hearing that his sister-in-law suggested that since they had the day off, the whole family should go for a stroll downtown to buy some cloth, and buy some herbs to ensure a safe pregnancy, and then visit the Bodhisattva temple. His second brother agreed, adding that the city streets had been very bustling these past few days, and that his little brother deserved a day to relax. But at the mention of the Bodhisattva temple, Liuyan's expression suddenly grew serious. His eyes filled with contemplation as if he were scheming. He repeated the words in his head. Bodhisattva temple. Something about that sounds fishy. And yet in the very next moment, his expression changed completely. He broke into a radiant smile and agreed with his family. All right, it's a plan the whole family is going. Even under the effects of the lockdown, the pace of life in the inner city remained incredibly vibrant, a stark contrast to the desolation of the outer districts. The gap between the rich and poor was evident in the powers that ruled each territory. While the outer city was the domain of the Crab Gang, the Fish Gang, and the Three Rivers Gang, the inner city was home to the Changyuan Escort Agency, the Yeezy Inn, and various martial arts schools and lavish pleasure houses. Standing in the middle of the bustling streets, Liu Yan felt a wave of wistful sadness. He remembered the Lei family's golden era before their fall from grace, and before Qin Xiong sold their small courtyard here to keep a mistress. He thought to himself with a sigh, the atmosphere in the inner city really is so much better. The family's destination was the Bodhisattva temple. It was an ancient, imposing structure with a steady stream of pilgrims coming and going. As soon as he stepped into the crowded temple courtyard, Liu Yan's eyes were immediately drawn to a massive incense burner smoke billowing from it in thick plumes. His own eyes lit up with excitement. He thought to himself, this is a true masterpiece. If I could just get it into the space of Weapon 06, it could hold so many things, and I could study it whenever I wanted. I told my 4 companions to go offer incense first while I took a walk around. Approaching the incense burner, Liu Yan respectfully lit a stick, but his mind was completely focused on the information appearing before his eyes. This was a 2-tiered incense burner cast from an iron-copper alloy that had existed for 1,000 years without changing color, carrying within it the faith and aspirations of countless people. It had the effect of calming the mind, soothing one's energy, and adding a little bit of luck. I couldn't help but exclaim, this thing is amazing, you can tell it's top-tier stuff. Liu Yan determined that this censer weighing over 1,000 pounds was even more valuable than the deity statue in the main hall. The effort to cast it alone had cost hundreds of taels of silver, not to mention its 1,000-year-old legacy. However, I also felt a pang of regret. This temple's worship was too prosperous. They definitely weren't short on money, so they would never sell this treasure to me. Liu Yan began to calculate. Among the 9 temples in Kaioliu, the Bodhisattva Temple and the Withered God Temple were the most prominent. As for the few temples in the outskirts, it seemed their flow of worshippers was about to be cut off. I thought to myself that when I had the chance, I'd go try my luck at those places. Who knows, I might just gain something. Lost in thought, I suddenly froze when I saw a familiar figure in the distance. It was Lu Bailing, and with her was not only her father, but also a high-ranking monk and 2 other men. I realized this was undoubtedly a top-tier master. I sighed inwardly that in the inner city the chances of encountering high-caliber figures like this were much higher than in the outskirts. You can't even take a step around here without running into a boss. But the moment of leisure didn't last long. Le Uyen was immediately forced to return to his harsh reality. At the forge, the master smith with a solemn expression announced that the head manager had contacted over 10 factions in the inner city to venture out together and hunt down the poisonous snake gang. He looked at Le Uyen and gave a firm order. Next, no days off for 10 days, you must forge the inner armor. Understanding the importance of the mission, Le Uyen answered loudly, "This disciple understands." He immediately threw himself into the work with intense focus. The resounding clang of the hammer echoed, mingling with the blazing fire as he began the process of forging the protective treasured armor. Le Uyen toiled by the furnace, sweat soaking his clothes. As the first rays of the new day began to creep through the eaves of the smithy, Le Uyen hurriedly reported, "Master, the black-silver threads are prepared. We can begin casting the armor now." Crafting soft armor was many times more arduous than forging sabers or swords, because the black silver had to undergo countless rounds of forging, tempering, and melting before being cast and drawn into fine threads. Only at this stage did the creation of the treasured armor truly begin. The old master nodded in satisfaction, a look of approval clear in his eyes. Excellent. That's how it should be. Just as the work was getting into full swing, a figure with a sharp, cold aura suddenly appeared at the doorway of the forge. It was Wu Chen, the new manager of the shop and a veteran former blade catcher. He spoke coldly, demanding, "Masters, please stop your work for a moment. I'm sure you all know why I'm here." His opening line already spelled trouble. The master smith immediately frowned in protest. He argued that the forge only had 32 people, and they were already overwhelmed with their daily tasks. If they were to send more men away, the number of weapons delivered to the city government would surely fall short. But Wu Chen just sneered, flattering the old master as a famous grandmaster who shouldn't have to worry about quantity. His eyes suddenly turned sinister as he mentioned that the forge was the place with the highest concentration of hammer-wielding experts in Yahello County, hinting that this place was hiding a heaven-shaking secret. He casually dropped a sentence that made the atmosphere unbearably tense. "The one who killed Qin Xiong is probably hiding right in here. Isn't that right?" The master smith flew into a rage. He stood up decisively. "I'll go find the head manager right now. Wu Zhen, you dare to come here and mobilize my men. This must be Manager Cao's idea." Standing behind Le Uyen quietly observed and analyzed the man before him. He realized that Wu Zhen was a master of poison, and the fact that the white ape diagram, which originally belonged to him, had appeared in Qin Xiong's hands proved that the relationship between those two was not simple at all. I thought to myself, this blade catcher staying at the forge definitely has ill intentions. Uncaring of the old master's anger, Wu Zhen casually made way for him to go see the head manager. He began to point his finger autocratically, choosing people. You two, and the 3 over there." "Yes, that young man." "All of you follow me, now." His finger pointed directly at Le Uyen, demanding that he join the team. Seeing his favorite disciple being targeted, the master smith immediately spoke up to protect him. He affirmed that Le Uyen was his beloved disciple, and that he already had an order from the head manager that he didn't need to participate in this expedition. Wu Zhen narrowed his eyes at Le Uyen and inquired about the progress of his vital energy cultivation. Le Uyen pretended to be respectful, feigning humility as he replied, reporting to the manager thanks to master's care. "This disciple has relied on medicinal pills to barely cultivate my vital energy to the initial mastery stage." Humble with his words, but hiding his true cards, hearing the words initial mastery, Wu Zhen chuckled lightly, remarking that the result wasn't bad. Then he turned and ordered the others to follow him. Watching Wu Zhen's back disappear through the door, the old master gritted his teeth in fury. "That bastard is truly a venomous snake in human skin." Le Uyen stood silently behind. He could clearly feel the danger emanating from this new manager. A man who appeared gentle on the surface but was in fact extremely malicious and terrifying. Le Uyen pondered deeply about the reactions of his senior brothers after what had just happened. With those words, "From now on, I wonder what my senior brothers in the forge will think when they look at me and Master." Behind him, the old master was still seething with anger, shouting nonstop. Detestable, detestable at the same time. The forces of the Changyuan escort agency began to depart from the city in a grand procession. Seeing the mighty force of hundreds of people participating in the attack on the poisonous snake gang, Le Uyen thought to himself, Senior brother Yue and senior brother Wu have also set out. He suddenly recalled the woman he had met in the temple, wondering if she was Miss Lu's youngest aunt, the one who had joined the inner sect of the Divine Weapon Valley. But she seemed a bit too young compared to what he had imagined. Standing on the high city wall, Lord Lu spoke with great indignation. "The poisonous snake gang has gone too far this time. The moment Commander Cao fell, they dared to stir up trouble. Lu Bak-lin, standing beside him, asked with suspicion in her eyes, "Brother-in-law, Brother Cao was killed. Did you really not know a single thing about it?" He stated firmly that on the day Commander Cao had his accident, he was busy discussing the Tao with Great Master Kong Ding. If he had known earlier, he would have definitely gone with him. Lord Lu spoke in a heavy voice. Although he had sent people to search everywhere, there were still no clues. Even Cao Dat had vanished without a trace. Lu Bak-lin silently hoped that none of this had anything to do with her brother-in-law. When asked about Aunt Ut, he said she suspected that the god-worshipping arts he practiced had deviated towards an evil god, but he still had absolute faith in the thousand-eyed bodhisattva, the deity who was officially recognized by the imperial court 1,000 years ago. The thousand-eyed bodhisattva was indeed a true god. Elsewhere, Le Uyen shouted with excitement as he looked at the results of his forging. It has reached level 2. The black-silver azure water. Inner armor is a success. The aura is clearly stronger. This marks a major turning point in his craftsmanship, having successfully forged the most difficult top-grade item. His master did not hold back his praise. Even though there were still a few minor flaws in the heat control, it already strongly bore his own style and essence. Le Uyen humbly said it was all thanks to his master's dedicated guidance. Throughout the entire process, the old man chuckled. He estimated that this treasured armor was worth 200 to 300 taels of silver, but reminded him not to get complacent, as the soaking process to complete the final product would take over another year. On the surface, Le Uyen obediently agreed, but in his heart he was already calculating. To him, whether the soaking took a long or short time didn't matter. As long as he could control the outer shell, that was enough. On a night of pouring rain, he stood silently under the eaves. He took out the last top-grade origin replenishing pill he had obtained from Tan Hung to use it. Li Yin sighed to himself. Thanks to those spoils of war, he had saved a huge amount of money for his cultivation. Under a flash of lightning that tore the sky apart, he began to practice the soldier form style with its unpredictable transformations of orthodox, unorthodox, and combined stances, 24 moves amidst the downpour. With his chest bare, Le Uyen swung the great axe, creating streams of azure aura that enveloped his body. After nearly 2 months of arduous training, he had completely mastered the foundational skills of the Way of the Soldier's battle axe technique. It allowed every move to be an extension of his will. Wherever his mind went, the axe followed. Although he didn't have a superior constitution, thanks to his extraordinary effort, he had reached the entry level of this and superior martial art that was never supposed to be taught to outsiders. The speed at which he swung the axe was so fast it created an invisible barrier, preventing even the splashing rain from touching his body. Even the rain had to avoid him. Le Uyen could clearly feel it. The great circulation of his chi and blood was about to be achieved. It was proof of the extraordinary power of the technique he was practicing. He was confident that once he could control the Azure Essence copper axe and add 1,000 pounds of strength to it, he would no longer have to struggle like he did in the battle against Tan Hung. He planned to exchange the silver notes he had obtained to prepare for upgrading his long weapon to level 6, and was certain he could cultivate the white ape strength in just 1 more month. Time flew by. 2 months later, Tan Bantu sat gloomily at the dining table worrying about his brother-in-law's life, as there was still no news from the poisonous snake gang bandits in the treacherous Hu Mountains. Le Uyen ate his meal quietly. He listened to his brother complain about how even the city guard was helpless against that gang. All this time, Tan Bantu grumbled resentfully while eating about the incompetence of the soldiers. They only sent 12 or so people in total. What good is that? Most of them are busy chasing Neonju. After so long, they still haven't caught a single robber. What a bunch of useless trash. After finishing his meal, he stood up and told Le Uyen, I have to leave the city today to find the head treasurer. Tonight you can go to your 2 brothers' house for dinner. Le Uyen nodded slightly in response. All right. Be careful on the road. After leaving the smithy, Le Uyen went to a quiet courtyard amidst a lush green bamboo forest to meet Scholar Huang. As soon as he saw his figure, the old scholar with silver hair smiled in welcome. Ah, Le Uyen, you're here. I ran around quite a bit to borrow the books you needed. He carefully handed the precious books to him and didn't forget to add, this old man had to ask several people just to borrow these. You must treasure them. Le Uyen respectfully accepted the stack of books with both hands. I washed my hands before I came. You can rest assured. Seeing his disciple engrossed in reading at the wooden table, Scholar Huang felt a sense of satisfaction. In the entire shop, this was the most diligent and hard-working child. Children are easy to teach. But as he opened the old yellowed pages, Liuyan's brow furrowed unconsciously when he saw the 3 words, God-worshipping sect. Isn't that an evil sect? The deeper he delved into the contents, the more astonished he became at the strange doctrines recorded within. Liuyan analyzed it silently. Reading this, it seems the God-worshipping sect isn't the evil sect I imagined. It's more like a martial arts compendium specializing in the cultivation of one's own physical body. He suddenly remembered the mysteries at the Bodhisattva temple and wondered to himself, could it be the God-worshipping arts mentioned on the 1,000-eyed Bodhisattva statue, and the incense burner images of proud forefathers appeared in his mind along with their arrogant declaration? A Taoist does not worship gods. Only the founding masters. I do not worship gods, for I am a god. I do not worship immortals, for I wish to ascend to immortality myself. That's an insanely arrogant claim, although he felt that this kind of doctrine would be difficult to spread widely. Liuyan was still captivated by names like Grand Ancestor Jia Daivan and Grand Ancestor Pang Yunlong. He pondered the state of the world. This God-worshipping sect, it couldn't be the imperial court, could it? A small gang occupies a street or an alley. A sect occupies a region of the world. The imperial court covers the 4 seas. So isn't it the largest sect in the world? Perhaps it's an alliance of sects. The thoughts about the 1,000-year reign of the Grand Ancestor and the various sects fascinated him. After he had finished mulling it over, Liuyan stood up to return the books. Scholar Huang, I'm finished reading. I'll leave the books here, okay? The kind teacher looked up and asked if you needed any more books. Tomorrow this old man will go and borrow some from my friends for you to read. Liuyan clasped his hands in gratitude. I'll have to trouble you then, teacher. It's no trouble for a disciple. As long as there are books, I'll read. Under the shimmering lanterns of the county magistrate's manor, Lu Beiling curiously asked Auntie Ut about when Elder Han would arrive, but only received an indifferent reply. She said she wasn't sure either. Making an excuse that she still had some things to attend to, Auntie Ut asked to leave the banquet table first, leaving her brother-in-law and niece to continue their meal. Seeing Lu Beiling about to get up and follow the county magistrate, tapped his chopsticks on the table and coldly ordered his daughter to sit back down and eat, leaving her to obey in fear. Late at night, Wu Chan made a surprise visit to the county manor. Seeing the distinguished guest arrive, the county magistrate hurriedly scolded his servants for their delay, then ordered the guard to go receive his punishment for not knowing how to welcome an honored guest. Wu Chan got straight to the point, saying that Treasurer Cao wanted to ask what the next step of their plan should be. He reckoned that searching for the Vipers, gang in the vast, mountainous lake region, was not something that could be rushed. The sinister county magistrate calculated aiming for one specific goal to make the other party miss the mountain opening ceremony of Divine Weapon Valley. The old man analyzed that it would take 20 to 30 days to ride from Gaoliu to the sect's gate, and it was already late June. Time was running out. The magistrate asserted that with the winter winds and snow, that small window of time would certainly not be enough to make it for the mountain opening day. Understanding the old man's intentions, Wu Chan expressed his desire to borrow a group of yamen runners to serve his own plans. The county magistrate generously agreed, telling him to just coordinate with the head steward. After Wu Chan left, the county magistrate thoughtfully mentioned the name Ghostface Ba Nya Han Tui Quan with a worried expression. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed into the room to report, causing the old man to snap at him for the abrupt intrusion. The soldier trembled as he reported that although the brothers had worked hard to intercept that fellow named Ku, unexpectedly, just when things were going well, someone hiding in the shadows jumped out and snatched the person away. Hearing the bad news, the county magistrate's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe. His plan had been foiled so unexpectedly. In the silence of the night, the man who had just been rescued from the city guards was weakly crawling on the wooden floor. He trembled as he asked, "Who's there?" From the darkness, a figure sitting on an armchair coldly replied, "Struggle a little more, otherwise I won't bother saving you. I'll just dig a hole and bury you to keep things neat," the injured man asked in shock for his savior's identity. But the only answer he received was a fatal kick to the head that knocked him unconscious. Immediately, Yun Shu stepped out, looked at the unconscious body, and gently chided her master for being too rough with someone who was already severely injured. At that moment, the senior's true identity was finally revealed. Beneath the terrifying ghost mask was Elder Han, the inspector envoy that Yun Shu had been anxiously waiting for over 2 months. The two walked together under the night sky. Yun Shu, I've suggested they take this opportunity to rest a bit before returning to the sect in early March of next year. As the deputy emissary, she presented a list of youths under 25 years old, with decent aptitude in the Yahello region and 6 neighboring counties which had been compiled by her niece. On this list were 3 individuals who possessed superior grade aptitude. Elder Han took the file but didn't forget to sternly remind her that he only wanted the truly elite, because both aptitude and innate talent had to be outstanding to catch his eye. The next morning, Lei Yuyan ambled through the bustling streets of the inner city. His eyes suddenly landed on an old weapon called the Iron Blood Army Model 3 Trident Halberd. Despite its rusty and dilapidated appearance, its first-tier attribute and the ability to predict an enemy's intentions made him extremely curious about its origin. Seeing the customer's interest, the child vendor immediately shouted a price of 3 taels of silver. This made Lei Yuyan grimace, complaining it was too expensive, thinking it was just a pile of scrap metal. His grandfather rushed out and slapped him, scolding, "What kind of selling is that? You're shouting like a robber." Seeing the old man was easygoing, Lei Yuyan even took the chance to ask for the 2 water crystals lying in a corner of the stall. The old man generously agreed at once, urging him to take them all if he needed them. Leaving the stall with his new item, Lei Yuyan mentally noted down the place name Fangjing Village so he could visit someday. As he was walking, he happened to see a man with a high topknot carrying a string of things. Recognizing the distinct smell of a rare fish, he called out, "Luong Atui, are those spirit fish in your basket? That nose of yours must be a radar." Seeing a stranger call him by his full name, Atui was surprised and asked who he was. When Lei Yuyan introduced himself as someone from the Shen weapons mythy, Atui's attitude immediately changed, saying he had heard of his talent. He explained that the 2 horned pufferfish in his basket were caught for an elderly gentleman, so he couldn't sell them. Seeing Lei Yuyan's interest, Luong Atui proposed an enticing deal if Lei Yuyan helped him forge a superior-grade weapon. From materials he provided himself, he would compensate him with 2 spirit fish weighing over 4 catties. Lei Yuyan quickly calculated the value of these blood-enriching spirit fish. He realized that 1 catty of fish was worth more than a tael of silver. By his calculation, he wouldn't lose out on this deal at all, and would even gain a rare source of medicinal power. The 2 quickly sealed the deal and set a date to meet again. After delivering the fish, Lei Yuyan smiled with satisfaction as he watched Atui's retreating figure. He was curious about the taste of this rare spirit fish and told himself he would go to Bixi Lake to try his luck when he had a free day. After having exchanged all the silver notes he had obtained, Lei Yuyan walked back home. In an extremely cheerful mood, Lei Yuyan cheered with delight as he received the silver from his master's hand. He was secretly grateful that his master had favored him by exchanging the silver at such a great rate. This saved him a considerable amount of money. However, his smithing master immediately threw cold water on his excitement. He set a condition he had to forge another superior-grade emerald jade blade. Lei Yuyan's face fell, and he looked troubled, trying to negotiate if he could switch to a different item. But his master firmly stated that this was an opportunity for him to accumulate forging skills. Faced with his master's passionate insistence, Lei Yuyan could only reluctantly admit that he had become a bit lazy. Seeing his disciple yield, the old master laughed with delight, scolding him for being a dishonest brat. Lei Yuyan immediately regained his confidence, declaring, "Just give me another year or 2. I'll forge it for you to see one way or another, master." He silently vowed, determined to reach grand completion in the art of forging within the next year upon hearing his disciple's bold declaration. The forging master couldn't help but be astonished, because for him, forging that item in 15 years was already a miracle. That night, as he was diligently working by the forge, Fatty Sun suddenly dropped by to announce that he was going out. Hearing he was going to scout for news about his brother-in-law, Lei Yuyan stopped his hammering to reassure his friend that the shopkeepers were still very concerned about the case, so he didn't need to worry too much. Fatty Sun sighed, full of anxiety, feeling helpless in the current situation. Lei Yuyan gently placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him, advising him to keep hope, because as long as there was no bad news, it could be considered good news for now. Fatty Sun nodded and then walked away silently into the quiet night. The next morning at the first-class tavern, Senior Brother Wu frantically ran after someone, calling out urgently, "Senior Brother Yue!" With a desperate look, Senior Brother Wu pleaded with his senior to put in a good word for him, as he still wanted to try and seize the opportunity. However, Senior Brother Yue coldly refused. He reminded him of how Senior Brother Wu had been indifferent when Junior Brother Li was eliminated before. Despite his senior brother's harshness, Senior Brother Wu continued to plead desperately because he knew that if he missed this chance, the door to joining the Divine Weapon Valley would be forever closed to him. Despite the desperate pleas, Yue Wentan resolutely turned his back. Wu Ming, I can't help you with this. At the same time, in a luxurious room, Lu Beiling was resentfully questioning her aunt. Auntie, are you really going to give the intersect trial spot to Yue Wentan? My vital energy is better than his, and my aptitude is only slightly inferior. So what does that even matter? However, her aunt still believed that natural aptitude was the most important. She explained that one needed both innate talent and aptitude to be considered a true prodigy. As for Yue Wentan, although he had talent, his aptitude was poor, so he might not even pass the intersect assessment. Lu Beiling was not resigned to this. She threw her arms around her aunt, pleading, My aptitude is mid to high tier 2, it's just a little bit worse. Auntie, I'm begging you. Please. The response to her niece's desperate plea was just a harsh statement. A little bit worse is still out. Stop begging. Her aunt began to lecture her on the path of cultivation. She said that after achieving great completion in vital energy, one needs to circulate it throughout the body to cultivate a strand of jin, also known as internal energy. Lu Beiling confidently cut her off, thinking she already knew all the steps from body tempering to internal, the strengthening as taught by her father. However, when she mentioned the form transformation realm after reaching perfection both internally and externally, her aunt dealt a heavy psychological blow. If you're not good enough, you could try for a lifetime and never touch that realm. Lu Beiling's jaw dropped in shock at the harsh truth. Her aunt continued to press her, asserting that after all the screening, everyone she had chosen was mediocre, including you yourself. She stressed, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have even made it into the outer sect. Too shocked by the continuous verbal attacks, Lu Beiling slumped onto the table, whining, Auntie, why do you have to put me down like that? Her aunt could only sigh in frustration, leaving the conversation hanging, which made the atmosphere in the room incredibly tense. As night fell at the blacksmith shop, Liang Ashui quietly went to find Lei Uyen to deliver the goods. They had arranged for him to give Lei Uyen an oxhorn bone weighing over 4 caddies, and he promised to bring the second one after the weapon was finished. At Lei Uyen's surprise at this show of trust, Ashui calmly replied, This is just the principle of trust those you use, isn't it? When asked what kind of weapon he wanted forged, Ashui produced a blueprint that made Lei Uyen exclaim, This is a fish spear. It was a 3-pronged fish spear, and Ashui told him to forge it exactly as it was on the paper. Looking at the scribbled drawing, Lei Uyen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and asked if he needed to fix it to make it look better. But Ashui confidently insisted that his drawing was already very clear. Lei Uyen could only lament internally because the drawing was not only unclear but also rather abstract. After promising to come back to describe it in more detail and bring the rest soon, Ashui left, leaving Lei Uyen with the basket of precious spirit fish. He smiled in satisfaction, thinking to himself, when I get home today, I'll definitely let my sister-in-law try this nourishing fish. Just an incense stick's worth of time after enjoying the nourishing spirit fish with his family. Lei Uyen began to feel strange changes in his body. His entire body was burning hot and itching like crazy, as if thousands of ants were crawling under his skin. He marveled to himself, this spirit fish is actually more nourishing than embryo fluid and tendon pills. Unable to bear the scorching heat, Lei Uyen immediately threw himself into a tub of water to cool down. However, the burst of energy was so powerful it made him exclaim in shock. He wondered if his sinews and bones had completed their strengthening process. Boom! The wooden tub exploded, unable to withstand the force from his body. In the dead of night, the mighty silhouette of a giant spirit ape appeared as Lei Uyen swung his great hammer high. The system continuously announced that he had reached the realm of great perfection, causing his sinews and bones to automatically change and forge him an ape-like body. Lei Uyen could feel it clearly. Every muscle fiber and his entire skeleton was transforming with crisp, cracking sounds coming from within. He clearly felt that everything from his speed to his arm strength had been powerfully buffed. Even the 7-star horizontal body training technique had advanced to near the proficiency level. Lei Uyen threw himself into training with unbelievably powerful and agile movements. He noticed his arms were now long and supple like an ape's, giving him a sense of flexibility that far surpassed what he had before. With the ability to turn like the wind and perfect control over his power, he could execute 18 consecutive forms without needing to rest his strength, continuing to accumulate endlessly. When his hammer technique reached the realm of perfection, Lei Uyen smiled confidently as he looked at his body. He now possessed the characteristics of ape arms and a wasp waist, along with the superior-grade sinews and bones that countless people dreamed of. Looking back at the transformation process of his sinews and bones over the past 2 months, Le Uyen understood that tonight was the true metamorphosis, far surpassing all the previous days combined. He silently understood why all the major powers valued bone structure so much, because the difference was simply too great in terms of martial arts training speed and the ability to absorb medicinal power. Le Uyen thoughtfully considered the importance of innate talent and the good fortune of possessing the long weapon 6. It helped him avoid fumbling around in danger or wasting time finding a master. He began circulating his blood qi from the minor circulation to the major circulation, feeling the core point move from his waist to his heart. Le Uyen knew he was getting very close to cultivating internal kin to truly step into the ranks of the masters. White ape kin was the realm Le Uyen yearned to reach. He understood that a person's strength was limited. Even with elixirs, blood qi could only spread to the limbs, reaching the body's limit. However, if he cultivated the white ape flying phoenix axe technique to grand perfection, he could nurture a powerful strand of white ape kin from his waist. Feeling the power slowly growing, Le Uyen told himself he was very close to the moment of breakthrough. Just a little bit more? He calculated to himself that he probably just needed 1 or 2 more of those highly nourishing spirit fish to complete the process. Just a few more fish to unlock it. Early in the morning, Le Uyen said goodbye to his sister-in-law to return to the forge. "Sister-in-law, I'm heading back to the forge." His sister-in-law, while hanging laundry, reminded him, "Be careful on your way." He smiled back. "Got it, sister. Don't work too hard." Stepping out onto the street, he stopped by an old bookstore. Holding a new secret manual in his hand, Le Uyen asked the owner, "I want this book." "Oh, right. Shopkeeper, do you have anything else like this?" The old man shook his head and replied, "That's all. If you still want to buy some kind of cultivation technique, then you can go to the Bodhisattva's Gaze Temple Market. They sell everything over there." Le Uyen pondered, "Is that so? It really is livelier over there." He noticed that the name Bodhisattva's Gaze had been popping up far too often lately, carrying an indescribably strange and sinister feeling. So he warned himself not to get involved with it for the time being. He racked his brain, wondering if he should learn some hidden weapon techniques for self-defense and coat them in poison, but then he just brushed the idea aside, afraid he might accidentally stab himself. As he was lost in thought, a loud call interrupted him. Le Uyen turned around. It was Luang Atui. "Sorry, I got held up by a few things on the way, so I'm a little late." Le Uyen waved his hand. "It's fine, let's go in and forge the fish spears." Inside the forge, a very excited Atui instructed, "Make it as long as you can and as sharp as you can." The master blacksmith standing nearby couldn't help but be surprised. A fish spear counts as a weapon. I've never seen anyone use a fish spear as a weapon. The old man turned to his disciple and remarked, "You're looking awfully well today. Eat something good." Le Uyen beamed. "My 2 older brothers and sisters-in-law have been feeding me well lately. Master, when do you think I'll be able to cultivate internal kin?" The master blacksmith explained in a low voice. "Internal kin, huh? Your talent is better than mine, so there's some hope. No harm in talking about it. The physical body has its limits. I've heard people say that even with a superior constitution, you're not guaranteed to achieve internal kin. At most, you'll only have the strength of 1,000 caddies," the master said as he swung his hammer. He explained that cultivating kin is all about breaking the limits of the physical body to become stronger. He recalled his own arduous journey. He started his apprenticeship at 9 and only achieved great mastery of his blood qi at 34. "It wasn't until I was 41 that I mastered the axe technique, but I didn't have the status to access the fundamental diagram. By the time I had enough standing to touch that treasure, my blood qi had already declined and I no longer had the ability to break through to the internal kin realm." "Life has a funny way of unlocking things late," Le Uyen analyzed inwardly. When he controlled the barrel copper hammer, his strength had already surpassed 1,000 caddies. Didn't that also count as breaking his limits? He realized that a wealthy person with a superior constitution, even without cultivating internal kin, could still push their strength above the 1,000 caddy mark thanks to elixirs. The master continued, "The internal kin cultivated when practicing the white ape axe technique is called white ape kin. I'll never be able to cultivate it in this lifetime. But I have seen an explosive burst of cultivated kin force shatter a boulder with a bare hand." Le Uyen exclaimed in alarm, "Shatter a boulder! Wouldn't your hand hurt?" The master laughed. "If you try to block internal kin with your bare hands, of course it's going to hurt." What a strange question. Hearing this, Le Uyen felt a pang of regret. When he killed Nianju and Tan Hung, he hadn't had the chance to see what a burst of internal kin looked like. He asked curiously, "After cultivating white ape kin, would there be any trouble if I switched to practicing a different martial art?" The question made this master and the other disciples freeze. The old man snapped, "How long do you think it takes to cultivate a martial art until you achieve internal kin, and you want to switch to another one? Are you trying to master everything? Don't be so greedy." The master sighed, recalling an old story. If Tan Hung hadn't switched to practicing the tiger roar saber and wasted more than 10 years, perhaps he wouldn't have been killed so easily. Le Uyen thought to himself, "Actually, that doesn't affect me at all." The master urged, "All right, hurry up and forge the iron. Luang Atui is still waiting for you. At the end of the year, you might be going to Divine Weapon Valley. You might not be back until next summer. You need to make the most of your time." Le Uyen said excitedly, "Maybe I can join Divine Weapon Valley directly. When I come back, it could be in 3 to 5 years. The master warned sternly, "The martial sects place great importance on one's constitution. If you fall even a little bit short, you won't even be able to get into the inner court. And you're still dreaming of Divine Weapon Valley. Hurry up and forge that fish spear for him," the master yelled. Le Uyen was secretly pleased as his current constitution was no longer poor. He gripped the hammer firmly, focused his mind, and said, "Don't worry, I guarantee he'll be satisfied." The sound of the hammer striking the anvil rang out, and sparks flew with each of Le Uyen's powerful blows. As he worked, new schemes flashed through his mind. Setting aside the tiger roar saber for now, the fundamental diagram for the green serpent spear must be on that green snake guy, right? Le Uyen squinted at the flames. He really wanted to give it a try. I wonder if my body will keep changing once I master these other fundamental diagrams. Meanwhile, at a deserted temple, Tonbantu rode alone to a dilapidated shrine covered in cobwebs. Stepping into the main hall, he was stunned by the sight of a figure. Vuchun was standing silently before a giant Arhat statue. The moment he saw him, Tonbantu immediately asked, "Vuchun, where's the second manager?" In the dim light. He was shocked to realize that the statue's face and Vuchun's were astonishingly similar, making him wonder if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Ignoring the other man's astonishment, Vuchun coldly announced that Manager Tao had already led his men into the mountains while he had taken the rest back to get some rest. The fact that everything seems normal is precisely what's suspicious. He demanded that Tonbantu follow him immediately, claiming Manager Tao already had a plan in place. At that same moment, Le Uyen was also strolling through the streets. Plagued by the same problem how to get more of this precious metal, Le Uyen went straight to Lung Atui's house, knocking on the door while shouting, "Brother Lung, it's me. Le Uyen, I'm here to deliver the fishing trident." Atui joyfully came out to greet him, astonished by his brother's incredible crafting speed. Holding the three-pronged trident, which radiated a sharp spiritual aura, he couldn't stop praising it. It was the exact design he had always wanted. Thrilled with his new treasure, Atui was so delighted that he ran inside and brought out a red-tailed spirit fish weighing over 6 catties as an extra gift. Looking at the valuable fish in his hands, Le Uyen silently marveled at Atui's fishing skills. He wondered if the man had some secret for finding the hiding spots of these elusive spirit fish. Taking advantage of the cheerful atmosphere, Le Uyen decided to probe, asking if Atui knew where to find any red gold. But Atui just laughed it off, insisting that this mountain region didn't produce gold. He said that even in the inner city it was rare, so he was completely in the dark about it. As they were talking, Le Uyen's eyes suddenly narrowed with suspicion when he spotted a mysterious figure hiding behind a door, which Lung Atui seemed to be deliberately blocking. Upon returning home, Le Uyen saw his second brother and second sister-in-law returning from the Temple of the Thousand-Eyed Bodhisattva. His brother explained worriedly that for the past few days his wife had been suffering from morning sickness and anxiety, so he'd taken her to pray for peace and well-being. However, his sister-in-law immediately countered, saying her husband was overreacting to rumors about the mysterious miscarriages in the front district. Seeing Le Uyen ask about her health, she smiled reassuringly, telling him she had medicine to stabilize the pregnancy and was doing fine. Le Uyen excitedly showed them the spirit fish he'd gotten from Brother Lung, telling his brother to make a nourishing soup for his wife that night. After bidding farewell to Lung Atui, who was lurking just outside the door, he entered his home in high spirits. Meanwhile, at Lung Atui's house, an old man in a demon mask was speaking coldly. "Red gold is a supreme material meant only for divine weapons." The old man delivered a harsh verdict. His craftsmanship is truly masterful, but his own physical foundation is too weak. The old man asserted that with such a poor constitution, Lei Win would never reach the highest realm. When A Tui expressed a desire to learn martial arts, the old man brushed him off, demanding he bring back 10 more spirit fish before they could even discuss it. Hearing the number 10 fish, Lung A Tui was so shocked his face paled in disbelief. By dinner, Lei Win could clearly feel the medicinal power from the spirit fish, his body growing hot as if on fire. He told himself that after Weapon Master 6 leveled up, he had to learn how to catch these fish himself to secure a steady supply of nourishment. Just then, his sister-in-law took out a bodhisattva pendant she had just gotten from the temple, offering it to him for his protection. Lei Win was about to refuse, but the moment his hand touched the item, a bizarre, cold energy shot through him, making him shudder. His face instantly turned pale with horror, a protective charm that feels more like a cursed object. Information from Weapon 06 appeared, sending a chill down his spine. This was a bodhisattva pendant made from incense ash mud and the blood of a young boy. It was designed to drain the luck and life force of its wearer. He was horrified to realize this was a work of dark arts, an incredibly insidious heretical art. To get to the bottom of it, Lei Yuan changed his demeanor, feigning curiosity, and then borrowed his sister-in-law's pendant to study. He started connecting the dots with the recent miscarriages in the city and asked about how they had obtained the item. His brother explained that the temple was initially closed for repairs, but when a Lord Lo showed up and intervened, the monks gifted them 2 of the pendants. 2 of these consecrated pendants. Lei Win thoughtfully repeated the name, his eyes filled with suspicion. Lord Lo, you say? Something's fishy here, he thought. Lying with an arm over his forehead, Lei Yin contemplated the situation in Kaoliu County. Before Ko Long's death, the city guard had held more power than the local government office. All forces, big and small, including the mountain bandits, had to tread carefully around them. In comparison, Magistrate Lo Vantang seemed rather insignificant, known only as an official who revered gods and Buddhas. But Lei Win couldn't help but wonder, regarding the death of Ko Long, could this Lord Magistrate possibly have had a hand in it? And his first suspicion landed right on the main boss. He raised his hand, looking at the 2 pendants, clearly feeling the bizarre energy radiating from them. No matter how you look at it, this thing is no good. Judging by the tenets of the god-worshipping sect, the cult itself was neither good nor evil. However, more often than not, any artifacts associated with them turned out to be heretical. Lei Win thought to himself, the Temple of the Thousand-Eyed Bodhisattva has ties to the imperial court. If there were truly something amiss, it should have been discovered long ago. He suddenly recalled the words from an ancient text, false paths, false scriptures, false gods, and false followers. He wondered, then the problem must lie with the followers themselves. Such sharp words wouldn't have been written without reason. He noticed the small mouse beside him squeaking in fear. Lei Win gently soothed it. Don't be afraid. This pendant may be evil, but it's not enough to scare us. I'll bring it under control in a moment. Focusing his spirit, he shouted, Subdue! Instantly, a brilliant golden aura enveloped the 2 pendants. Initially, Lei Win felt a pang of disappointment. There was no particular reaction. He thought to himself, could it be that the subduing effect of these 2 flawed items is just too weak? But then an unexpected stream of information flooded his mind. It left him stunned. I am a god. The flesh is a temple. Cleanse the temple to revere the god. Build an altar to worship the god. Venerate yourself as a god, pray to yourself sincerely. Worship the god and all prayers will be answered. The echoing doctrine forced Lei Win to brace himself against the pain. He continued to shout, Subdue, through the agony. Suddenly, a horrific vision appeared before his eyes. What is this? My organs. Lei Win was stunned to realize he could actually see through his own body, witnessing each of his internal organs at work. He finally understood the true meaning of venerate yourself as a god, the flesh is a temple. It meant one had to cleanse their internal organs to create a shrine within themselves. This strange sensation came from the vital energy that was enveloping. It shrouded and circulated endlessly throughout his body. Back at his desk, Lei Yuan contemplated the ancient records. According to the book, after reaching the initiation stage of the deity-worshipping art, one could circulate their blood and ki in ways incomprehensible to ordinary people. To strengthen a part of his body, he silently compared the 2 and realized the deity-worshipping art was clearly far superior to the martial path combat axe art he was currently practicing. Lei Yuan's gaze turned ice-cold as he looked into the distance. He was absolutely certain that the Bodhisattva shrine was definitely hiding many secrets. Just as he stepped outside, senior brother Nhak called out, "Brother Li, there's a feast in the city tomorrow. Care to join?" Seeing Li Yuyan's confusion, he quickly clarified that it wasn't Lady Lo's party, but a small feast of his own at Yizi Restaurant. The whole table was hailing Nak Van Tan like an idol. It was like he was about to make his debut. Watching senior brother Nak being praised like a shining star and predicted to be promoted soon, Li Yuyan inwardly sighed at the different treatment reserved for those with superior aptitude. Nak Van Tan didn't forget to introduce Li Yuyan to everyone, praising his forging talent for reaching grand mastery in just half a year, along with his lightning-fast progress in the pursuit art. Senior brother Nak laughed and said, "You juniors still have a long way to go. Don't get discouraged so early." Li Yuyan secretly admired senior brother Nak's character for always looking out for and bringing his brothers along even after he had made a name for himself. During the meal, a beautiful woman approached. Noticing that Li Yuyan didn't like alcohol, she thoughtfully offered him a cup of honey water. Li Yuyan respectfully thanked eldest Miss Vuong, but she immediately corrected him, saying her name was Vuong Boi Jiao, daughter of the Thua family clan in Thua County. Faced with her forwardness, Li Yuyan changed his address to Heroine Vuong, which made her laugh with amusement. His smooth talking earned him a brownie point. Vuong Boi Jiao openly told him to just call her Boi Jiao to be more friendly, making Li Yuyan feel an unexpected warmth from her. His gaze shifted slightly to Lo Bok Lin, who seemed lost in the crowd. Despite her noble status, everyone started talking about outstanding geniuses like the young man from the Fire Dragon Temple, who, though not yet 16, had already mastered the Fire Dragon energy and reached the internal energy realm. A truly prodigious talent. In the middle of the conversation, Li Yuyan asked senior brother Nak where he could buy scarlet gold to prepare materials for forging a top-grade weapon later on. Senior brother Nak was utterly astonished by his ambition, but could only shake his head because besides the forge, he really didn't know anywhere else that sold such a precious metal. Vuong Boi Jiao suddenly spoke up, suggesting that Lo Bok Lin might be the one who possessed scarlet gold. However, she also warned that this eldest young miss disliked their crowd, so trying to trade with her would likely be extremely difficult. At that moment, Lo Bok Lin quietly stood up, announced she couldn't stay any longer, and quickly walked to her carriage to return home. Sitting in the carriage, Lo Bok Lin couldn't hold back tears of frustration as she thought about her aunt not choosing her to enter the inner sect. She bitterly compared herself to Nak Van Tan, a person who in her opinion was inferior in both talent and comprehension, yet was favored just because he possessed a better aptitude. Lo Bok Lin sobbed over the feast she had spent more than a year preparing, only for it to become a stepping stone for someone else. She resentfully realized she only had half a year left. If she couldn't cultivate the swallow's return wish-granting palm to grand completion to change her aptitude, she would lose her only chance. However, to reach that realm, from the grand mastery stage would take a full 25 years, a number so distant that she could only scream in despair. Just then the head steward entered and reassured her, "Young miss, please rest assured. The matter of entering the Divine Weapon Valley has been arranged by Heroine Vuong. There is a spot reserved for you on every trip." They even had a slot ready for her. Lo Bok Lin curiously asked about the identity of the person behind this, but the head steward only gave a vague answer about people in the martial world who don't know when to advance or retreat. At the same time, at the gate of the Lo residence, Vu Chan arrived wanting to see Lord Lo. But he was told the master was busy handling the case of a quack doctor who had harmed a pregnant woman and her unborn child with the wrong medicine. Unable to meet him, Vu Chan said he would return tomorrow, and then silently left. Inside, powerful figures were secretly discussing how Vu Chan, after receiving the deity-worshipping art, couldn't resist the temptation and visited all 7 shrines outside the city. Calling him a fool who had defiled the sacred art, they commented that Han Tui Quan was an old man with a very large appetite. Tao Diem alone would likely not be enough to satisfy him. As for Vu Chan, because his cultivation was still shallow, and he was chaotically cultivating a single chi, he would sooner or later go mad. They figured that if he didn't go mad, they would have to see how much power his martial path combat finger art truly held. At that moment, Vu Chan was strolling down the street. He silently assessed the strangeness of the deity-worshipping art, and couldn't stop wondering who had really finished off Nen 9. For 3 months, he had been investigating the masters at the forge, but he still had nothing, and he absolutely refused to believe the culprit could be some low-level apprentice. To investigate so much and still miss, he walked past a shrine. Vu Chan could feel the power of the incense here. It was far stronger than the 7 shrines outside the city. Just then, he passed by Li Yuyan, who was walking in the opposite direction on the street. Liu immediately recognized the basic diagram of the green snake. It was indeed on the other person. Through Bing 6, he also discovered a Tier 1 item called the Heavenly Being Bodhisattva. Wooden tablet which contained a fragment of the deity-worshipping art. It was something that could produce a first-layer effect if the user had reached the initiation level. Just as Liu was marveling at the appearance of the deity-worshipping art, Wu Chan suddenly stopped short. He turned around, his eyes flashing with a strange green light, and asked, You're Liu? Wu Chan couldn't help but be shocked. How on earth had he transformed so much in just 3 months? Staring intently at the young man, Wu Chan silently assessed and grew suspicious of his blood and qi realm. To hide his true strength, Liu cleverly explained that he had just been lucky enough to reach Grand Mastery a few days ago. On the surface, Wu Chan was nonchalant, but inwardly he was calculating. He knew very well that with a mid to low aptitude, even if he used medicinal pills to reach this level, in less than a year would cost at least 1 to 200 taels of silver. He thought to himself that perhaps Liu's forging skills were so good that his esteemed master had generously supported him. After using the soul bewitching art to probe him and finding no unusual behavior, Wu Chan coldly waved his hand, dismissing him to get back to work. He thoughtfully removed Liu from his list of suspects, believing that someone who had just reached the peak of blood qi mastery was absolutely incapable of finishing him off. Wu Chan clutched his head and tore at his hair in frustration. A mad idea even popped into his head. To kill every single person who went up the mountain that day. To eliminate this curse. I'm at my wit's end. What the hell is wrong with me? Calm down. Get a grip. Wu Chan braced himself, fighting against the grotesque hallucinations invading his mind. He was horrified to realize the divine worship technique was gradually stripping away his control. With his mind in turmoil, he knew he had to quickly cultivate to the first level or else he would go completely insane. Head Steward Wang approached from behind, asking with concern about his pale complexion. Wu Chan tried to maintain a calm demeanor and asked what the other man wanted from him. Head Steward Wang worriedly asked about the Great Steward's whereabouts. Wu Chan informed him that the man was still relentlessly hunting down members of the poisonous snake gang in the mountains, and that he definitely couldn't return before winter, perhaps not even until the next year. It sounded less like a business trip and more like a boss raid. Faced with Head Steward Wang's concern that the ghost-faced 8-Na-Han Tui Quan was still lurking about and had yet to leave, Wu Chan just coldly and firmly asserted that the guy would have to disappear sooner or later. Head Steward Wang looked at Wu Chan meaningfully and then spoke up. Brother Wu, are you still searching for Lian Qian? Or are you actually looking for the Divine Weapon Valley martial arts manual that he stole? Wu Chan nonchalantly replied that he wasn't bold enough to covet the martial arts of such a great sect. Then he retorted, asking if Brother Wang had come looking for him just to spout this nonsense. Head Steward Wang revealed in a low voice, right here in Kowloon City. There also exists a martial arts manual that is at least of the middle tier and could possibly even be high tier. Seeing Wu Chan's curiosity, the old man slowly uttered each word, Bodhisattva, Temple. Late at night, Liu poured a bucket of cold water over himself, while silently blaming himself for being too careless today. He realized that after 3 months apart, Wu Chan had surely sensed the distinct change in his blood qi. Liu told himself that while he could use the excuse of medicinal pills to explain his peak blood qi, what he feared most was that venomous snake Wu Chan still hadn't given up on seizing the Bin Dao Dao Sat tree. Furthermore, he was also cultivating that bizarre deity-worshipping technique. He understood that Wu Chan was completely different from Tan Hong. As a former blade catcher, he would act without scruples. Just a hint of suspicion or the smallest piece of evidence would be enough for him to kill Liu directly. If this matter wasn't resolved soon, he would truly find it difficult to sleep peacefully at night. A few days later at the forge, Liu excitedly tried on the inner armor he had just finished forging and ran to show his master. This is the first piece of inner armor I've ever forged. Can I sell it? The master blacksmith was sipping a cup of tea. He immediately laid out a harsh deal. You can take the inner armor, but over the next 3 months you must forge 12 high-grade weapons for me. So much for a free gift. It was more like an impossible KP I dropped on his head. Liu was so shocked he practically fell over, begging to extend the deadline to at least 6 months. But the old master was firm, giving him a maximum of 4 months. Otherwise, he would strip the precious armor right off his body. Seeing no room for negotiation, Liu quickly scurried away. He headed to the warehouse to select materials, not forgetting to borrow his master's token to look at the other finished high-grade weapons. The old master could only shake his head, smiling and chiding him. That little rascal. Just then a manager came in to announce an order from Nguyen Bin Tuan of the Nguyen family in the inner city. He requested that the master blacksmith personally forge a supreme-grade sledgehammer. The master blacksmith frowned and grumbled, thinking that one sledgehammer used up the same amount of material as 4 weapons of the same grade, so this deal wasn't profitable at all. However, when he heard that the client had already prepared the materials and was paying 200 taels of silver for labor, with the request that it be finished before the new year, the old master immediately changed his tune. 200 taels, you say? Yeah, I can take this job. In the warehouse, Le Uyen examined the various ores while deep in thought. If he couldn't get the crimson gold from Lo Bok Lin, his only option was to wait tirelessly for Tao Diem to return. Feeling that his mind couldn't calm down, he decided to bury himself in forging practice to relieve the stress. Le Uyen's immediate goal was to quickly cultivate the White Ape Force to obtain the crimson gold and upgrade his Tier 6 leader armament. He realized that now that his hammer technique had reached perfection, the buffs from the Great Elephant Hammer and the basic diagram were no longer very effective, not even as good as using the Azure Essence Copper Hammer. Le Uyen resolutely decided to choose another Tier 2 weapon to complement his control effects. He analyzed that before he had the basic diagram, the combination of the Great Elephant Hammer and the Azure Essence Copper Hammer was perfect for finishing off Tan Hung. But now that his strength had reached 1,000 caddies and his hammer technique was perfected, he no longer needed the Great Elephant Hammer for its buffs. Le Uyen began to plan preparing several different sets of weapons to switch between, according to his needs. One set for training, one for explosive combat, and the Tier 6 one for escaping when necessary. He even planned to get a separate set of gear specifically for taking on shady jobs where he couldn't reveal his identity. What troubled him most was the one-day cooldown of the Tier 6 leader armament. It was too long and he was determined to upgrade it as soon as possible at any cost so he could turn the tide of a battle instantly. The throwing daggers tore through the air, crashing violently against the inner armor and creating a shower of sparks. Le Uyen couldn't help but feel smug when he saw that the Tier 2 treasure he had just forged had incredibly astonishing defensive capabilities. Even ordinary throwing daggers infused with blood chi. Egg couldn't penetrate it or even leave a single scratch on its surface. He excitedly hugged the inner armor, silently vowing that from now on he wouldn't even take it off to sleep. Feeling refreshed, Le Uyen cleaned up and decided to go get breakfast. Under the morning sun, Fo Sa was already bustling with activity. As soon as he arrived at his usual spot, the owner greeted him enthusiastically. "If it isn't Brother Le, wait just a moment. I'm steaming a new batch." While waiting, Le Uyen's gaze suddenly fell on a man with a high topknot eating nearby. He was secretly astonished to realize that the man had the bearing of a blade catcher and was carrying an extraordinary Tier 2 weapon. Through his special vision, Shindiye, Le Uyen made a shocking discovery. This man was wearing a Tier 2 human skin mask exquisitely crafted from white treasure mud and gray swamp spirit. This divine item not only allowed the wearer to imprint another's face onto it, but also required the user's bone-crushing strength to have reached the peak of mastery. Le Uyen marveled silently. This heavenly technique was so miraculous. If he combined it with the Talisman of Command, he could become unbelievably versatile in an instant. As he was lost in thought, the other man suddenly stood up and called out, "Great hero, wait a moment!" Le Uyen turned around bewildered. "Great hero what?" The man approached and introduced himself as Li Ba. He said he was from the Hidden Dragon Manor and was looking for the Seeing Eye Bodhisattva Temple, having heard it was very sacred. Le Uyen cursed inwardly. "Cut the crap, old man." He recognized the name Li Ba instantly. It sounded fake just from hearing it. He maintained a calm demeanor. "The temple is in the city. Just ask anyone and they'll point you in the right direction." The man nodded his thanks, then walked past. Le Uyen narrowed his eyes and watched him go. He knew that the righteous bladesmen rarely used human skin masks. This was most likely a notorious thief from the martial world, though he really wanted to take that mask. But since his white ape force was still in its early stages of cultivation, he told himself not to invite more trouble. Behind him, the man who called himself Li Ba was also narrowing his eyes, observing him. He silently assessed, "This kid's breathing is deep and steady, and his chi and blood are incredibly vigorous." At the Seeing Eye Bodhisattva Temple, streams of pilgrims continued to pour in amidst the billowing incense smoke. The excited chatter about the temple's miraculous powers was spreading. Someone even asserted with conviction, "This temple is very potent for those praying for a child." Inside the main hall, under the gaze of the imposing guardian statues, a female visitor curiously wondered if the rumors were as true as they claimed. Meanwhile, in the bustling inner city, Le Yuyen was taking a leisurely stroll, munching on a hot steamed bun and enjoying a rare moment of peace. Suddenly his eyes froze. He had spotted an unusual scene on a street corner. Wu Chan, with his distinctive white hair, was mysteriously pulling senior brother Nak, who looked dazed and unresponsive. Lacking his usual sharpness, Le Yuyen immediately sensed that something was wrong. He rushed closer and called out loudly to break the strange atmosphere. "Senior brother Nak, are you all right?" Senior brother Nak jolted and turned around, his face showing clear bewilderment, as if he had just woken from a long dream. He raised a hand to his forehead, muttering wearily, I'm fine. Observing his brother's dazed state, Le Yuyen silently concluded that Wu Chan must have used a mind-controlling technique to control his mind. He realized that senior brother Nak's willpower seemed to be severely weakened, perhaps, as a side effect of using too many strengthening elixirs over a long period. Le Yuyen asked in a low voice, "What did he ask you?" Senior brother Nak honestly recounted that Wu Chan had asked him about the pursuit of Nian 9 on Mount Fa 9 years ago specifically, who had remained in the forest the longest. Hearing this, Le Yuyen could only click his tongue and think to himself, that happened so long ago, how could anyone possibly remember it accurately? Feeling dizzy and unable to stand steady any longer, senior brother Nak excused himself to go rest first. "Junior brother, my head feels a bit faint. I'm going to go lie down." Le Yuyen clasped his hands in farewell. "Take it easy, senior brother." Watching his senior brother's figure disappear, Le Yuyen's mind began to churn. He silently cursed the poisonous snake gang for being like lingering ghosts that just won't leave, and at the same time felt annoyed thinking about the trip to Mount Fa 9 that day. "I get it now," Le Yuyen thought. "Wu Chan is following every single thread. Sooner or later he'll get to me." He told himself he couldn't just sit here and wait to die. He had to come up with a plan to deal with this venomous snake. As night fell, Le Yuyen went to the courtyard alone to train and relieve his stress. With his white ape's soaring peak hammer technique, having reached the level of great mastery, he began to combine it with the 18 strikes technique. To break through his limits, Le Yuyen focused his entire spirit. He knew that once his strike force reached the state of perfection, he would be able to unleash up to 36 consecutive strikes with terrifying power. Taking a single strike would be exhausting, but this is a whole combo. The wind roared with each of his powerful swings in the silent night. Determined not to let time go to waste, Le Yuyen made up his mind. "All right then, I'll force out the white ape force in one breath." He felt the blood in his body boiling, so he immediately took out a supreme origin pill and swallowed it to enhance its medicinal power. Le Yuyen's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant azure light. A massive aura in the shape of a mighty spirit ape materialized, enveloping his body. Le Yuyen let out a roar, channeling all of his strength into one final hammer strike, slamming it straight down onto the ground. With heaven-shaking, earth-shattering pressure, the powerful impact caused the ground to crumble. Spider-web-like cracks spread throughout the courtyard, accompanied by loud cracking sounds. The thick dust and smoke cleared, revealing the sight of Le Yuyen standing proudly, his aura completely transformed. He clenched his fist, feeling the new surge of power coursing through his veins. Le Yuyen's face lit up with a confident smile as he exclaimed, "The white ape force is complete. All that grinding has finally paid off." Le Yuyen then silently changed into a set of black clothes. He prepared for a dangerous night hunt. He looked at himself in the mirror, checked his gear one last time, then quickly slipped out the window, vanishing into the silent darkness. Standing on a rooftop in the rain, he said to himself in this foreign land, "Anyone who tries to take my life, I'll send them to their grave first." Thanks to the power of his newly cultivated internal energy, Le Yuyen could clearly feel the incredible changes in his body. Every leap he made was as light as if he had springs on his feet, easily covering a distance of 10 meters in a flash. He understood that when facing a martial artist with internal energy, speed and decisiveness were the keys to victory. Le Yuyen marveled inwardly at the power of internal energy, which had dramatically improved his coordination and reflexes compared to before. Looking back on the battle with Tan Hung, he was even more certain that the sneak attack was the absolute right move. Because once an internal energy martial artist unleashes their power like a ferocious tiger, they become extremely difficult to deal with. If you can't finish your opponent in one blow, the martial world isn't fair. So why should I be? Le Yuyen silently tailed Wu Chan to the rear courtyard of the inner court where Wang Ding lived. He was surprised to find Wu Chan secretly meeting with someone wielding an iron spear, a person he immediately recognized as Wang Ding, the only one in the inner court proficient in the green serpent spear technique. The shady collusion between these two on a stormy night made Li Yuyan suspect that a dark conspiracy was unfolding behind everyone's backs. Right now, Wu Chan was struggling to withstand the severe side effects of the god-worshipping technique, which made his eyes a demonic fiery red. He knew he had to find a martial arts technique, of middle tier or higher, to save his life before he went insane and died. In his desperation and agony, Wu Chan turned to suspect his own comrade. "Nianju, did you kill him? You're about to lose your mind, and now you're suspecting your own teammate." Wang Ding snapped angrily, insisting they were all together that day, so it couldn't have happened. Wu Chan was still obsessed with the missing martial path of the slaughter pond technique. He roared, demanding to know who the culprit was, but only received a helpless reply from Wang. "I have no idea either, let's go." Li Yuyan gave a soft command, and he and the mysterious dark figure shot across the rooftops in the pouring rain. Looking at the back of the person leading the way, he wondered to himself, could it be that Wu Chan got the god-worshipping technique from that temple? At the same time, on another rooftop, Old Han and Van Tu were also silently observing the entire scene in Kowloon County. Old Han squinted into the rain and remarked with a hidden meaning, "Looks like there's a lot of drama tonight, huh? With a heavy rain like this, the autumn harvest will surely be bountiful, haha." Van Tu, standing beside him, remarked sarcastically, "I never knew you had such a compassionate heart, Old Han." Old Han replied calmly, "This old man comes from a farming family, how could I not? All that talk of cruel methods and a vicious heart, those are just the world's prejudices. This old man doesn't like to fight, but what can I do when I'm forced to?" Hearing this, Van Tu could only think to herself that everyone in the entire sect knew just how cruel he was. Old Han continued mentioning Tao Diem, whose ancestors were once disciples in the valley. But his skills were nothing special, yet he dared to lose our white ape flying dragon axe technique. His voice was laced with killing intent. Not much skill, but a whole lot of nerve. Who gave him the audacity to kill a disciple from our valley? Van Tu quickly accepted the order, promising to go to Fashu Mountain the next day to capture the culprit before more trouble arose from the dragon trapping mansion. Old Han reminded her to return quickly to avoid displeasing the Bone Master. He then switched subjects, asking about Nak Van Tan, the one Van Tu had chosen, who had a reputation for having a terrible personality. Van Tu explained that on the day they were hunting, Nian Ju Nyak Van Tan was just scared half to death by a blood-curdling scream. When he returned, he came down with a fever and nearly died, so the rumors were probably exaggerated. She sighed and admitted that the youths in this region were generally nothing special. Picking someone like him is already pretty good. Old Han expressed a similar disappointment. He mentioned that the disciple he had been teaching the martial path of the slaughter pond for the past 2 months still showed no sign of mastering the basics. Van Tu noted that it was the most difficult technique to learn in the inner sect. It was understandable that not many could master it. She wondered if Old Han was deliberately making things difficult for the disciple, and whether such mediocre people were worthy of the title of hero. Old Han coldly stated that if he couldn't find someone truly outstanding, he'd rather just consider the mission complete than feel they were worthy of setting foot in the sect. When Van Tu mentioned that, he still hadn't given up searching for the profound scripture transmission. Old Han immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Shut up, you talk too much!" Seeing her master's fury, Van Tu could only bow her head and apologize, but she thought to herself, his obsession is too deep. She even suspected that Nian Ju stealing the manual might have been intentionally arranged by him. Before they parted, Old Han instructed her to take good care of Ko Da when she returned to Lu Mansion to prevent the Ko Long branch's lineage from being severed. Van Tu respectfully acknowledged the order, and the two quickly separated into the night. In another dark room, an old man looked at the sleeping Luong Atui and sighed softly. "The child is quite filial. It's just that his talent is a bit poor." At that moment, Old Han, dressed in black with his face covered and wearing a conical hat, was silently hiding under the eaves. He was muttering about how lively the night was. Inside the Bodhisattva temple, the monks' eyes began to stir as they discovered an intruder. A senior monk asked worriedly if the secret of the ritual had been exposed. "Hearing that I can already smell trouble brewing, brothers." The great master, sitting at the desk, thoughtfully analyzed the recent events at the dragon trapping mansion and the appearance of the man calling himself Li Ba. The old man asserted that the Taoist wanderer had been hit by a single blow of his white cloud hand. Even with his achievements in body tempering, it would be difficult for him to survive. To be certain, the old man decided to go out and check the situation himself. Shouts echoed through the temple courtyard. Anyone who dares to break into the temple will be killed without mercy. The moment they burst in, an all-out brawl erupted in the middle of the grand, solemn hall. The masked man, now surrounded frantically, tried to explain, "It's a misunderstanding, great masters. We were just passing by." He silently cursed his bad luck that someone else had caused a commotion, and making his group look like accomplices. In his desperation, he swung his blade and finished off a monk even as the man screamed and begged for his life. The masked man seemed to have lost his mind. His eyes were blood red and he screamed relentlessly. The scene descended into utter chaos as the monks charged at the vile intruder to avenge their junior brother. One of them yelled a warning as, "Model." Realizing the opponent's blade was coated in a deadly poison, Leoyen, hidden in the shadows, silently observed this whole insane spectacle. With a cold gaze, he silently wondered why these two would risk their lives to barge into the temple of the Seeing Eye Bodhisattva and kill someone in the dead of night. But seeing that everyone's attention was being drawn to this strange temple, a smug smile crept onto Leoyen's lips. This chaos was perfect. It would make his work easier. He melted back into the darkness, silently observing the next stage of the purge. Inside the main hall, the clang of weapons echoed ceaselessly. Leoyen watched silently from the side. Most of the head monks of the temple of the Seeing Eye Bodhisattva were stout, well-built men. Half of them had already cultivated internal energy. If Wu Chan was killed by these vicious monks, it would save him the trouble. This man's martial skill was indeed stronger than Tan Heng's. If he wanted to take him out, the best way would be a sneak attack. Just as Wu Chan was about to break through the encirclement, his eyes suddenly turned a bizarre shade of red. Oh, it's over. This was the backlash from the god-worshipping pagoda. At that moment, the remaining accomplice had been cornered by the bald-headed monks. "Don't come near me. I'm not with them. Let me go," seizing the opportunity. Leoyen quickly dashed to the incense burner and snatched it into his inventory. Having secured his prize, he left immediately without a second's hesitation. Meanwhile, Wu Chan had managed to escape, but his accomplice did not. He cursed inwardly. Once he got back, he would definitely level the god-worshipping pagoda. This technique was too bizarre and cruel. It wasn't something he could control at all. But before he could get far, a mace came crashing down from above, forcing him to block it with both hands. Turns out our man had cut off his escape route. With a single swing of the mace, both of Wu Chan's arms were shattered. He screamed in pain and terror, "The White Eight Pincer Strike! It's you! You're the one who killed Tan Heng and Nianju." Unfortunately, by the time you figured it out, it was already too late. In the end, Wu Chan was beaten to a pulp by Leoyen's powerful strikes. A moment later, when the monks arrived, all they saw was a mangled corpse. Seeing this, the monks got a little spooked and decided to retreat. Just as they disappeared from sight, Elder Han quickly appeared wearing a demon mask. Standing in the rain, Elder Han gazed thoughtfully at Wu Chan's body. Doubt couldn't help but rise in his heart. How long had it been since Nianju died? Only a few months, right? How could someone in Yahello City have trained to this level? He wondered if everyone was pinning the blame on him, and if this was an elaborate trap set by Fang Yushu to threaten him. A cold, murderous glint flashed in Elder Han's eyes. He growled, "Anyone who wants to kill me will die." A bolt of lightning tore across the sky, and in that instant, the figure of the demon-faced Yaksha vanished into the night without a trace. Back in his quiet room, Leoyen wrung out his rain-soaked clothes while starting to analyze the recent battle. He realized that the combination of wielding the heavy as if it were light and his internal energy produced far more terrifying power than he had imagined. If before it had taken him 18 axe strikes to finish off Tan Heng, now facing a stronger Wu Chan, he only needed 3.5 strikes to settle the matter. 3.5 strikes. It sounded more like a discounted combo meal than a discussion about reducing the world's population. Leoyen told himself that besides his own progress, the control and stacking effect of his level 6 long weapon mastery also played a crucial role. Sitting by the tea table, Leoyen silently assessed his opponent's strength. Tempered body martial artists were truly strong. Since Wu Chan hadn't achieved full body tempering, he couldn't withstand his 3 strikes. He calculated his current strength already surpassed 2,000 caddies when combined with the jade crystal axe. However, bursting with power 4 times beyond his body's limit caused his muscles to stretch, leaving him aching all over. Leoyen realized the importance of mastering body tempering because without that solid defense, he would struggle to maintain the stacked power state for long. He also concluded that the advantage of a long weapon was maintaining a safe distance so that even if his opponent flared their internal energy, they couldn't reach him. At the same time, properly protecting his weak points would significantly reduce the enemy's power. Thinking about the temple of the seeing eye Bodhisattva Liuyan was certain that place definitely had a problem attracting the attention of so many factions, but his worries were quickly dispelled by extreme excitement. This time he had really struck it rich. One moment he's racking his brain, the next he sees his wallet suddenly get fatter. Such a huge windfall. A person's mood really does change with the thickness of their wallet. In the middle of the room sat the giant incense burner he had just acquired. It was emitting a powerful, calming spiritual aura. Although it was a Tier 2 item that he couldn't fully control yet, it had already helped calm his mind considerably. He planned to find a place tomorrow to dump out the pile of ash inside it. In order to use the burner as a storage space, Liuyan began to take stock of the loot he got from Wu Chan. 3 vials of precious medicinal pills, more than 10 taels of silver fragments, and 2 silver notes worth 200 taels. Most notably, there was the blueprint for the green snake spear, a powerful Tier 2 long spear, along with 2 Tier 1 items, a flying dagger and a poison pouch. He felt secretly lucky that he had chosen to use a sneak attack because dealing with these kinds of deadly poisons in a direct confrontation would have been extremely difficult. Liuyan opened the blueprint for the green snake spear. The information revealed that it was a Tier 1 treasure for those who had mastered spearmanship and achieved great vitality, allowing them to comprehend the secret art of internal energy. He realized that compared to the white ape pincer blueprint, this item had a much greater effect on improving one's bones and tendons, making one's physique and recovery ability far superior. Liuyan understood that using a specialized cultivation technique, combined with blueprints and medicinal pills, was the shortcut to directly achieve body modification without going through arduous training, a legitimate cheat, basically. No need for a first purchase bonus, no need for painful grinding, and you still get stronger in a flash. Although the requirements to craft this item weren't too difficult since the smithy had no shortage of long spears, the biggest headache was that upgrading his level 6 long weapon mastery to Tier 3 required scarlet gold, an extremely rare material. Finally, Liuyan took out the Bodhisattva wooden tablet, the Tier 1 seeing eye tablet he had obtained from the temple. He shuddered when he realized its cruelty. It didn't contain a complete training method at all. It only required the cultivator to sit amidst abundant incense smoke to perceive the secret. Artsy! He was certain this wasn't a martial art, but some kind of bizarre evil sorcery. Wu Chan's madness had definitely originated from this thing. Liuyan decisively put everything into the giant sensor, reminding himself that he couldn't touch this thing for the time being. At the Bodhisattva of the Seeing Eye Temple, a scene of utter chaos reigned. When the monks discovered the bodies scattered across the courtyard in the rain, one of them screamed in terror. "It's the 5 from the serpent poison sect. They can't be saved." They hurriedly warned each other not to touch the bodies with their bare hands to avoid being poisoned, and instead had to use staffs to drag away the men dressed in black. In the midst of the confusion, a senior brother realized with horror that the temple's sacred treasure had vanished. "Senior brother Baoyuan, the sensor is gone." The news that the giant sensor had suddenly vanished into thin air left everyone stunned, with no idea how the thief had managed it. The scene was so chaotic that if you called a roll call right then, no one would probably remember if they were still alive or already 6 feet under. Examining the wounds on the bodies of the poison users, the head monk concluded that the opponent had been killed by an extremely vicious hammer technique that had shattered their bones. He suspected the culprit was Han Tui Quan, because in this city of Yahello no one possessed hammer arts that had reached such a peak level of physical refinement. Standing under the eaves, the magistrate Lo Van Than pensively watched the rain. The old man deduced that a master was surely lurking outside, and he suspected it was someone from the Divine Weapon Valley. Despite the head monk's wariness of the power behind Han Tui Quan, the old official asserted through gritted teeth that if this person wasn't eliminated, the feast of 1,000 infants that he had so painstakingly prepared could not take place. A grand feast that sounds fishy just from its name. To him, no matter how powerful one's martial arts, it was still just a body of flesh and blood, nothing to fear, when the Divine Weapon Valley was so far away. He revealed that he had a disciple from the Divine Weapon Valley in his residence, and he would soon bring her over to deal with the current situation. Meanwhile, Liuyan was still training diligently amidst the downpour. He could clearly feel the importance of the great circulatory chi flow, where internal force would erupt powerfully with every stream of blood circulating through his body. As his internal energy spread, the heat from his body was so intense that the rainwater turned into a hazy mist before it could even touch him. Although he had reached White Ape strength and his hammer arts were approaching their limit, Liu still felt that his breakthrough speed with the way of the weaponed battle was just too slow due to the missing weapon component of the technique. He told himself he had to strive and train hard on his own, instead of relying on the fragmented pieces of the god-worshipping arts. Time flew by and by. The end of August, Liu was quietly preparing for the upcoming gate-opening ceremony of the Divine Weapon Valley. He stopped by an eatery and ordered a massive amount of food, including 12 meat buns and 20 chicken eggs, along with many other nutritious dishes to recharge his energy. A menu that could feed an entire village for 3 days and 3 nights. There he happened to overhear the buzzing chatter about a horrifying massacre that had just occurred within the city. A breathless customer recounted the tragic scene with dozens of bald-headed corpses lying scattered about. The shocking news exploded. The entire bodhisattva of the Seeing Eye Temple had been annihilated. More than 50 monks and 10 fierce dogs were all slaughtered, with no one left alive. Liu was stunned. He silently wondered if some other master had made a move after he had left. To confirm, he put on a conical hat and quietly headed towards the temple. The scene had been strictly cordoned off by soldiers. Whispers rippled through the crowd as the body of Abbot Kongding was carried out. Liu stood in the crowd, pulling the brim of his hat low to hide his deeply thoughtful eyes as he took in the absolute horror of this massacre. The corpse carts rumbled through the street amidst the townsfolk's animated discussions. Liu, hidden beneath his conical hat, let his eyes rest on the body of Li He, the man who had the human skin mask he so desperately wanted. He thought to himself, so Li He is dead. That mask, it's definitely undetectable. I want it so badly. The voices of 2 soldiers rang out, expressing their shock that both the second and third managers of the forge were also dead. One of them clicked his tongue, deciding that if no one came to claim the bodies in a few days, they would just be tossed into the potter's field. Hearing this, a faint smile played on Liu's lips as he quietly calculated. If that happens, then that human skin mask will surely belong to me. At the ruined scene of the Bodhisattva temple, Vantu looked at the gaping cracks on the floor and couldn't help but shudder. She thought to herself, I've only ever seen Han Thui Quan himself strike with such brutality. I almost believed the Valley Master when he said Han was cultivating his character. At this rate, he must have cultivated for one night and then cultivated this entire temple out of existence by morning. While observing, she suddenly realized that the giant censer in front of the main hall had vanished without a trace. Just then, Lobak Lin ran over in a hurry, asking, Little aunt, where are you going? Vantu urgently asked about her brother-in-law's whereabouts. Lobak Lin naively replied that her father was probably at the temple discussing the Tao all night. Miss Gong. With Abbot Kongding. Upon hearing this, Vantu's expression changed instantly as she realized the matter was far more serious than she had thought. This is bad. Something has happened. Vantu exclaimed with worry, leaving Lobak Lin completely bewildered. She quickly moved towards the horse that was waiting nearby. Bin Ung, with his fiery red hair, was sitting slumped on the ground, his stomach growling with hunger. Seeing his junior sister arrive, he immediately started begging for some food. Vantu tossed him a meat bun. Then she started grilling him about old Han's whereabouts. Bin Ung, munching away, recounted how old Han had stolen his roasted rabbit the night before with such a murderous aura that even from miles away, all he wanted to do was run as far as possible. Vantu was desperate to know which direction old Han had gone, but Bin Ung could only shake his head in defeat. He insisted that with old Han's perfected grass-top flight lightness skill and cicada wing art, even if they had chased him immediately, they could never have caught up. Vantu thought to herself, even if I can't catch him, I have to try, fearing that a huge misunderstanding was taking place. Suddenly, an arrogant laugh echoed from above. Old Han suddenly appeared, landing in front of the two with an overwhelming presence. The main character always has to make an entrance with a bit of flair. Vantu immediately spoke up, questioning old Han. What exactly happened last night? Old Han looked coldly at his 2 disciples, asserting in a harsh tone that the magistrate Lo Van Than had committed a great act of treason by daring to collude with the monks of the Bodhisattva temple to ambush him on that rainy night. He scoffed that even though he was old and his eyes sometimes failed him, that magistrate's abnormality was so obvious that even youngsters like Bin Ung and Vantu couldn't have failed to notice it. It felt as if the enemy was a fool, but his own disciples were 10 times the fool. Hearing this, Bin-ung flew into a rage, demanding they immediately dispatch men to annihilate the entire family of that insolent county magistrate. But he was immediately snapped at by Van Tu, who ordered him to be silent. She then worriedly asked her master, "Did you take them out before they had a chance to surround you?" Old Han calmly replied that reason and evidence are only for the living. The dead have no right to listen. After warning his disciples, he ordered Bin-ung to immediately head into Fathuk Mountain to continue searching for the Nien 9D, not forgetting to toss out a remark calling his disciples a bunch of useless fools. Bin-ung immediately spurred his horse and left as commanded. Only then did Van Tu hesitantly ask Old Han, "Is the god-worshipping art truly an evil?" "An evil technique," Old Han mused, explaining that the technique itself is not to blame. He admitted the stench of blood from his opponent's killing moves was so strong that even he had to be wary, and that was the very moment he found an opening to counterattack. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to escape with his life. When Van Tu asked about the county magistrate's true strength, Old Han affirmed that he had mastered the Divine Foot Sutra. If the man had truly risked his life to flee, even he would have had a hard time catching him. He further explained the diversity of the god-worshipping cult with its various strange powers, ranging from the divine foot and divine palm to the divine eye and divine organs. Curious about the mastermind pulling the strings, Old Han decided he would personally follow this clue, to see what secrets the big fish was truly hiding. Before leaving, Old Han instructed Van Tu to find the person in Kowloon City who had mastered the Bin Dao Dao Sat Chi because he had sensed the presence of such an expert, before returning to the sect's mountain gate. With that said, he executed a supreme lightness skill and vanished into the forest. Van Tu stood silently watching her master's departing figure with a thoughtful gaze. At the same time, in another corner of the city, a somber atmosphere enveloped the forge. The smiths and apprentices gathered, murmuring anxiously about how both second manager Vu Chan and the third manager had met with disaster, while the first manager was still nowhere to be found. They angrily cursed the local authorities, calling them a bunch of good-for-nothings for letting the killer run rampant, even scoffing at how the third manager's concubines were already fighting over his assets before his body was even cold. Lei Wuyen sat quietly at a table, sipping from a bowl of soup and listening to the surrounding gossip. He could clearly feel the anxiety spreading through the forge. After the successive deaths of the managers, this simple meal suddenly felt bitter. Just then, Nak Van Tan, along with No Min and a female disciple, approached him. Senior Brother Nak sadly announced that Vu Chan's body had been stripped clean, and most importantly, the blueprint for the green snake spear had also vanished without a trace. This news was a devastating blow because without that blueprint, they would never be able to cultivate their fundamental internal energy. Le Uyen feigned surprise and asked for news from the county yamen, but Senior Brother Nak could only sigh in despair as everything on Vu Chan's body had been taken before morning. They came to the bitter realization that the only path left to cultivate internal energy was to join the Divine Weapon Valley. Everyone couldn't help but wonder why, with such a major incident at the forge, first manager Tao Diem still hadn't returned. Lo Bok Lin then spoke up, saying her father had sent people to Fathuk Mountain to search, but the mountain was too large, so there was no news yet. She suggested that Senior Brother Nak should go see her father to find a solution. Senior Brother Nak nodded in agreement, then turned to warn Le Uyen to be extremely careful as the situation outside was very chaotic, before leaving with Ngo Min. Watching them leave, Le Uyen silently concluded that without an escort from the Divine Weapon Valley, Tao Diem would never dare to return. He began to ponder about Tao Diem's background and the rarity of Sikkim. Le Uyen told himself that in order to obtain the 6th-rank soldier, he had to find a way to approach Lo Bok Lin because Tao Diem was completely unreliable. Early the next morning, the atmosphere at the forge became formal as the master smith gathered everyone to announce an important decision. He declared loudly, "There have been too many incidents at the forge lately. I must go oversee the business side. For now, Le Uyen will be managing the forge for a while." Turning to the other disciples, he stressed, "You will all do your best to support Le Uyen. Do you understand?" The smiths replied in unison, though many were still stunned. Le Uyen scratched his head and gave a friendly smile. "Good morning, senior brothers." Witnessing the youngest brother's meteoric rise, one of the senior brothers hesitantly replied, Morning, Steward Lee." Le Uyen quickly waved his hands, explaining that he was only helping to oversee things as the master had instructed and had no intention of abusing his authority. He quickly got into the swing of things, telling everyone to work as usual while he would help arrange the order and light the fires to ensure everything ran smoothly. Before actually leaving, the old master didn't forget to turn back and deliver a final warning. "Don't forget you have 4 months to forge 12 weapons for me. If you don't, I will hold you accountable. I'm off. You get to work." Liuyan bowed respectfully. "Yes, master." Away from the forge, another major event was unfolding at the Lo estate, drawing crowds like a festival. Seeing the bustling stream of people, someone couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Why are so many people here?" Lo Bok Lin curiously asked her Aunt Ut about the reason for this grand assembly, but Phuong Van Tu just replied casually, "When there's something that needs to be done, you naturally have to call people over. Usually you only see a crowd this big for a free giveaway." Her gaze swept over the crowd as she silently calculated the odds of finding someone who could master the incomplete manual of the Bin Dao Dao Sat Chi to even an elementary level, a feat that was extremely rare. Standing before all the citizens, Phuong Van Tu announced loudly, "In March of next year, my Divine Weapon Valley will open its gates. As long as you are a citizen of Tratlong Prefecture, anyone with outstanding talent and superior physique can join. I am Phuong Van Tu, an inner disciple and deputy responsible for scouting talent for the Divine Weapon Valley." Immediately, a young man asked worriedly, "Do those of us with a poor physique still have a chance?" Phuong Van Tu stated with certainty, "As long as your talent is superior, you can join the Divine Weapon Valley even if your physique is not ideal." To the confused crowd who didn't understand the concept, she explained that for the superior talent category, anyone under 35, even with a low-grade constitution, as long as they could cultivate any single martial art to the point of perfection, they could join. Hearing this, someone couldn't hold back. That sounds easy enough, but actually doing it is probably as rare as winning the lottery twice in a row. Phuong Van Tu continued offering more lenient conditions for the younger people. Any martial art is fine: saber, spear, staff, cudgel, or hand-to-hand combat. Any weapon is acceptable for those under 30 with a mid to low-grade constitution. If your martial arts has reached great mastery, you can also join. Hearing this, the crowd began to stir, preparing to show off their talents. Liuyan, standing in a corner, silently analyzed the situation. "Great mastery is enough. I don't need to reach perfection. I've been training for less than a year. If I show that I've reached perfection, it'll draw too much attention. Great mastery is still within the realm of a genius. I'll go with that." Having made his decision, he looked calmer than the people getting ready to show off their skills in the crowd. He quietly observed Tam Thuong An and Miu Chan, those who had reached great mastery long ago. Thanks to the foundation they had built over several years, they began to demonstrate their well-practiced forms, their chi and blood flowing vigorously. Phuong Van Tu's gaze was immediately drawn to them. But when she saw Liuyan step out of the crowd, she murmured with doubt, "It's neither of them." Meanwhile, the surrounding disciples began to murmur amongst themselves, not believing their eyes, as a young apprentice dared to step forward so confidently. One person asked in amazement, "Has junior brother Li's axe technique already reached great mastery?" His identity was immediately confirmed. Liuyan from the smithy, skilled in the White Ape's Flying Phoenix axe technique. Hearing the name of this martial art, Phuong Van Tu squinted with interest. Nyak Van Tan, standing behind her, was also stunned. He silently recalled that 8 months ago, Liuyan's axe technique had only reached the proficiency level. That alone had amazed everyone, but to reach great mastery, one must attain the realm of 6 harmonies permeation, a massive leap beyond simply achieving the inner and outer 3 harmonies. Phuong Van Tu broke the silence with a technical question. "The White Ape's Flying Phoenix axe, isn't that a long-handled axe technique?" Liuyan calmly cupped his hands and replied respectfully, "Heroine Phuong. It works with both long and short handles." He walked to the weapon rack, picked up an axe, tested its weight, and noted to himself, "About 15 caddies, a little light." In his heart, Liuyan already had a plan. He told himself, "This is the perfect time to test my ability to control my true strength." He was confident that with his current skill, he could control exactly how much power he wanted to reveal. However, he didn't dare to be careless, because he could tell that Phuong Van Tu was clearly much stronger than Vu Chan, possibly even on par with an internal strength martial artist like Tao Diem. Liuyan thought to himself, "If I weren't afraid that Tao Diem would never return, causing me to miss the chance to enter Divine Weapon Valley, I would never have revealed my skills in front of a master like her just to get a spot in the assessment. After all, showing off a little might save my life, but showing off too much could turn into my final performance, and that would be stressful." Standing next to her, Auntie Ut Lo Bok Lin quietly whispered, informing her of her opponent's background. Auntie Ut, this person has a mid to low grade constitution. I heard he reached the proficiency level with his axe technique in 4 months of training. Plus his talent for forging weapons isn't bad. After hearing this, Phuong Van Tu was stunned. A mid to low grade constitution, and he reached proficiency with an axe in 4 months. She squinted carefully, observing Le Uyen's tall frame, long, flexible limbs, and his overall presence, thinking, this physique with arms like an ape and a waist like a wasp, and if that's not a superior grade constitution, it has to be at least mid to high grade. Li Uyen could also clearly feel her sharp, cold gaze piercing right through him. A gaze more intense than that of the dozens of people behind her combined. That look made him feel as if he so much as sneezed out of rhythm, he would be criticized for it. Sensing he was ready, Phuong Van Tu gave a direct command. No need to get used to the weapon. Show me what you've got. Le Uyen took a deep breath. He gripped the axe handle tightly. I am ready. Instantly, he channeled his inner energy and roared, 6 harmonies permeation. Powerful streams of energy erupted and enveloped his body. Every swing of the axe carried astonishing power, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust from the ground. The scene was as epic as a blockbuster movie trailer. Witnessing this kid's extraordinary skill, a senior brother watching exclaimed in shock, this kid's axe technique. Phuong Van Tu was completely shaken. She wondered in astonishment, this is beyond just being a genius. Even Lo Bok Lin's jaw dropped, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Le Uyen executed a continuous series of moves smoothly, each movement radiating absolute decisiveness and strength. After finishing the form, he brought his axe to a rest, his breathing steady, and said respectfully, I invite Heroine Phuong to offer her guidance. Phuong Van Tu quickly regained her usual cold composure. She looked straight at Le Uyen and delivered a harsh critique. It looks fine on the surface, but in reality it's full of openings. Full of openings? How is that possible? She can't be bluffing, can she? Le Uyen was filled with doubt at Phuong Van Tu's assessment. Beside her, Lo Bok Lin was also stunned. So tight that not a single drop of water could get through, and it's still full of openings. Despite everyone's astonishment, Phuong Van Tu continued her cold evaluation. Your axe technique is too rigid, too formulaic, and lacks flexibility. Therefore, it will be difficult for you to achieve anything great. She immediately called out the names of Tam Thuong An and Miu Chan, ordering them both to come up and spar with Le Uyen. Receiving the command, the 2 young men answered crisply, Yes, ma'am. They then quickly moved towards the training ground. The situation went from a technical demonstration to an intense 2-on-1 combat match in a heartbeat. One of them spoke up, We hope Brother Li will offer us his guidance. While Le Uyen had already assumed a ready stance with the great axe on his shoulder as soon as the match began, Tam Thuong An and Miu Chan immediately unleashed their strongest killing moves, the 100 refined blade technique, and the separation and union palm. Faced with the relentless assault, Le Uyen parried while pondering grimly, what is this woman trying to do? Could it be she's figured something out? He reassured himself that he had absolutely not revealed any moves from the Way of War's slaughtering axe technique, so there was no way his opponent could have seen through him. Seeing his opponent seemingly distracted, one of them roared in anger, How dare you get distracted? Le Uyen immediately focused, swinging his axe to create powerful vortexes of force to repel all the attacks. He concluded that Phuong Van Tu was definitely using this method to probe his true strength. Le Uyen moved with agility, step by step, neutralizing the encirclement of the 2 masters. Just as the battle reached its climax, Phuong Van Tu suddenly shouted, Stop! All movements came to an abrupt halt. Le Uyen withdrew his axe and stood tall while his 2 opponents both showed clear expressions of shock. Tham Thuong An looked at his trembling hand where a wound was starting to bleed and bitterly admitted to himself, To think that Miu Chan and I would lose so quickly even when fighting together. Phuong Van Tu was stunned, wondering to herself, perfected axe technique. Le Uyen stood there as nonchalant as if nothing had happened, but inwardly he was calculating carefully. He thought, a few days ago, thanks to Master's guidance, I gained a bit more enlightenment, but even I'm not sure what my current level is, whether I've reached great mastery or perfection. Le Uyen realized this woman was indeed probing him, but he was certain she couldn't see through what he was truly hiding. Calm as still water on the surface, his mind was running through more than 10 contingency plans at once. He told himself, if she still wants to test me at most, I'll just reveal my innate divine strength. But ultimate skills like making the heavy Seem Light White Ape's force, and especially the Way of War's slaughtering axe technique must absolutely be kept secret. Phuong Van Tu was still in shock. She murmured, 1 year of martial arts training, and he's achieved the perfected axe technique. The surrounding crowd was just as abuzz, with some even gasping in disbelief because they had only ever seen this level of mastery in veteran masters of the major martial arts dojos. The crowd was in an uproar, as if they had just witnessed a game bug appear in real life. Lo Bak Lin frantically grabbed her aunt's arm. Her face showed she couldn't believe her eyes. Auntie, little auntie, you couldn't be mistaken, could you? How could he possibly have achieved the perfected axe technique? Phuong Van Tu replied sternly that she had been training in martial arts since she was 7 years old and had used all sorts of spiritual medicines for 15 years, so her judgment regarding the realm of perfection was absolutely infallible. Lo Bak Lin screamed out in jealousy and disbelief, "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible!" Phuong Van Tu began to question the young man's background more closely. "You've only been studying martial arts for a year," Lei Yuyan calmly replied, "less than a year." When asked about his family background, he honestly recounted how his parents had died young, his family had fallen on hard times, and he had only started at the forge last year. Before that, he had never studied any form of martial arts. His background was so basic that there wasn't even any room to suspect cheating. Le Uyen thought to himself, although I didn't want to attract too much attention now that it's been exposed, I'll just have to accept it. Phuong Van Tu was inwardly astonished, never expecting a genius like this to appear in Kowloon County. She understood that while reaching the level of perfection in a low-tier martial art wasn't exceedingly formidable to do so in just 1 year across the entire Traplong Prefecture. There weren't many who could, and those rare geniuses, which one of them wasn't a descendant of a prestigious martial arts family with access to vastly superior cultivation resources. Phuong Van Tu decisively took out a wooden token, handed it to Le Uyen, and instructed him. Take this token. In the 3rd month of next year, you can enter Divine Weapon Valley. Someone will be there to receive you then. Le Uyen respectfully accepted the precious item. Many thanks, Lady Heroine Phuong. He was overjoyed. Because now, even if Tao Diem disappeared for several years without returning, he could still leave on his own through official channels. Phuong Van Tu even kindly advised him, if you have the talent, don't be in a hurry to break through to internal energy. Instead, quiet your mind and practice your axe technique to grand perfection. She asserted that if he could do that, even if his physical constitution was only average, he would have a chance to enter the inner sect directly. She thought to herself, Old Han will surely be delighted to see this kid. Then she ordered, you may leave for now. Lu Yan obeyed, replying very well, and walked away quietly. When she was alone, Phuong Van Tu clutched her head in frustration, having almost forgotten her main mission to investigate the user of the Way of War's slaughtering axe technique. She reassured herself that by discovering a genius like Lei Yuyan, Old Han would probably not blame her for not having caught the culprit yet. As she thought it over, she suddenly fell into a state where the main mission was unfinished, but the side mission was completed with flying colors. Just then, Lo Bak Lin ran over, whining that she didn't need that token, because even if she had it, she wouldn't be strong enough to compete with the other outstanding candidates. Noticing her aunt's dazed expression, the girl suddenly realized something was wrong and shouted, You already gave one to Yue Yuntan before, and now you're giving out another one? Lo Bak Lin grinned mischievously, teasing her aunt for being too thin-skinned to ask for it back, and declared that she would help her aunt reclaim one of the tokens. Immediately at the Yizizi restaurant, Lo Bak Lin raised her cup to congratulate Le Uyen on obtaining the entry token, taking this opportunity. Le Uyen then inquired about the whereabouts of red gold, the precious material he longed for. Lo Bak Lin revealed that her father had a small stash, but he wasn't currently at home. And since she didn't know the exact location, she could only promise to ask for his help when her father returned. The opportunity was there, but the path to get it was as arduous as Tang Sanzang's journey to the west. Hearing that the county magistrate was not in the city, Le Uyen pondered thoughtfully. Lo Bak Lin continued to share a crucial piece of information. Regarding the rules of Divine Weapon Valley, the chief envoy responsible for finding talent had the authority to issue 2 tokens, while a deputy envoy like her aunt only had a single spot. The current situation with both Le Uyen and senior brother Yue holding tokens made the situation extremely complicated. Looking at senior brother Yue, who was slumped over the table dead drunk, Le Uyen understood Lo Bak Lin's hint. If there was only one spot from the deputy envoy, 1 token would surely be revoked, and the person at the highest risk was senior brother Yue. This was the reason why the normally calm senior brother, drowning his sorrows in wine again. Liuyan sat alone at the banquet table, his mind consumed by the mysterious chief emissary known as the ghost-faced Asura Han Tui Quan. He silently wondered why such a renowned master famous for his sledgehammer hadn't yet appeared in the city, and whether the bloody massacre at the Bodhisattva temple was truly related to this fearsome figure. A few days later, under the quiet night sky at the graveyard outside the city, Liuyan quietly appeared among the cold, desolate graves. He carefully scanned his surroundings, searching for the body of the thief Li Ha, which had been discarded here. After searching for a while, his eyes lit up when he saw a familiar spiritual aura emanating from a corpse hidden behind some rotten logs. Liuyan let out a sigh of relief when he recognized the Grade 2 treasure. The human skin mask was still intact on the unfortunate soul's face. The scene was so gruesome that any ordinary person passing by would have run for their life. Liuyan moved closer. Gently, he peeled off the layer of the mask, the human skin from Li Ha's corpse. He thought to himself, "I'll bury you in a moment. Consider this mask as payment." Keeping his promise, he began to dig a deep hole right in the middle of the dark forest. The sound of the shovel hitting the earth, the dry, hard ground echoed rhythmically until the new grave was complete. After filling the grave and giving the deceased a proper burial, Liuyan stood silently before the mound, clasping his hands respectfully and reciting a prayer. "May the countless deities of the 10 directions, who manifest themselves throughout the 10 realms to save the world." After burying the unlucky man, Liuyan muttered, "In your next life, I hope you're reborn in a place with unlimited TV and soda." Just as he was about to leave, a strange noise made him freeze. His sharp eyes pierced the darkness. Someone was there. The atmosphere instantly shifted from a sleepy spiritual one to a horror movie right before a jump scare. Quick as a flash, Liuyan darted back, hiding behind an ancient tree, holding his breath, as he observed the mysterious group that had just appeared in the desolate graveyard. Under the dim moonlight, a group of people in black cloaks, wearing conical hats that concealed their faces, were gathered together. The leader spoke up, asking, "Tu Feng, have all the people from the Chanvo Hall been dealt with?" The subordinate respectfully reported that although they had left the Chanvo Hall's mark in the other counties, there was still one person in Kowloon whose whereabouts were unknown. Without a moment's hesitation, the incense master ordered the investigation to continue. He growled, mentioning Tao Diem, the man who had been scared witless by Han Tui Quan for the past few months, and demanded they find the old man's location. A subordinate quickly reassured him that they had found his residence, and Tao Diem would soon return to the city. The incense master immediately dispatched men to act as his bodyguards as soon as he returned. At the same time, he expressed his concern that the ghost-faced Asura Han Tui Quan was waiting for them to take the bait. Liuyan only dared to breathe a sigh of relief after the voices faded and fell silent. Why did the voices get quieter and quieter? Have they all left? He silently marveled at his own bizarre luck running into such a major affair the moment he stepped out. Looking in the direction the mysterious group had just left, Liuyan shivered, realizing that the man called Incense Master was even more dangerous than Phuong Van Tu. Just standing a few meters away had made his hair stand on end. The distance was short, but it felt like standing next to a final boss. From the conversation he had just overheard, he was shocked to realize that County Magistrate Lo Van Than and Head Manager Tao Diem were actually in the same boat as this group. Liuyan fell into deep thought, connecting all the events. A deep sense of unease rose in his heart. A county magistrate, a head manager of a renowned weaponsmith shop with a 200-year history, plus an incense master with an unknown background. This combination was definitely not for a simple tea party. He wondered in horror, surely they're not planning to rebel against the Imperial Court, are they? No. A rebellion? The Divine Weapon Valley? The more he thought about it, the more he felt like he'd accidentally stumbled into a hidden hell-level storyline. He felt himself being pulled into a vortex, a conspiracy far too big. Liuyan scratched his head in exhaustion. "Please, I just want to practice martial arts in peace." In a dark cave, Head Manager Tao Diem was struggling to crawl out, breathing heavily, sweat drenching his tired face. As soon as he saw the old man's figure, his subordinate Fong Kang, who was waiting outside, spoke up, praising him. "Head Manager Tao's talent is excellent. So quickly. You've already grasped the tiger's roar thunder sound bone tempering art. No wonder the incense master thinks so highly of you." Tao Diem didn't answer. He just staggered and coughed up a mouthful of white, cloudy air, as if he had just undergone an extremely harsh tempering process. pushing himself up after the bout of exhaustion. Tao Diem looked at the masked man before him and growled, "Fong Kang, what are you doing here?" Fong Kang replied nonchalantly that he was here on the incense master's orders, to take him back to the city. Hearing that he had to return, Tao Diem couldn't help but worry about the presence of the ghost-faced Asura. "Back to the city? Then what about that Han Tui Quan guy?" Fong Kang scoffed, saying that Han Tui Quan was old and weak now, no longer a threat now that the incense master had personally shown himself. He didn't forget to add a taunt. The Raging Tiger Saber technique values bravery. "If you keep backing down whenever things get tough, you'll never reach the realm of perfection in this lifetime." Hitting a sore spot, Tao Diem snapped back angrily. "Whether I can cultivate it or not, what does it have to do with you?" Not wanting to argue further, the two of them walked silently out of the dark cave. Standing on a rock ledge, looking towards Kowloon County shrouded in darkness, Fong Kang said in a low voice, "It's time to go back." Standing by the forge, Liuyan couldn't help but ponder the complex events that had just unfolded. He once thought that Kowloon's assassination was just a struggle for personal gain. It was just a local affair in Kowloon County, but now he realized the waters behind it ran truly deep. Divine Weapon Valley was a colossal power that had stood firm in Coiled Dragon Prefecture for 1,000 years. Someone like Tao Diem must have allied with an extremely high-level power to dare provoke such a behemoth. He wondered if the masters of Divine Weapon Valley, who had been lying low for so long, were waiting for the figures in the shadows to reveal themselves in a game of big fish eats little fish. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like a mere bystander caught in the eye of the storm. Liuyan wiped away his sweat, secretly worrying he'd be dragged into it. He had struggled so hard to win a spot from Phuong Van Tu, and he hadn't even had a chance to benefit from it yet. He told himself that only by becoming stronger could he survive. Just then, his master smith rushed in, frantically announcing that Chief Manager Tao Diem had returned, and the first person the old man asked for was him, much to Liuyan's astonishment. His master urged him to get ready quickly to meet him immediately. Liuyan felt a flash of unease. He had originally planned to use Phuong Van Tu to get close to Divine Weapon Valley. The goal was to avoid Tao Diem, but now the old man had sought him out personally, leaving him to pray that nothing unexpected would happen. His plan to avoid the boss hadn't even started, and the boss was already at his door. Liuyan silently followed his master into the courtyard where Tao Diem was already waiting at a table laden with food. As soon as he saw the two of them, the chief manager greeted them warmly. "Elder, you've arrived. Please have a seat. You sit down as well." The old man spared no praise for the master smith, commending his dedication in managing all the shop's affairs during the recent tumultuous days. The master smith skillfully returned the pleasantries, claiming it was thanks to the shop's nurturing that he was able to contribute his meager efforts. Tao Diem nodded in agreement. True character is revealed in times of hardship. Then he suddenly turned to look at Liuyan. The old man admitted he had been truly remiss having met him several times. Without realizing the shop housed such an outstanding talent who was not only skilled at forging, but also possessed such attainments in his hammer technique. The praise sounded sweet, but the more he was praised, the more it signaled a favor was coming. Liuyan could only bow his head respectfully. This disciple wouldn't dare. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. When Tao Diem mentioned that he had been in contact with Phuong Van Tu, the master smith standing beside him added his own admission, saying that even he hadn't seen that his apprentice's talent was so great that he had reached the perfected realm of the hammer technique, a state that many people took years to even touch. Tao Diem sighed with regret, saying it was a true pity that a good seed like him, chosen by the forge itself, couldn't stay. Sensing the intention to pressure him into staying, Liuyan immediately spoke up, affirming that no matter his talent, he would never forget the debt of gratitude he owed to the shop and the chief manager for training him. Tao Diem took a sip of tea and nodded, slightly satisfied. "It's good that you remember your debts." He began to reveal his plans, which were originally to move the forge to the prefectural city next year, but due to a series of incidents that led to the deaths of managers and guards, the forge was now facing a severe manpower shortage. Standing in the breezy courtyard, Tao Diem made a weighty offer. If Liuyan agreed to stay temporarily and help, he would receive all the same benefits as the other managers. Even his family could move into the shop to live. He even promised that in a few years, if he still wanted to go to Divine Weapon Valley, the forge would support him with all its resources. Faced with this coercive offer, Liuyan respectfully clasped his hands and replied, "Thank you for your high regard, Chief Manager. This disciple is overwhelmed by this favor." Though his words were grateful, he knew in his heart that Tao Diem was on the surface, asking for his opinion, but in reality, he was exuding a pressure that made it impossible for him to refuse. Seeing that Liu Yan knew his place, Tao Diem beamed a radiant smile, raised his cup, and shouted, "Excellent!" The two of them drained their cups under the silent watch of the old master. The toast looked like a friendly agreement, but it felt all wrong, like an oral contract that couldn't be refused. The banquet lasted until the evening glow painted the entire sky red. The master smith seemed to be feeling the wine. The old man stood up unsteadily, threw an arm around Liu Yan's shoulder, and took his leave of the chief manager. "Liu Yan and I will head back to the forge first." Tao Diem nodded calmly, telling the master and apprentice to take their time walking. "After all, you've had a bit to drink." On the surface, it was as peaceful as the end of a party, but in their hearts, each person was scheming. When he was finally alone, the mysterious shadow of Fong Kang suddenly appeared right behind Tao Diem. He wondered if pressuring a proud genius like Liu Yan would cause him to harbor resentment. Tao Diem replied coldly that all apprentices resent having to work so hard, but because they're afraid of being kicked out, they still have to bury their heads and work every day. The old man admitted he truly couldn't bear to kill a 17-year-old genius who could consistently forge superior-grade weapons, something that had been rare in the forge for the past 200 years. Tao Diem understood well that it was geniuses like him who had built the forge's reputation and helped him learn the roaring tiger saber technique, allowing him to break through to the internal strengthening realm. Only then did he have enough power to strike at Coiled Dragon Prefecture. Fong Kang remarked that the kid was indeed extraordinary, as he had already started asking about Crimson Gold. He then wished Tao Diem an early success in getting this talent under his thumb for his own advancement. Watching Fong Kang's back disappear into the darkness, Tao Diem pondered Liu Yan's search for Crimson Gold. The old man wondered if this kid was already somewhat confident in his ability to forge a peak-grade weapon. Tao Diem's gaze turned sharp as steel. He stared into the void and affirmed in a low growl, "This person can only work for me." Tao Diem sat silently in the courtyard. As the lanterns began to be lit, the master smith held his head in his hands, full of regret. He blamed himself, saying he shouldn't have let Liu Yan show off his superior-grade saber forging technique so early. Now the chief manager was intent on keeping him by any means, which made the old man extremely worried. What nonsense about letting you go in a few years? He clearly wants to lock you up here forever. Seeing his master's excessive guilt, Liu Yan immediately teased him, asking for a few hundred taels of silver as compensation, which made the old man snap and yell at him to get lost. Instantly, the tense atmosphere was broken. It was like the two of them were bickering to ease their sorrow. However, after his anger subsided, the master still gave him earnest advice, saying that since he had agreed to stay, he must proactively demand as many cultivation resources as possible. Otherwise, being too passive would make Tao Diem suspicious. Liu Yan smiled, grateful for his master's concern. He secretly knew what he needed to do next. As night fell, Liu Yan stood silently under the eaves of his house. His mind was entirely focused on Tao Diem's secret chamber, where he suspected the pure gold he had long coveted was hidden. He trained bare-chested in the cold night. He mentally analyzed the 7 Stars horizontal body training technique. Although it was famed for making one impervious to blades and spears upon mastery, he knew its limits were only against ordinary weapons. Against exceptionally sharp top-quality blades, this layer of defense would surely be pierced. Gazing into the distance, Liu Yan couldn't help but feel anxious about Fatty Sun's whereabouts. He wondered why, even after Tao Diem had returned, his normally cowardly brother was still nowhere to be seen, despite knowing Fatty Sun would never dare stay out for too long. Returning to his room, Liu Yan gently fed his little mouse, then took out the treasure he had just acquired from the potter's field, a human skin mask as thin as a cicada's wing. He couldn't help but marvel at its exquisite craftsmanship. Feeling curious, he decided to try it on his face to test the effect of the new skin just added to his inventory. His appearance was updated. Looking at himself in the mirror, Liu Yan was astonished by the complete change in his appearance. Even he himself couldn't find a single flaw even at the closest distance. Though he regretted that there was only one face to change into, he knew this disguise would be extremely helpful for his upcoming secret operations. Liu Yan put on a black cloak that concealed his entire body. He softly instructed his little mouse that he would be back a little late, then quickly disappeared into the night. Liu Yan thought to himself that if Tao Diem dared to pull one over on him, he would repay him 15-fold. He wondered if Fuang Vantu truly knew the identity of that mysterious incense master. In the silent night, Lei Yuyan, clad in a mysterious black outfit, silently approached the Lu residence. As soon as the drowsy guard saw the stranger's figure, he snapped, "Who are you looking for this late?" Unfortunately for him, he picked the wrong person to question on the night shift. Before the guard could even finish his sentence, Lei Yuyan unleashed a thunderous punch, making him collapse on the spot. Quick as a flash, he pulled out a prepared piece of paper and pinned it firmly to the wooden gate of the Lu residence. Right after that, Lei Yuyan executed the Six Harmonies flower control technique. His body moved as nimbly as petals floating in the air to escape the scene. He glided effortlessly over the towering rooftops, leaving his stunned pursuers behind. Soon after, Fuang Vantu appeared holding the note. Lei Yuyan had left her expression extremely grave. The contents of the letter clearly stated Incense Master Han Trong Quan has been taken away. When he returns to the city, Cao Diem will be killed. At first glance, it looked like a top-secret message, but upon closer inspection, it seemed as if someone was confessing the crime on his behalf, a next-level frame job. Watching from afar, Lei Yuyan thought to himself that hiding was now pointless. He believed that even if Fuang Vantu realized this was a setup with her personality as a disciple of the Divine Weapon Valley, she would definitely have to find evidence to clarify the matter. Confident in his explosive internal energy, combined with the Six Harmonies boots, Lei Yuyan's current speed had far surpassed that of the two shopkeepers, Vu and Chan. He was secretly pleased with the perfect combination of the boots and this human skin mask. To ensure his safety, Lei Yuyan decided to give his new identity a really impressive name after discarding the name Lei Yuyan for fear of being associated with his real one. He settled on the name Li Nguyen Ba, a name that sounded formidable just by hearing it, the kind that made opponents want to apologize before a fight even started. Returning to his room, he took off the mask and collapsed onto the bed, hoping that Fuang Vantu wouldn't disappoint him. The next morning at the forge, a resounding shout tore through the quiet atmosphere. Fuang Vantu stood imposingly at the gate, roaring with rage. "Cao Diem, get out here and face me! Who's so bold as to storm my forge?" Cao Diem bellowed when he saw someone brazenly barging into his territory. However, as soon as he recognized the person before him was Fuang Vantu, along with her entourage, his attitude immediately changed. His face showed clear signs of awkwardness and fear. Cao Diem hurriedly lowered his voice and asked respectfully,
"Lady Fuang, I didn't realize it was you. What brings you here?"
In response to his words, there was only a burst of azure energy. Fuang Vantu decisively drew her sword with overwhelming power. The razor-sharp blade slid from its sheath, leaving Cao Diem stunned with terror. Watching from afar, Lei Yuyan couldn't help but marvel. Such fluid and masterful swordplay. A true feast for the eyes. So much more beautiful than any axe technique.
"I didn't know you were coming, Lady Fuang. I was unable to welcome you from afar.
Please forgive me." Ignoring his apology, Fuang Vantu coldly commanded her subordinates, "Seize him." Two of her men immediately moved in and restrained Cao Diem. The old shopkeeper still tried to protest. "Lady Fuang, how have I offended you? Or what crime have I committed? By what authority are you arresting me?" Before he could finish his sentence, Fuang Vantu executed a footwork technique as fast as a lightning flash. A superior sword strike left a long gash on Cao Diem's chest, making him cry out in pain. Lei Yuyan was shocked, thinking to himself, this is a truly superior sword technique. So smooth, flowing and beautiful, yet concealing a dense killing intent. It's beautiful, all right, but I bet no one wants to be the one appreciating it up close like this. Cao Diem clutched his wound, gritting his teeth as he snarled her name. Standing tall, Fuang Vantu declared loudly, "All matters within the Trapped Dragon Prefecture that involve my Divine Weapon Valley. The Divine Weapon Valley has the right to handle itself. This is the edict of the Grand Ancestor. Do you have any objections?" She emphasized her suspicion that he had participated in the ambush and murder of Ko Long and threatened to kill him on the spot if he dared to resist further, making it so that not even the Zhenwu Hall could intervene. Cao Diem could only choke out resentfully, "You." Fuang Vantu coldly ordered, "Tie him up." Immediately, two of her men moved in and restrained Cao Diem amidst his extreme indignation. Cao Diem roared in frustration. Is this how the Divine Weapon Valley bullies people? In the middle of the tense standoff, the blacksmith master suddenly rushed forward to intervene, causing Lei Yuyan to panic and think, "Oh no, why is master here?" He hurriedly grabbed hold of him while the old master thrashed and screamed, "Let go of me!" And just like that, the sophisticated plan officially devolved into holding back family from ruining the game. Liuyan worriedly thought to himself that his master's impulsive actions were ruining the whole plan, and if this didn't work, he feared they wouldn't be able to get anyone else out of here. Wails and cries erupted as Cao Diem's family members arrived surrounding Fuang Vantu. They dropped to their knees, kowtowing and begging desperately. "Please release our master. There must be some misunderstanding in all this. We beg you to investigate again." Faced with the crowd's pleas, Fuang Vantu's expression remained ice-cold. He turned his back and walked away without hesitation. Cao Diem roared out his final defense. "Commander Cao and I had our grievances, but it was never to the point of ambushing and murdering him. If you want to interrogate me, I will absolutely not utter a single lie." The old man was dragged away. Amidst the hopeless cries of his family, a chaotic scene was left right in front of the smithy's gate. Liuyan silently watched the group disappear from sight, making a quiet assessment. Heroine Fuang is still too lenient. In his heart, he told himself that if it were him, he would have just beheaded the man to settle the matter once and for all. His thoughts were very neat and tidy, like a difficult math problem where you just skip the hard parts. Although her methods were decisive, they weren't ruthless enough. However, he believed that after this incident, Cao Diem would surely have to swallow some of his pride. Liuyan let out a soft sigh, thinking that if Han Tui Quan had been here today, the outcome would have been completely different. A few days later, the atmosphere in the city grew even more suffocating. The master smith sat in contemplation, telling Liuyan how many clans had banded together to go to the Lu residence to demand an explanation, but Fuang Vantu had lashed out in anger, injuring quite a few people. Some even died outside the Lu residence, forcing their families to wear mourning clothes, and wailed tragically right at the gate, creating an incredibly grim scene. Pushing aside all the gossip, the old master turned to praise Liuyan's extraordinary progress. He was astonished to see him forge 11 high-grade weapons in a row without a single mistake. His ability to control the temperature was already on par with his own. The old master suggested he try his hand at a heavy, top-grade warhammer that he had previously accepted a commission for. Liuyan didn't hesitate for a moment, his eyes shining with determination. "This disciple wants to try forging a top-grade weapon by myself." Although his master scolded him for being too hasty, he stood firm, asserting that the time had come. Liuyan calculated silently. Over a month and a half had passed, and Lu Vanthan still hadn't returned. The hope of getting crimson gold from that old man was practically zero. He decisively presented a list of materials. "This disciple needs 3 taels of crimson gold, over 10 caddies of black iron, and over 10 caddies of jade crystal cold iron." Watching the people in mourning clothes pass by the smithy's gate, Liuyan silently evaluated the tactics of Cao Diem and Fuang Vantu. He concluded that while their martial arts were very good, their mindsets hadn't truly been forged through harsh practical combat. This led to actions that had many openings. Their fighting was flashy, but their psychological games were still a bit amateurish. To him, martial arts were martial arts and schemes were schemes. They absolutely could not be equated. Liuyan quietly left the shop and strode directly to the Lu residence to find Fuang Vantu. Inside the courtyard, Fuang Vantu was strictly teaching martial arts to Lu. Bak Lin. She was explaining the core principles of the 100 flowers entangling palm, emphasizing that the key lay in the interplay of illusion and reality, unleashed at will like 100 flowers blooming in the void. Seeing her niece looking discouraged and tired, she snapped lightly, "Don't purse your lips, no crying, you keep practicing." One taught with all her might, the other learned in sheer terror. Seeing Liuyan arrive, Fuang Vantu sheathed her sword and asked what he wanted. He took the opportunity to ask for her guidance on a strange sensation. He felt outside his body when circulating his chi and blood, intensely wondering if it was a sign of breaking through to the internal energy realm. She was astonished by his divine speed of progress. She asked if he had used any medicinal pills to aid him. Liuyan honestly admitted that he had used 1 low-grade essence replenishing pill. Fuang Vantu nodded, saying that made sense, and then explained that internal energy is the process of qi and blood nourishing the body to its limit before erupting. She asserted that with his hammer technique having reached the level of perfection, he could absolutely cultivate the white ape energy without needing to comprehend the basic diagrams first. Liuyan let out a silent sigh of relief, his questions having been answered to his complete satisfaction. Fuang Vantu instructed him that if he could break through, there was no need to suppress it, because switching to a different internal energy cultivation method is only really necessary after reaching the body tempering realm. Seeing Liuyan still hesitant, asking about internal energy covering the entire body, and its connection to the internal fortification realm, she became a bit irritable, thinking he was worrying too far ahead when his current internal energy hadn't even truly taken form yet. You're trying to run a marathon before you can even walk. Looking at the young man's attitude, Phuong Vantu silently concluded that Le Uyen was someone with exceptional talent, but also a touch of arrogance. Phuong Vantu looked at Le Uyen and said in a low voice, reminding him that learning martial arts wasn't something that happened in a day or two, but the result of arduous training over many years. She advised him not to concern himself with too much right now. He should just focus on practicing his hammer technique to the great perfection realm to break through to internal energy. To put it simply, don't unlock all the skill trees when you don't have enough points. Le Uyen listened in silence. In his mind, he began to visualize the realms from internal energy and body tempering to internal fortification, where strength would permeate the entire body and seep deep into his 6 Fu and 5 Zhang organs. Seeing Lu Bok Lin collapse from exhaustion on the training ground, Phuong Vantu allowed her to rest, then told Le Uyen he should head home as it was getting late. Before leaving, Le Uyen hesitantly asked where he could buy a pure gold. But she admitted that this item didn't circulate among the common people. Even she didn't have any because she was poor. Not giving up, Le Uyen earnestly begged Phuong Vantu to help him use his saved silver to exchange for a tael or two of gold. She said that Old Man Han's estate was worth millions in silver, so he definitely had some, or he could try the Nguyen family. Then she promised to ask for him if she had free time. Le Uyen respectfully complied and then quietly left the residence. Walking under the sun, he silently assessed that Phuong Vantu was not someone who couldn't be taken advantage of, and he felt that talking to her was much more comfortable than confronting that old fox Tao Diem. At his pavilion, Tao Diem was fuming as he thought about Le Uyen's outrageous request. With 3 taels of pure gold and 5 caddies of black iron, the old man wondered if that brat was dreaming of forging the jade-cold autumn water sword. Sitting across from Phong Kang, Tao Diem couldn't help but marvel that a place like Kowloon County could produce such a fine seed for forging. He was astonished that Le Uyen, at only 17 years old, dared to attempt forging a top-grade weapon. Phong Kang coldly warned, if that brat dares to have any other ideas, I will take action. This made Tao Diem wary, wondering whose side he was truly on. Tao Diem asserted that without 35 years of training, it was absolutely impossible to create a top-grade weapon, and if Le Uyen actually succeeded, he feared Han Tui Quan would be alerted. He also complained that he didn't have much pure gold left and couldn't let a disciple waste it on practice. It sounded partly like the advice of an expert, and partly like a parent wincing at their child's spending. Just then, Phong Kang mentioned that the incense master was about to come here in person, and if Han Tui Quan dares to come, that might actually be a good thing. He then nonchalantly snatched the 3 taels of pure gold from Tao Diem's hand, treating it as his bodyguard fee, leaving the old treasurer fuming with indignation. With a sigh, Le Uyen had just returned home and was pushing the door open when he froze at the sound of a strange noise. Instantly on guard, he realized a stranger was hiding inside. Quick as a flash, Le Uyen brandished his weapon, taking a defensive stance, his sharp, cold eyes piercing the darkness. He hadn't even had a chance to rest and was already forced into survival mode. From a corner of the room, Phong Kang stepped out with a smug look, praising his sharp senses. The man revealed that he had come all this way because he'd heard rumors of Le Uyen's exceptionally high innate talent, and he wanted to forge a supreme weapon with him called the Autumn Wind Sword. Facing the intruder, Le Uyen warned in a low, menacing voice, "There's no reason. For barging into someone's room late at night to request a weapon forging. Who are you?" In response to his wariness, the man only let out a series of arrogant, mysterious laughs. He then nonchalantly snatched Le Uyen's pet mouse. Holding it hostage, he delivered a threat heavy with menace. "I'll be back in 20 days. If you can't forge the weapon, or if you mess it up, don't blame me for what happens." The sheer audacity of this villain breaking into someone's house and taking a mouse hostage just to set the mood. After speaking, he flicked the mouse